Chapter 565. Rescuing the ancestor of the Ji family. Ji Shengqiu was a small matter of the Ji family. However, on a larger scale, it was a matter of great importance to the safety of the entire upper realm. As the ancestor of humanity, Ji Shengqiu was extremely powerful. He was trapped in Mount Kuan for so many eras, but he did not die. If he could escape, he would definitely be able to solve the problem of the Yin terminating heaven. Not to mention the fact that Ji Shengqiu had helped all the orthodoxies. Under this premise, as long as Gu Changge asked the younger generation to discuss rescuing Ji Shengqiu, no one would be able to refuse. After all, this was a matter of great importance to the safety of the upper realm. He took the lead and set an example. Yes, young master. Yin Mei understood Gu Changge's intention and quickly went to give the order. Coincidentally, Kuanwu City was filled with the sky prides of various orthodoxies. She felt that no one would dare to refuse Gu Changge's invitation. Even Little War Fairy and the others who had just been assassinated felt the same. After Yin Mei left, Su Qingge, who had been waiting outside the palace, finally walked in. Greetings, young master. She could not hide the complicated feelings in her heart and bowed. Gu Changge was not surprised by her arrival. However, he still had a slightly surprised look on his face. He smiled and said, Qingxian, what's the matter? Su Qingge was actually very confused as to why Gu Changge ordered someone to assassinate Little War Fairy. Logically speaking, as the inheritor of demonic techniques, she should be worried about her identity being exposed. Judging from Gu Changge's character, he would not do something meaningless. In other words, he ordered someone to assassinate Little War Fairy with a purpose. However, after thinking about it, Su Qingge could not figure out the reason. Could it be because of Little War Fairy's abnormality during the Divine Stone Convention? However, she was now Ji Qingxian, so she did not know how to ask. Young master, I accidentally overheard some things between you and the heavenly maiden Yin Mei. Su Qingge carefully considered her words and said. Of course, she didn't hear it by chance. She had analyzed and guessed that it was definitely Gu Changge, who had sent people to assassinate the Little War Immortal. Oh, what did you hear? Gu Changge was interested and asked knowingly. I heard that young master sent someone to assassinate the Little War Immortal. But please rest assured, I will definitely not tell anyone. Su Qingge replied. It seemed that she was worried that Gu Changge would bear grudges against her, so she hurriedly promised. So what if he heard? Gu Changge smiled faintly. Are you confused as to why I killed him? Confusion appeared on Su Qingge's beautiful face. She nodded and said, Yes. The reason I want to kill him is naturally because he knows something he shouldn't know. The smile on Gu Changge's face disappeared as he said indifferently, Things I shouldn't know? Su Qingge felt a chill in her heart, and a sudden chill came from her back. She raised her bright eyes and looked at Gu Changge's calm face. For some reason, she felt that there was a hidden meaning in his words. Did the Little War Immortal know something he shouldn't know? Did that mean that he knew the true identity of the inheritor of the demonic art? Otherwise, what other possibilities could there be? As the leader of the younger generation in the upper realm, Gu Changge didn't want to kill the inheritor of the demonic art after knowing the identity of the inheritor of the demonic art. Instead, he helped him cover up his traces and flaws. Su Qingge was very smart. Other than this possibility, she couldn't think of any other explanation. If Gu Changge had already known her true identity, then it seemed that Gu Changge had already known about her exchange of identities with Ji Qingxian. It was just that he had been pretending not to know. For a moment, Su Qingge's head was buzzing as she thought of all these possibilities. Her heart was in a mess. Young master, you know everything? After a moment of silence, Su Qingge calmed herself down and asked with a slightly trembling voice. She didn't expect that she would get so much information when she met Gu Changge today. Then, what was the point of pretending all this time? What do I know? Gu Changge smiled faintly and asked in return. I remember you once said that if you knew the identity of the inheritor of the demonic art, you wouldn't let them live in this world. Su Qingge's eyes were slightly red, and her voice was trembling. She thought of the time in the Immortal Academy, when she almost exposed her identity, and was questioned by the elders. However, Gu Changge chose to believe her without any reason. From then on, she decided to hide her identity as the inheritor of the demonic art forever, and never let Guchanga know, even until the moment of her death, because she didn't want to see Guchanga's disappointed expression. However, she didn't expect that in the end, not only did Guchanga know her true identity, but he also thought of ways to cover up her tracks and solve the problem of her identity being exposed. This was no longer something that could be described as simple kindness. When Guchanga heard this, he shook his head lightly. He knew that Suchinga was going to tell him the truth. After all, she was so smart that she could guess all the reasons from the assassination of the little Zhanxian. It was meaningless to keep hiding it. It seems that you still remember this sentence. Guchanga's face was calm and casual, but the light in his eyes suddenly became somewhat deep. Suchinga lowered her eyes and said with pain and guilt, "I'm sorry that I let you down." She didn't know whether Guchanga was angry or sighing. "Do you want me to kill you now?" Guchanga asked faintly. When Suchinga heard this, she felt a little bitter and relieved inexplicably. She knew that her guess was right. From the beginning to the end, Guchanga was just playing along with her. "If you want to kill me, you won't let me live until now." Suchinga took a deep breath to calm herself down and answered, "Oh, you are so confident. You should know that there are many people who want to kill you now. Do you think I'm different from them?" Guchanga asked with interest. "I didn't kill you before because you were Ji Qingxian, but now you are the inheritor of the demonic arts, Suchinga." Hearing this, Suchinga shook her head. Her eyes were a little red. She lowered her head and said, "You are different from others. Others will kill me, but you won't." Her tone was very persistent, without the slightest emotion. If Guchanga wanted to kill her, why would he cover up her traces and send people to assassinate the little Zhanxian? "Do you think I don't want to kill you?" Guchanga smiled faintly. He suddenly reached out his hand and pinched her white and delicate neck. Suchinga was not worried at all. She shook her head and said softly, "If you really want to kill me, I won't have any complaints. Maybe it's the best ending for me to die in your hands." She begged for fresh flowers. She was telling the truth. All these years of hiding had made her very tired. If she could die quietly like this, it would be a kind of relief. "Well, I'm not a cold and heartless person. You came with me from the lower world. I can't shirk the responsibility that you became like this." Guchanga seemed to sigh softly and let her go. "Whether you are the inheritor of the demonic arts or an ordinary cultivator, it's all the same to me. No matter what my identity is, I've always been your maid. This has never changed." Suchinga's eyes were a little red. She knew how much Guchanga had to sacrifice to spare her life. After all, once her identity was exposed, Guchanga would be greatly implicated, which would have a great impact on him. The whole Kunwa city was in an uproar because of the assassination of the little Zhanxian. The news that Guchanga planned to invite many young geniuses to a banquet at Star Picking Tower the day after tomorrow to discuss how to rescue the human ancestor, Ji Xingqiu, also spread like wildfire, causing a huge sensation. Many cultivators and living beings were shocked. They didn't expect Guchanga to really plan to attack Mount Kuan with the Ji clan to rescue Ji Xingqiu. This made everyone admire him. But at the same time, they felt that this matter was not simple. After all, Guchanga's action was equivalent to inviting the descendants of the various clans to go together. However, it went without saying how dangerous Mount Kuan was. Even the supreme beings had to be careful. If the other young supreme beings stepped into it, wouldn't it be equivalent to courting death? Guchanga personally invited us, and he's still standing on the righteous side of rescuing the human ancestor. Even if we don't go, we have to go. If we don't go, it's more or less unreasonable. He's directly putting everyone on the fire to roast. Many of the famous figures of the older generation couldn't sit still. If they refused, it would not only affect the momentum of the many young geniuses who were showing off their abilities, it was more likely that it would frustrate their Dao hearts. Although the trip to Mount Kuan was dangerous, Guchanga, as the leader of the younger generation, had already taken the lead and disregarded life and death. If the others chose to retreat in fear, what would that mean? Six-Crown King, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, Heavenly Demon Lord, Little Saint King, Golden Cicada Buddha. Many young supreme beings received the invitation and became extremely silent. From the perspective of the righteous side of the upper realm, they had no reason to refuse. Damn it, Guchanga is planning to force us to go to Mount Kuan. His intentions are terrible. Little War Fairy, and she, and the others also received the invitation, and their expressions became extremely ugly. They thought that after surviving this disaster, they would regain a period of peace. However, who would have thought that Guchanga would set a second trap? In order to prevent Little War Fairy from refusing because of her injuries, Guchanga even specially ordered someone to send over healing pills to express his concern for Little War Fairy after she was assassinated. Such an action was tantamount to slapping them in the face, making them feel humiliated. The person who tried to assassinate me was definitely sent by Guchanga. Now he's even pretending to be kind and send over healing pills. How hateful. Even with Little War Fairy's indifferent state of mind, her face was pale at this moment. She clenched her fists and touched her injuries again, and a mouthful of blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. Ordinary. Chapter 566. In the palace, the Little War Immortal turned blue, and then turned pale. He was so angry that his eyes looked like they were going to shoot fire. Clenching his fists, he took a deep breath after a good while. What should we do? Don't we have a choice to refuse? Gazing at the invitation in front of her, and she asked with a sullen expression. Of course, she didn't want to get involved in this trip to Mount Kuan. No one knew what they would run into there. Besides, the sects didn't have anything to do with the JIS. Even if they wanted to save Ji Shengqiu, it had nothing to do with them. Why should she get involved in this at such a critical moment? We can only take one step at a time. If we refuse, Guchanga will have an excuse to attack us. We can't let him succeed. The Little War Immortal said in a deep voice, glancing at Anshi, Jiang Chun, Niu Tian and the others. His words silenced Jiang Chun and Niu Tian. As a matter of fact, they had already planned to leave. However, at such a critical moment, Guchanga probably wouldn't let them leave safely. I've always been curious. Why is Guchanga always against you? And she suddenly asked after a moment of silence, because she recalled the shock on the Little War Immortal's face at the Divine Stone Convention. Although the Little War Immortal had brushed it off casually, her instinct told her it wasn't so simple. It's a big deal. You have to promise me that you won't tell anyone else. Otherwise, Guchanga will definitely try his best to kill us if we alert him. By then, his methods will definitely be more horrible and crazy than the assassins he sent this time. The Little War Immortal looked unprecedentedly serious. He asked everyone in the palace to leave as he spoke, leaving only Jiang Chun and the others. In his opinion, everyone here had a grudge against Guchanga. They would learn about this sooner or later. Seeing the Little War Immortal so serious, and she and the others also became serious. They pricked up their ears to listen carefully, afraid they would miss a word. Don't worry. We won't tell anyone else. And she nodded and promised. The Little War Immortal took a deep breath. Then he told them how he had been attacked by the inheritor of the demonic method. Thanks to the Doctrine Protector's timely appearance, he was saved. However, he was also heavily injured because of this, his source almost shattering. During that incident, he had used his innate eye ability to see the true face of the inheritor of the demonic arts. You're saying that the inheritor of the demonic arts is actually someone close to Guchanga? Hearing this, Anshi's expression changed drastically. She suddenly understood many things. Her expression became very pale, and she even felt a chill run down her back. She was terrified. She could feel her voice trembling uncontrollably. Jiang Chun and Niu Tian hadn't expected to hear such shocking news either. They couldn't help but take a deep breath. Their eyes were wide open, and their scalps were numb. Yes, the inheritor of the demonic arts is actually one of Guchanga's people. I can guarantee that. And it's that maid who has always been by Guchanga's side. Little War Immortal took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He knew how incredible this was, and how many people were involved. Once this news spread out, it would definitely cause a great disturbance in the upper realm, and the consequences would be unimaginable. I see. No wonder the inheritor of the demonic arts escaped from Guchanga so many times. That's why. It took Anxi a long time to calm herself down and figure out all the rumors she had heard. She couldn't help but feel scared. If the little war immortal hadn't told her, she wouldn't have had the nerve to think that way. What was Gu Chang'e up to? The inheritor of the demonic arts, who could frighten the upper realm, was actually his maid? Anxi's face turned a little pale. She suddenly regretted being Gu Chang'e's enemy. It was hard to guess what such a person was thinking. Don't tell anyone about this. Before we have enough evidence, if Gu Chang'e knows about this, we'll definitely be killed. The little war immortal warned them again in a low voice. Sometimes the more one knew, the better. He even regretted that he hadn't kept calm at the Divine Stone Convention and showed his unusual behavior. And she nodded. She knew this was a big deal. If it was leaked, it would bring them a great disaster. Before they had enough evidence, even if they told anyone about this, it wouldn't work. Very few people would believe them. We got it. Jiang Chun and Niu Tian glanced at each other. They both fell silent. Jiang Chun thought of Xiao Ruoyin immediately. He felt a chill down his spine. His hands and feet were as cold as ice. Gu Chang'e was the inheritor of the demonic arts master. This was totally beyond his imagination. So where did the inheritor of the demonic arts come from? He was a little scared. He suddenly thought of the black-robed old man, who had given him the demonic arts. This was too dreadful. Didn't all the disasters the inheritor of the demonic arts had caused over the years happen under Gu Chang'e's watch? Or with his acquiescence? Young miss, this is bad. Miss Yen intercepted the drop of hidden immortal's genuine blood you sent to the ancestral star to get. At this moment, a servant of the Yin race outside the hall suddenly came up in a panic. He reported in a trembling voice. What? And she turned pale. Her eyes opened wide. It was the first time she had been frightened by Yen. She couldn't believe it. How dare Yen? How did she do it? And she almost gnashed her teeth in anger. This younger sister, who she had never taken seriously since she was a child, had intercepted her drop of hidden immortal's genuine blood. She couldn't believe what she had just heard. This kind of behavior was tantamount to making her already bad situation even worse, making it even more difficult. According to the rules of the Yin race, Yen was certainly qualified to fight for the drop of hidden immortal's genuine blood in the ancestral star. However, and she hadn't expected Yen to take advantage of her absence to do such a thing. She had intercepted her item on the way. She flew into a rage. She wished she could go back to the race right away to solve this problem. However, the matter in front of her made her unable to leave. When the matter in Kunwu City is settled, I will make that damn girl regret it. And she's face was extremely gloomy and ugly. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The entire Kunwu City was in an uproar because of the Ji family's imminent attack on Mount Kun. Jiaxing Lu was located in the northernmost corner of Kunwu City. It was named after the meaning of being able to pluck the stars. The entire Jiaxing Lu was extremely grand and ancient. It was built with immortal stones. The pavilion was brilliant, and the light of treasures flickered. Immortal mist rose everywhere. It was incomparably gorgeous, as if an ancient immortal building was located in the mortal world. As the place where Gu Chang'e had invited many young supremes, it was particularly lively today. At the entrance of Jiaxing Lu, many cultivators were welcoming guests. Even many of the older generation powerhouses had come to join in the fun. Although the top young generation of the entire upper realm had not gathered today, most of them had come. Every young prodigy had precious splendor flowing on their bodies. They walked like dragons and tigers, and the top of their heads was filled with sparkling light. Their spiritual power was very strong. Behind them were many attendants or followers. After all, to be invited by Gu Chang'e meant that they were at least the successors of the imperishable great sections. Their identities were indescribable. In the future, they would be the best candidates to lead the imperishable great sections. Their futures were limitless. The heavenly phoenix maiden is here. Suddenly, a series of exclamations sounded outside Jiaxing Lu. Not far away, a divine rainbow descended from the sky. It was as if a divine phoenix had spread its wings, dazzling and astonishing. A tall young woman walked over. Her red hair was like fire, and she had a cold and noble aura. It was the ancient freak, the heavenly phoenix maiden. After she arrived, she was quickly led into the building by the servants outside. Behind the heavenly phoenix maiden, the other young supremes, such as Six-Crowned King Jun Yao, Golden Cicada Buddha, Sky Demon Monarch, and others also crossed the void and came one after another. They were followed by many followers, looking extremely formal and cautious. To be honest, not many people were willing to attend today's banquet. However, if they did not come, it would be not giving Guchang face, and it would also be not considering the safety of the upper realm. Wearing such a big hat would have a great impact on their reputation. It seems that everyone's feelings are the same as mine. Six-Crowned King smiled and glanced at Golden Cicada Buddha, Sky Demon Monarch, and the others. Brother Junyao, why do you say that? Sky Demon Monarch shook his head. Seeing that almost all the young supremes in Kunwa City had rushed over, he was relieved. Seeing this, he felt much better in his heart. Haha, Guchanga wants to force us to enter Mount Kuan. It's extremely dangerous, and there's a risk of losing our lives. He's powerful, comparable to those who have achieved the Tao. But won't we just be courting death if we go in? His intentions are murderous. On the other side, the burly little sacred king walked over and sneered. His tone was full of dissatisfaction. Everyone, let's talk to Guchanga later. Golden Cicada Buddha put his palms together and shook his head gently. In terms of righteousness, rescuing the Ji family's ancestor Ji Shengqiu was the responsibility of the many orthodoxies in the upper realm. As his descendants, it was even more difficult for them to absolve themselves from the blame. Not to mention, during this process, Guchanga had taken the lead. His actions made it difficult for everyone to retreat, and they could not find a reason to do so. Soon, under the guidance of the servants in front of the tower, everyone slowly entered Jiaxing Tower. A banquet had already been prepared, and many beautiful maids were serving dishes and wine on the table. They seemed to have been waiting for them for a long time. Here, Sky Demon Monarch and the others saw many old acquaintances. They were the best of the younger generation, and it was difficult to find a match for them. The Ji family's siblings, Ji Yaoxing and Ji Chuhua, were among them. At the head of the table, Guchanga had not arrived yet, which made their expressions even more gloomy. Everyone, don't be anxious. Our young master is on his way. An old man dressed like a butler with a face full of wrinkles said with a smile. He seemed to have noticed the dissatisfaction of Sky Demon Monarch in the others, so he explained. As soon as they saw this old man, everyone in Jiaxing Tower narrowed their eyes slightly. They were shocked, and they did not dare act as casually as before. An accomplished doctrine. This old man dressed like a butler had an unfathomable cultivation, and there was the energy of the sovereign realm flowing around him. Apparently, he was also an accomplished doctrine. They were shocked. They could not figure out who this old man was. Was he a butler or the Gu family's ancestor? At this moment, they heard some noises outside Jiaxing Tower again. Little Warlord and Shi Jiangchun and the others were led here by the servants. However, compared to before, Little Warlord looked pale, as if he had not recovered from his serious injuries. Greetings, Doctrine Brothers. Little Warlord forced himself to smile and saluted Sky Demon Monarch and the others. Brother Warlord, it seems that you have not recovered from your injuries. Looks like the assassin that day was not a small matter. Seeing Little Warlord in such a state, people felt pity for him. After all, he had just been attacked by a demonic method inheritor, and now he had been attacked by an assassin. It was said that he had been seriously injured. Many people were also curious about who Little Warlord had offended. He had almost been killed by an assassin on the second day after the Divine Stone Convention. They had not heard of any of the other young Supreme Venerables who had encountered such a thing. Little Warlord said with a bitter smile. Thank you for your concern, Doctrine Brothers. It's not a big deal. I'll be fine after some rest. As he spoke, his heart was a little gloomy. He looked ahead but did not see Guchanga's figure. Oh, is everyone here? While the young Supreme Venerables were talking in low voices, a gentle voice suddenly came from the head of the table. People looked over and saw Guchanga in a black robe. He was tall and straight. His black hair was shining. His facial features were handsome, and he was smiling. They did not know when he had appeared on the table. and she could not help but feel scared when she had heard his voice, but she forced herself to stay calm. Inmei, Suchinga, and others were standing behind Guchanga. They were standing there quietly with their hands behind their backs. They were so beautiful that they looked like jade sculptures. Jiang Chun and Niu Tian sized Suchinga up calmly. They were very cautious. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed that the ruthless inheritor of demonic methods, who had wreaked havoc in the upper realm, was such a beautiful woman. Greetings, young Lord Changa. The monarch of celestial monsters, Six-Crown King, Golden Cicada Buddhist son, and others were shocked. They had not sensed when Guchanga had arrived. Brother Warlord, I heard that you were attacked by an assassin the day before yesterday. You were seriously injured. I sent many healing herbs to you, but they didn't seem to work. Guchanga smiled. He told the others not to be so polite. He looked at Little Warlord with interest. He seemed to be very concerned about his injuries. Little Warlord had not expected Guchanga to say that to him in front of so many people. He felt even more gloomy. He clenched his fists. But on the surface he still showed a wry smile and explained, "Thank you for your concern, young Master Changa. The healing medicine you sent is not of much help to my injury, but this injury is not a big problem. I will be fine after a period of recuperation." This was the excuse he had prepared for a long time. He was preparing himself for refusing to enter Mount Kuan. He was not stupid. He knew once he left Kunwa City and entered Mount Kuan, he would definitely die. In that kind of place, if Guchanga wanted to kill him, it would be easier than crushing an ant. Chapter 567. At the head of the table, Guchanga walked down with a smile on his face. He sized up Little War Immortal and smiled. "Oh, so that's the reason. It seems that Brother War Immortal's injuries are not light. Someone go get a few million-year-old living blood spirit mushrooms. Even if a Supreme Being expert is severely injured, they can quickly recover in a short time. We're going to enter Kuan Mountain tomorrow. If Brother War Immortal is still injured, I'm afraid it will be a big problem. We can't delay at this time. Brother War Immortal, don't you think so?" A million-year-old living blood spirit mushroom was a priceless treasure. Ordinary cultivators would not be able to come into contact with it. If it appeared in the auction house, it would probably cause a storm of blood. Even if a Supreme Being obtained it, they would have to carefully keep it in case of emergency. At critical times, this thing could save lives. Seeing that Guchanga was about to take out a few million-year-old living blood spirit mushrooms without hesitation, everyone's expressions changed. Everyone's expression changed slightly. While they were secretly shocked, they couldn't help but sigh. Guchanga's attitude was so firm that they couldn't refuse him. They weren't stupid. From Little War Immortal's words and actions, they had already guessed his purpose. He didn't want to enter Kuan Mountain, which was why he looked like he was seriously injured and couldn't recover. Would the dignified successor of War Immortal's sect lack healing medicine? What a joke. Unfortunately, Guchanga knew Little War Immortal's purpose. Not only did he not care, he even gave him medicine in front of everyone. He said that he didn't want to delay entering the mountain tomorrow. In this way, did Little War Immortal still have the leeway to refuse? Thinking of this, everyone felt a little sad. They couldn't help but feel a little sad. And she and the others felt sullen and angry in their hearts. But they couldn't do anything at this time. They could only force themselves to endure. "Thank you, young Master Changa, for your care and kindness. I am truly grateful. At this time we really can't delay." Little War Immortal's expression changed slightly. He clenched his fists under his sleeves. His heart was filled with anger. However, he was not an ordinary person after all. He quickly returned to normal and showed a grateful expression. "Brother Zhan Xian, there's no need to be so courteous. After all, you and I are both of the younger generation. Seeing that something happened to you, I couldn't help but feel worried. There are many dangers in Kuan Mountain. If you recover from your injuries, you will have a higher chance of rescuing the human ancestor, Senior Ji Shengqiu. When that time comes, you'll be the savior of everyone in the upper realm." Guchanga maintained a gentle smile on his face as he gestured for everyone to take a seat. At the banquet, numerous young and beautiful female attendants had already served up fruits, spirit wine, ferocious beast meat, and so on and so forth, causing multicolored lights to seethe while divine radiance suffused the air. After the many young supreme martial artists were seated, their mood was rather complicated. They knew that it would be difficult for them to refuse the invitation to enter Mount Kuan tomorrow. Golden Cicada chanted, and looked up at Gu Chang'e. He thought about how Gu Chang'e plotted against him, and the entire Buddha mountain back in the demon burial abyss. If he entered Mount Kuan casually this time, he would inevitably fall into Gu Chang'e's trap. He had to make some preparations in advance, so that he would not die tragically in case something unexpected happened. Six Crown King, the celestial monster monarch, and the others were also thinking about how to save their lives in Mount Kuan. Since they could not refuse, they could only take one step at a time. Fortunately, there were many strong people behind them. When they entered Mount Kuan, they could bring more people with them. They did not think that any unexpected accidents would happen. At the moment, many young supreme martial artists were thinking the same thing as them. Entering the Kuan mountain was inevitable, so he could only think of a way to save his life in there. Human ancestor, Senior Ji Shengqiu, once protected us in the upper realm. He took care of all the forces of the great doctrine orthodoxy. Now that he is in prison, of course we can't just stand by and watch. If Senior Ji Shengqiu gets out of prison, he will definitely be able to solve the current problem of the Yin Heaven. This is a rare blessing for the entire upper realm. I would like to express my gratitude to all of you for your help on behalf of Senior Ji Shengqiu. At the head of the table, Gu Chang'e glanced at Jiang Chun, Niu Tian, and the others, who were drinking silently. Then he walked down unhurriedly, raised his cup, and said with a smile. Seeing this, the others also raised their cups, not daring to be negligent. Young Master Chang'e's heart is righteous and magnanimous. In order to rescue Senior Ji Shengqiu, you did not hesitate. It is truly a blessing for the upper realm. Besides, this is what we should do. Senior Ji Shengqiu took care of our ancestor. Now that he is trapped in Mount Kuan, it would be great if he could help. Many young supreme martial artists said hurriedly. They sounded very sincere and moved. They could not hide their admiration. Even the celestial monster monarch and the others, who were dissatisfied and aggrieved, did not dare to say anything at this moment. At this point they could not refuse. Many thanks, fellow Taoists, for putting so much effort into the matter of rescuing my clan's ancestor. Yao Xing and Chu Wei are truly grateful. Ji Yaoxing and Ji Chuiwa also got up at this moment to toast the young supreme martial artists to express their gratitude. Although Ji Chuiwa was a little unhappy at this moment, she still forced a smile to express her gratitude to the geniuses. Not until then did many people notice that this little princess of the Ji family was really a flawless jade. She was slim, graceful, fair and graceful. She was extremely attractive. She was rarely seen. It was hard to find her. Gazing at Ji Chuiwa, who had obviously dressed up, Jiang Chun was also a little absent-minded. It took him a good while to come to himself. He knew Ji Chuiwa very well. They had even had adventures near Mount Kuan. It was thanks to him that the Ji family had found out their ancestor was trapped in there. However, the Ji family did not mention anything about this, as if they knew nothing about it. Chuiwa. Lowering his head, Jiang Chun took a sip of wine. He felt even heavier. He could see that although the Ji Chuiwa in front of him looked bright and beautiful, the depths of her eyes were very different from before. She lacked the liveliness and was very stiff. She was like an elf in the forest who had broken her wings. She could not fly as freely as before. This meant Ji Chuiwa had not been very happy recently. She had not been living a good life. Jiang Chun somehow felt sorry for her. He did have a good impression of Ji Chuiwa, which he could not hide. Since he had met her in Mount Purple, he had felt this smart and lively woman was not a bad person. Although her brother had tried to frame him in Mount Purple, he had been forced to do that. Not long ago, Ji Chuiwa had come to warn him that her brother had known his true identity. She had asked him to be careful. Little Chunzi, what's wrong? Noticing his friend's unusual expression, Niu Tian could not help but ask. He was a little worried. Jiang Chun sighed to himself. Gazing at Ji Chuiwa ahead of him, he said in a low voice, "That woman is my friend. I want to save her." Niu Tian was surprised. Although he had not seen Ji Chuyue before, he could guess who she was. Jiang Chen knew her? Don't I think she's fine? Why do you want to save her? However, it was not the right time to ask how they knew each other. He just asked, puzzled. He had no idea why Jiang Chen would say he wanted to save Ji Chuyue. You don't understand. She's not happy now. She's like a canary in a cage. She has no freedom at all. Jiang Chen sighed. He felt Ji Chiyue's eyes were dim. She did not have the quick-wittedness he was familiar with. She looked like she had been imprisoned there. What are you going to do? Don't worry. I'll help you as long as you want to do it. Niu Tian kept silent. Then he asked. Jiang Chen was touched. Then he said in a low voice, I don't know what to do. I'll just have to wait and see. I think Chuyue must be very sad. Her brother is using her as a tool to make friends with other young Supreme Venerables. Young Lord Chang'e spent a lot of effort to save our ancestor. He invited many geniuses to hold this banquet. My sister Chuyue and I are very grateful. Let's toast you. While Jiang Chen and Niu Tian were talking in a low voice, Ji Yaoxing and his younger sister, Ji Chuyue, were standing in front of Gu Chang'e in front of the banquet table. Ji Chuyue was wearing a long light yellow dress. Her figure was tall and slender, and her face was slightly powdered. Her eyebrows were curved, her nose was small, and her lips were red. She appeared extremely beautiful and charming, causing many young supreme beings to secretly look over with strange expressions. She was following Ji Yaoxing. Holding a wine glass, she was going to pass it to Gu Chang'e without saying anything. Brother Yaoxing, you don't have to be so polite. Since I promised you I'll do it. Seeing this, Gu Chang'e smiled gently and reached out to take the wine cup from Ji Chiyue's hand. However, at this moment, she seemed to have touched Gu Chang'e's hand by accident. Ji Chiyue's hand suddenly trembled. She dropped the wine glass. In the next moment, a loud clang was heard. The glass full of wine fell to the ground at once. Gu Chang'e's hand was wet with the wine in an instant. Seeing this scene, everyone's expression changed drastically. Ji Chiyue clearly didn't expect this to happen, and her small face became somewhat pale. The whole banquet quieted down instantly. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Chapter 568. The wine cup fell on the ground with a clang. The sound was extremely harsh. Although it was made of bronze and wasn't broken, it was still very clear in the banquet, which had quieted down. Everyone looked over in surprise. Then they all kept quiet out of fear. No one said anything. Some sharp-eyed cultivators saw that Gu Chang'e's sleeves were wet. Some wine was even dripping from his fair and slender palm. Such a scene made them turn pale. They kept quiet. They didn't dare say anything. Why would the wine cup fall to the ground all of a sudden? This made many people start to imagine what was going on. As the host of this banquet, Gu Chang'e had invited many young Supreme Venerables for the Ji family. However, at such a crucial moment, Ji Chiyue unexpectedly spilled the wine cup when she went to propose a toast to him. This could even be said to be extremely disrespectful. Chiyue. Jiang Chen had been paying attention to Ji Chiyue's expression and behavior. He couldn't help but worry. However, he didn't expect that Ji Chiyue would spill the wine cup on purpose. In his opinion, Ji Chiyue must have done it on purpose to express her dissatisfaction. Young Lord Chang'e, please forgive her. Chiyue didn't do it on purpose. Ji Yaoxing's expression also changed drastically. His smile froze on his face. He hurried to apologize. He didn't expect such a thing to happen suddenly. He had a bad feeling. He was even worried that Ji Chiyue would take what he had said to heart and do it on purpose. In this way, the situation would become even worse. If someone took this opportunity to say that the Ji family was disrespectful to Gu Chang'e, it would make the situation worse for the Ji family, which was in the middle of rescuing their ancestors. All the hard work they had put in would be for naught. Chiyue apologized to young Lord Chang'e right away. Ji Yaoxing hurried to speak to Ji Chiyue, whose face had turned pale. He didn't have time to blame her at this moment. Young Lord Chang'e, please forgive me. I really didn't do it on purpose. Ji Chiyue came to herself. Her head was still buzzing. She was also scared. She apologized in a trembling voice. She was terrified. She didn't know why she suddenly retracted her hand, which caused her to lose her grip on the wine cup. But no matter what, knocking over the wine cup, and even letting the wine spill all over Guchanga's palm was her fault and disrespect. In the current upper realm, who would dare to disrespect Guchanga? Seeing the smile on Guchanga's face vanish, Ji Chue's face turned even paler. At the end of the day, she was just a young girl who had not experienced much. Although she was the little princess of the Ji family, she could secretly discuss Guchanga with her brother, Ji Yaoxing. However, when he truly stood in front of Guchanga, who stood at the pinnacle of power in the upper realm, he finally understood how nervous and fearful he was. Miss Chuyu, are you that afraid of me? You can't even hold a wine glass properly? Just as Ji Chue was on the verge of collapsing, her small face turning pale, cold sweat seeping out of her forehead, and her legs turning to jelly, Guchanga finally spoke. He looked calm, shaking his head slightly. His voice was as easygoing as usual. It did not sound like he was blaming her at all. However, Ji Chue and Ji Yaoxing did not dare relax at all. They were still in a panic. No, Chue is not afraid of young Lord Changa. I was just distracted. Please forgive me, young Lord Changa. Ji Chue explained in a trembling voice. Oh, what happened to distract Miss Chue at such a moment? Guchanga seemed to be interested and asked. Ji Chue turned even paler. Of course, she did not have the nerve to say it was because her brother was going to pick a fight with Jiang Chun, but she could not find a suitable reason. Yes, but young Lord Changa might laugh at me if I tell you. The day before yesterday, young Lord Changa said you were going to invite many geniuses to discuss how to rescue our ancestors. Chue is very grateful to you, young Lord Changa. She kept mentioning you in front of me. I casually mentioned to her that her family wanted her to be your concubine. Seeing his sister's expression, how could Ji Yaoxing not guess the reason why she was distracted just now? While sighing in his heart, he hurriedly stood up and explained with a bit of apology and a bitter smile. Of course, this explanation was just a slip of the tongue. He could not find a suitable reason other than this. According to Ji Chue's status, if she wanted to be Guchanga's concubine, it would depend on whether Guchanga was willing or not. Many geniuses in the upper realms were drooling over this status. Many young geniuses at the banquet suddenly understood. They shook their heads with pity, but they did not doubt it. After all, Guchanga was so excellent. He had great power and great strength. Which geniuses would not be attracted by him? In their eyes, Ji Chue was no exception. Was that why she had accidentally knocked over the wine glass in her nervousness? This was within reason. Brother. Ji Chue obviously did not expect Ji Yaoxing to say that. She was a little stunned, then her face turned red. Saying this in front of so many people made her blush. She felt embarrassed. She was not stupid. She knew that Ji Yaoxing was helping her out. But this explanation did not consider her reputation at all. This made her, who was thin-skinned, want to find a hole to hide in. Chue, don't be shy. This is not something to be ashamed of. Ji Yaoxing smiled and said with a helpless expression. Oh, so that's the reason. Miss Chue, there's no need to be nervous. I'm not a scourge. Guchanga's expression did not change much when he heard this explanation. He just smiled faintly and did not comment. Ji Yaoxing did not know if he believed it. However, seeing that Guchanga did not continue to hold on to it, he breathed a sigh of relief. He felt that this trouble should be solved. Yin Mei, who was behind Guchanga, took out a plain white handkerchief and was about to wipe the wine on Guchanga's hand. Ji Yaoxing hurriedly signaled to Ji Chue with his eyes. Seeing this, Ji Chue also understood her brother's meaning. Her face was burning, and even her ears were red. She walked forward and said in a submissive voice, I'm sorry for just now. I wet young Master Changa's sleeve. As she spoke, she also took out a plain white handkerchief and carefully wiped Guchanga's hand. Guchanga looked at Wuxia's beautiful face, which was trembling because of nervousness. Guchanga couldn't help but smile gently and didn't stop her. Seeing this scene, many young prodigies did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. Instead, many girls were very envious. What a good method. She deliberately knocked over the wine glass, just to take the opportunity to get close to young Master Changa. This Ji Chue is not simple either. She did what we wanted to do but didn't dare. The heavenly beauties were extremely envious, their words full of jealousy. Shut up, all of you. Chuiwa is not as vain as you. She doesn't want to climb up the social ladder. Jiang Chun, whose eyes were a little red, could not help but shout in a low voice. He clenched his fists so hard that his knuckles cracked. However, his words did not work. After the Divine Stone Convention, many prodigies did not need to treat him with respect anymore. As the descendant of a divine origin master, the girls who had spoken glanced at him disdainfully. They did not even bother to speak, as if they were looking at a fool. Jiang Chun was very angry. He was livid. He was very angry. In his eyes, it was obvious that Ji Chuiwa had not done this willingly. She had been forced by her brother. She was the little princess of the JIS. Her status was very high. She was very beautiful, like a flawless fairy created by God. Since when had she ever wiped a young man's hand so carefully? Jiang Chun felt sorry for her. But more than that, he was unwilling to accept it. Little Chunzi, calm down. Don't be impulsive. Seeing Jiang Chun's expression change, Niu Tian turned pale. He hurried to persuade him and stop him. How can I calm down at this moment? Jiang Chun gnashed his teeth, gazing at Gu Chang'e, who was sitting at the head of the table, wearing a black robe and looking very noble. And then at Ji Chuiwa, next to him, who had flushed and was wiping his hand carefully. Jiang Chun's heart twitched. In his eyes, this scene was no different from a pure white flower growing beside the abyss of utmost evil, which could be torn into pieces by the strong wind blowing out of the abyss at any time. Guards, take this man down. However, when Jiang Chun could not bear it anymore, and was going to stand up for Ji Chuiwa, Ji Yaoxing, who was sitting in front of him, suddenly looked in his direction. The humble and respectful look on his face disappeared. He became very cold. He gave the order directly. Walala, Gu. As soon as Ji Yaoxing finished speaking, many knights in battle suits suddenly appeared outside the star-picking tower. They surrounded Jiang Chun in an instant. It was as if they had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Jiang Chun's expression froze when he witnessed this unexpected scene. His anger also disappeared in an instant. He was petrified where he had been. The people at the banquet, including the Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, Six-Crown King, the Celestial Monster Monarch, and others, were all shocked and confused. They were shocked by this scene. They did not expect Ji Yaoxing to give the order to take Jiang Chun down. What's going on? And she and the little war immortal were also confused. They stood up in shock and looked back. After all, Jiang Chun had come here with them. They were familiar with him. Chapter 569. Splash! As soon as Ji Yaoxing gave the order, a large group of aggressive knights in battle suits dashed into the pavilion from outside. They surrounded the petrified Jiang Chun. Instantly, a dreadful killing energy intertwined and filled the air. It was so cold that people couldn't help but tremble slightly. Jiang Chun looked like he had no idea what was going on. He stood there in a daze, as if someone had poured a basin of cold water on him. He felt cold all over. He didn't have the time to get angry and seek justice for Ji Chuiwa. Elder brother Yaoxing, what's the meaning of this? Xiao Zhanxian, and she, and others got to their feet as soon as they came to themselves. They stood in front of Jiang Chun to defend him. Frowning, they asked unhappily. As far as they were concerned, Jiang Chun had the inheritance of a divine origin master. His future was limitless. Ji Yaoxing wanted to take him down without distinguishing right from wrong. Wasn't he being unreasonable? Besides, they had brought Jiang Chun here with them. If Ji Yaoxing took him away, wouldn't it be a slap in their faces? Elder brother Yaoxing, what happened? Why did you have this divine origin master's descendant arrested? The other young supreme venerables asked, puzzled. Elder brother. Ji Chuiwa realized what Ji Yaoxing was up to immediately. She turned pale. She was very worried. Ji Yaoxing knew Jiang Chun's true identity. If he exposed Jiang Chun's true identity in front of so many people, Jiang Chun would definitely be hunted down. In that case, Jiang Chun would be hunted down endlessly. He would end up like a rat crossing the street, and the whole world would be his enemy. Miss Chuiwa, you seem to be worried about the safety of that divine origin master's descendant? At this moment, Gu Chang'e's excited voice came from the side. Ji Chuiwa hurried to come to herself. She felt even more uneasy. Shaking her head, she explained, "No. Young Lord Chang'e, you misunderstood me. Gu Chang'e interrupted her with a faint smile. Miss Chuwei, you value friendship. This is a good thing. But don't forget who you are and who he is. Do you want to bring disaster to your family for no reason?" Hearing this, Ji Chue's face paled slightly. She quietly pinched her sleeves, wanting to say something. 683, but when the words were at the tip of his tongue, he swallowed them back down. He could only silently hang his head with an extremely dejected expression. She knew Jiang Chun had offended many orthodoxies. In many people's eyes, he had killed many leaders of great sects in the Great Void Divine Tomb. Although Jiang Chun claimed that he had been wronged by Gu Chang'e and the Great Void Divine Clan, Jiang Chun still believed him. However, there was no evidence to prove that the rumors were false. At this moment, if she helped Jiang Chun, she would undoubtedly bring disaster to her family. Not to mention the fact that Jiang Chun regarded Gu Chang'e as his sworn enemy. Looks like Brother Zhanxian and Miss Anqi still don't know this person's true identity and have been kept in the dark by him. Seeing everyone's puzzled expression, Ji Yaoxing glanced at Gu Chang'e behind him. Seeing him nod slightly in approval, Ji Yaoxing spoke calmly. "True identity?" Upon hearing this, Six Crown King and the others were startled, and they all looked at Jiang Chun in confusion. He actually had another identity? At this moment, Jiang Chun had guessed what Ji Yaoxing was going to say. His expression changed slightly, and he clenched his fists in anger. "Gu Chang'e, you are a hypocrite. You are despicable and shameless. You are insane. You will get your retribution sooner or later." He didn't care about the consequences anymore. He cursed at Gu Chang'e directly. What had happened in the Great Void Divine Tomb had nothing to do with him. It had always been Gu Chang'e and the Great Void Divine Clan who had wronged him. They had made him the scapegoat for killing the leaders of great sections. However, at this moment, Gu Chang'e had told Ji Yaoxing to pretend to be a thief. How could Jiang Chun not go crazy with anger? His eyes were full of anger. What? He has another identity. And she and the little Zhanxian were also shocked. They knew this was bad. They knew Jiang Chun's true identity had been exposed. However, both of them were smart. They were struck dumb at first, and then they pretended to be shocked, as if they had no idea who Jiang Chun was. Jiang Chun had told them about the hatred between him and Gu Chang'e. He had also told them about what had happened in the Great Void Divine Tomb. However, at such a critical moment, they had to pretend they didn't know anything. Otherwise, if they were involved, even the forces behind them wouldn't be able to protect them. Niu Tian opened his mouth. He wanted to say something for Jiang Chun, but in the end, he just let out a sigh and kept silent. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that no one could save Jiang Chun that day. He wasn't stupid. He wouldn't rush forward recklessly, knowing full well that he was a mantis trying to stop a chariot. If you had hidden yourself well, maybe I wouldn't have found you. But you are too bold. How dare you jump around right under my nose? Are you looking down on me, or are you confident in yourself? Gu Chang'e didn't care about Jiang Chun's cursing at all. Smiling, he stood up from his seat. Staring at him, Jiang Chun's eyes turned red. He cursed in anger. "Gu Chang'e, you are a hypocrite. You are a beast in human skin. One day, someone will take care of you." However, before he could finish speaking, an old man dressed like a steward suddenly appeared beside him. Then he shook his sleeves slightly. A great power came out of him. Jiang Chun snorted. He turned pale. Spitting blood, he collapsed on the ground. He looked miserable. He couldn't even think about fighting back. A dreadful pressure was pressing down on him like an insurmountable mountain. "Young man, you shouldn't disrespect our young lord. Don't act recklessly." The old man looked indifferent. He waved his hand slightly. Many knights came forward to capture Jiang Chun quickly. When they saw this scene, the hearts of many young supreme beings trembled. They were all extremely cautious and fearful. This old man was a genuine doctrine attainment expert, and as long as he was here, even if Jiang Chun had wings, he wouldn't be able to escape from them. Looks like I don't need to explain more. My fellow doctrine brothers, you can see that this man has disguised himself. He is hiding among us. He is up to no good. We'd better capture him first, Ji Yaoxing said. The crowd fell silent. They vaguely guessed there was some enmity between Jiang Chun and Gu Chang'e. They weren't stupid. Of course, they wouldn't stand up for Jiang Chun at such a critical moment and offend Gu Chang'e. Darn it. I treated Brother Jiang as a good friend. How could he deceive us like this? Seeing Jiang Chun being taken away, the young war immortal said with a sad and disappointed expression. And she shook her head and sighed. We misjudged Brother Jiang. Looks like this is why he approached us. Thanks to young Lord Chang'e, we saw his true face today. We didn't get into big trouble. In a few words, they cut off all ties with Jiang Chun. They looked like they had been deceived by him for a long time. This man is really cunning. He has been hiding in Kuanwu City for many days. I didn't notice him until recently. Seeing the young war immortal and Inshi's expressions, Gu Chang'e said with a faint smile. He didn't take it to heart. He didn't ask Ji Yaoxing to expose Jiang Chun's true identity in front of the crowd. After all, if he did that, the other orthodoxies would notice him. They would go to Kuan Mountain the next day. He still needed Jiang Chun's help. After this incident, the people at the banquet had a lot on their minds. Then Six Crown King and the Heavenly Phoenix Maiden left. They planned to meet outside Kuan Mountain the next day. The young war immortal, and she, and the others didn't want to stay even a minute longer. They also left. They went back to discuss how to survive in Kuan Mountain. Seeing his friend taken away, Niu Tian was at his wit's end. He felt helpless. He could only pin his hopes on Enshi and the others. He wanted them to help him. In such a big upper realm, he couldn't find anyone who could help him. Hasn't Xiaoruoyin been with Gu Chang'e? If she still cares about him, maybe she can give it a try. After that, Niu Tian thought of another person and thought to himself. In the current upper realm, Xiaoruoyin was probably their last friend. At such a moment, if she still cared about their old relationship, she might have saved Jiang Chun's life. Since Jiang Chun has the inheritance of a divine origin master, he will definitely play a role in tomorrow's trip to Kuan Mountain. Sister, you'll go with me later. Try to persuade Jiang Chun to be sensible. He's a smart guy. He should know what to do. Soon, only the Ji family's siblings were left in the star-picking tower. Ji Yaoxing looked excited. He said to Ji Chuya, who looked a little sad. In his opinion, Jiang Chun was interested in his sister. He could take advantage of this opportunity to cut Jiang Chun off. At the same time, Ji Chuya would give up. Do I have to go with you? Ji Chuya didn't have the nerve to look at him. She had seen Jiang Chun so angry, like a beast on the verge of death. She didn't even have the nerve to look at him. It's good to let him give up. Sister, don't be soft-hearted at this moment. Ji Yaoxing said in a deep voice. Ji Chuya stayed silent. She was confused. She really didn't know what to say to Jiang Chun. She wasn't a heartless person. And in her opinion, the reason why Jiang Chun's identity had been exposed had something to do with her. At the same time, in Kuanwu City, where the Palace of Heavenly Immortals was stationed, Niu Tian came here alone after bidding farewell to the little war immortal and Enshi. His current identity was that of a peerless genius of the reclusive and family. As a result, although the disciples of the Palace of Heavenly Immortals were curious about why he had come here, they didn't ask him. Please give this to Xiaoruoyin. Tell her I'm an old friend of hers. I want to see her. Gazing at the magnificent palaces in front of him, Niu Tian sighed. He took the letter out of his pocket and gave it to the disciples of the Palace of Heavenly Immortals. The letter was written in the language of their world. Average people wouldn't be able to recognize it. He believed as long as Xiaoruoyin received the letter, she would know it was an old friend of hers from her hometown who wanted to see her. He wants to see apprentice Sister Ruin? The disciples of the Palace of Heavenly Immortals at the gate turned pale. They didn't dare delay. They hurried to deliver the letter. By then, Xiaoruoyin's status in the Palace of Heavenly Immortals had risen. Even the elders were extremely fawning over her. Average disciples like them didn't even have the nerve to raise their heads in front of her. Thank you. Niu Tian expressed his gratitude. However, he smiled bitterly to himself. He had mixed feelings. It was obvious that Xiaoruoyin was living a good life. A weak woman with no power or influence could not only join the Palace of Heavenly Immortals, an immortal sect of the upper realm, but also enjoy such a high status. This was simply inconceivable to him. If he hadn't been saved by Anshi because of his special bloodline, he wouldn't have been as rich as 1/10 of Jiang Chen. However, in front of Xiao Ruoyin, Jiang Chen wasn't even qualified to look at him. And the one who brought all of this to Xiao Ruoyin was the man she had attached herself to. Xiao Ruoyin wasn't in the same world as them anymore. Then Niu Tian, with mixed feelings, walked to the nearest hostel. He chose a window seat and waited for Xiao Ruoyin there. If Xiao Ruoyin didn't come, he would have no other choice. Chapter 570. An old friend is looking for me? In the palace, Xiao Ruoyin was sitting cross-legged. Many silver ancient symbols were shining on her. She suddenly opened her eyes when she heard the disciples' report. Frowning, she wondered whether it was Jiang Chen who was looking for her. She had been staying in the palace of Heavenly Immortals Station. She had never left. She had no idea what had happened in the star-picking tower that day. Yes, apprentice Sister Ruoyin. This is the letter your old friend asked me to deliver. Please take a look. The disciple outside the palace said respectfully, holding the letter in his hand. Xiao Ruoyin nodded. She got up and walked out of the palace. She was curious about why Jiang Chen was looking for her. She also wanted to see Jiang Chen. She was going to try to get her creation immortal boat back. However, when Xiao Ruoyin opened the letter, she was struck dumb. She frowned. Niu Tian is looking for me? It's not Jiang Chen? Xiao Ruoyin's expression changed. She was the only one who could recognize the handwriting on the letter. The letter was simple. It said Jiang Chen was in trouble and needed her help. She hesitated. She was considering whether she should go and see Niu Tian. She had woken up the Fate High Priest's memory. Her old friends, including Niu Tian and Jiang Chen, were not important to her. She would be fine as long as they did not affect her recovery to her peak. There were thousands of methods in the world. Only the Great Doctrine was unique. Jiang Chen was special to her, because he was the creation immortal boat's weapon spirit. That was why she had to pay more attention to him. What kind of trouble is Jiang Chen in? Why does he need Niu Tian to ask me for help? Then Xiao Ruoyin calmed down. She decided to see Niu Tian after thinking it over. In the inn outside the Palace of Heavenly Immortals, she found Niu Tian in a corner according to the letter's content. Ruoyin, you are here. Niu Tian, frowning, had been waiting for her. He had not expected Xiao Ruoyin to come so quickly. He was pleasantly surprised to see her. In his opinion, the fact that Xiao Ruoyin had come to see him so quickly meant she cared about Jiang Chen's life and death. She wouldn't just stand by and watch. However, the current Xiao Ruoyin was very different from the Xiao Ruoyin he knew in the past. Although her appearance hadn't changed much, she now exuded an aloof and cold aura that seemed otherworldly. She was like a fairy from the vast cold palace who could fly away with the wind at any time. Her white clothes fluttered in the wind, and her fine black hair danced in the wind. Her face was fair and flawless, and her facial features were exquisite and beautiful. Her sparkling eyes contained an unfathomable depth. Compared to Niu Tian, who had stood up excitedly, Xiao Ruoyin looked calm and indifferent. She glanced at him and said, "What kind of trouble is Jiang Chen in? Do I need you to find me?" Her tone was flat, and she had no intention of catching up with an old friend. This distant and indifferent appearance caused Niu Tian's smile to freeze on his face. He seemed to be slightly embarrassed and in disbelief. After that, he slowly sat back down. He smiled bitterly to himself. He was a little disappointed. He felt like the Xiao Ruoyin in front of him was really strange. He couldn't help but recall the many changes in Xiao Ruoyin that Jiang Chen had been complaining to him recently. "If it weren't so urgent, I wouldn't have bothered you either, but I really have no other choice. I guess you're the only one who can save Jiang Chen now. He's in great danger. It's a matter of life and death. He was caught by Guchanga's men in the star-picking tower today." Niu Tian took a deep breath and calmed down. After that, he told Xiao Ruoyin about everything that had happened today in detail. Jiang Chen was caught by Guchanga? After listening to these words, Xiao Ruoyin's brows suddenly wrinkled. She felt that this matter was very tricky, and not as simple as Niu Tian thought. She had to be very careful around Guchanga, as if she was treading on thin ice. She wasn't as comfortable and free as people had thought. How could she save Jiang Chen? There's nothing we can do about it. Jiang Chen's disguise was seen through by Gu Chang'e in the star-picking tower today. I guess he's being held there now. It's hard to say whether he's dead or alive. Jiang Chen is in the hands of a cruel man like Gu Chang'e. I guess he'll suffer inhumane torture. If no one saves him, he won't survive. Niu Tian sighed. He couldn't hide his sadness. Why do you think I can save Jiang Chen? Hearing these words, Xiao Ruoyin was silent for a moment. Her expression did not change, but she asked in a flat voice. Gu Chang'e is so nice to you. Ruoyin, I think you have a way. As long as you talk to Gu Chang'e and ask for his mercy, maybe he'll let Jiang Chen go for your sake. Hearing this, Niu Tian smiled bitterly. Xiao Ruoyin frowned. She didn't know whether Niu Tian was telling the truth or just joking. Didn't he know what kind of person Gu Chang'e was? If she had the nerve to talk to Gu Chang'e, what would the consequences be? And what would Gu Chang'e think? She would be in a worse situation by then. Ruoyin, don't get me wrong. I don't mean anything else. Gu Chang'e should have known about your relationship with Jiang Chen when he let us out of the dungeon. Since you're his friend, it won't be a big deal for you to ask for his mercy. If you really can't do anything, I'll have to find another way. Seeing Xiao Ruoyin keep silent, Niu Tian got anxious. He was worried she would refuse, so he hurried to explain. Got it. I'll try my best. But I can't guarantee whether I can save Jiang Chen. After a long silence, Xiao Ruoyin sighed to herself. Then she agreed. She knew there was no other way. She didn't have a choice. If Gu Chang'e killed Jiang Chen, she wouldn't be able to get her fairy boat of good fortune back. No matter what the reason was, she had to find a way to save Jiang Chen. At least she couldn't let him be killed by Gu Chang'e now. That's great. I knew you would agree. Niu Tian was overjoyed. He felt relieved. After getting Xiao Ruoyin's promise, he didn't stay long. He hurried to leave. He was afraid he would bring criticism to Xiao Ruoyin. In his opinion, Xiao Ruoyin must have paid a great price to get her current status. Besides her beauty, he couldn't think of anything else about Xiao Ruoyin. You're always making me worry. Seeing Niu Tian leave, Xiao Ruoyin shook her head. She thought for a while. Then she went to where Gu Chang'e had been. She knew Gu Chang'e would attack Mount Kun the next day with his men to rescue the Ji family's ancestor. She didn't know how much time she would have to waste there. If she didn't hurry to see Gu Chang'e, she didn't know when she would have another chance. Splash! At this moment, in a damp and dark dungeon, a young man was lying on the ground in a coma, covered with blood. Then, as a basin of cold water was suddenly poured on him, he shivered. He opened his eyes abruptly. They were bloodshot, but there was still anger and hatred in them. You're awake, the jailer next to him said with a cold smile. He put down the basin of cold water he had been about to pour on him. Jiang Chen gradually woke up from his daze. He got to his feet with difficulty. At this moment, he felt a sharp pain all over his body. He didn't know how many of his bones were broken. All of his internal organs were ruptured. After being slapped by the old man who looked like a butler, he felt 100 times worse than being crushed by a mountain. If he didn't have the sacred body of good fortune, he would have suffered more serious injuries. Where am I? Then Jiang Chen looked around to size up his surroundings. He noticed there were many bloodstains and scratches on the walls, as well as a cold chain that pierced through his shoulder blades. Apparently this was some dark dungeon. Then he noticed the black-clothed man standing in front of him. Jiang Chen shivered. He couldn't hide the humiliation, anger and hatred in his eyes. Gu Chang'e. Staring at him, he almost squeezed these 3 words out of his teeth. Ji Yaoxing and Ji Chuya were standing behind Gu Chang'e. However, Ji Chuya didn't dare make eye contact with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had been looking at her at the banquet. Although she knew what he was looking at, she had been avoiding his gaze. It was the same at this moment. Looks like your injuries aren't serious enough. You still have the strength to speak. She begged for fresh flowers. Gu Chang'e smiled slightly. The jailer next to him gave him a cup of steaming tea. He took a deep breath unhurriedly. He looked very relaxed and natural. I'll fight you to the death. Seeing Gu Chang'e looking down at him so casually, Jiang Chen gnashed his teeth so hard that they almost broke. He ignored the sharp pain all over his body and was going to fight him to the death. However, Before he could do anything, the jailer next to him gave him a cold kick. He scolded him. "How dare you act so presumptuously in front of the young lord? Don't court death." Puff. Jiang Chun was injured all over. Of course he couldn't take such a kick. He spat out blood, mixed with many pieces of his internal organs. He was sent flying and fell against the wall. He looked even more embarrassed. Ji Chue couldn't bear to see him like this, but she didn't dare say anything in front of Gu Changge. "Sister, you'd better tell him that in person." Ji Yaoxing couldn't help but shake his head. He was worried Gu Changge would misunderstand, so he told Ji Chue to cut ties with Jiang Chun with her own hands. In this way, both she and Jiang Chun would give up on each other, so that they wouldn't have any illusions. Ji Chue's small face was slightly pale. Hearing this, she glanced at her brother, and then at the indifferent Gu Changge. Then, she gritted her teeth and walked forward with determination. Gradually, as if she had thought it through, the expression on her face also slowly became calm. "Chue, I know you're in a difficult situation because you can't control yourself. I don't blame you." Jiang Chun got to his feet. Gazing at her, he seemed to have guessed what Ji Chue was going to say, but at this moment he showed an understanding smile. "Jiang Chun, don't flatter yourself. Don't you understand? How did your identity get exposed?" Ji Chue shook her head. She said in a cold voice, "If you know what's good for you, you'll work for young Master Gu. Young Master Gu is generous. Maybe he'll spare your life and overlook your previous offense." "Chue, you don't have to say that. I know you're not that kind of person." Jiang Chun tried his best to bear the sharp pain all over his body, but he couldn't help but smile. He knew Ji Chue had been forced to do this. She was a kind-hearted girl. She wouldn't do anything to expose his identity. What he saw before his eyes was just an act. Ji Chue frowned. She was anxious. She was saving Jiang Chun. As long as he obeyed her and worked for Gu Changge, he would survive. Why didn't he understand? "Looks like you haven't figured it out yet. So, I'll tell you frankly. The Ji family wants to save their ancestors. You have the inheritance of a divine origin master. You can help the Ji family in Mount Kuan. After you save the ancestors of the Ji family, you'll be their benefactor. Even the ancestors of the Ji family will be grateful to you. Aren't you interested in Ji Chue? With the support of the ancestors of the Ji family, it'll be possible for you to be the son-in-law of the Ji family." Gu Changge faintly smiled and waved her hand, interrupting Ji Chue's words. Then he walked over. He suddenly held Ji Chue's slim waist with his other hand. She was petrified. She didn't know what to do. "Gu Changge, what are you doing?" Jiang Chun's face turned extremely pale. His eyes were burning with anger. He wished he could cut off Gu Changge's hand right away. Ji Chue's head was also buzzing. She was petrified. She didn't dare move at all. However, Gu Changge didn't seem to see Jiang Chun's expression. In other words, he turned a blind eye to Jiang Chun's look. He was still smiling slightly. He caressed the pretty face in front of him, which was panicking. "As you can see, Ji Chue doesn't want to be my concubine. If you don't want her to be played by me like today, I think you'll find a way to save her. If you save the ancestors of the Ji family, you'll be able to marry Ji Chue and become the son-in-law of the Ji family. Or you'll be killed by me. You can choose one out of these two choices." Chapter 571. In the dark and damp dungeon, Jiang Chun gnashed his teeth. He clenched his fists so hard that his knuckles cracked. He was extremely angry. He stared at Gu Changge. "Don't push me too far. You've gone too far. Don't even think about threatening me with Chue. I won't even consider what you've said. If you want to kill me, just kill me. Do you think I'm afraid of death?" Especially when he heard Gu Changge's undisguised mockery and humiliation. It made him even angrier. He wanted nothing more than to tear Gu Changge into pieces. Gu Changge made Ji Chue sound like a commodity instead of a living person. Ji Yaoxing, Ji Chue's elder brother, didn't stop them. Instead, he stood aside, as if he didn't see anything. His indifference made Jiang Chun feel even angrier. "Yeah, so you don't care about Ji Chue at all?" Gu Changge smiled casually. Then, her gaze naturally moved from Ji Chue's face all the way down. At this moment, Ji Chue felt like her whole body had been peeled off. There was nothing left. She felt extremely cold. She couldn't help but shiver. If you have a problem, come at me. Why are you bullying Chue? Jiang Chun continued to growl at her. Ji Chue's face had turned pale because of panic. She was even shivering. He felt his heart twitching. He didn't want to see such a kind woman being played by Gu Chang'e like this. It's not up to you. If you really like Ji Chue, you'd better consider what I said. Gu Chang'e smiled slightly. He pinched Ji Chue's fair chin and forced her to look into his eyes. Young Master Gu. Ji Chue felt humiliated. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she didn't dare resist. She didn't even have the nerve to think about it. As Gu Chang'e had said, she didn't want to be a tool of the Ji's alliance through marriage, even if she had to become Gu Chang'e's concubine. But it was just like what Ji Yaoxing had said to her a few days ago. This was a fate that she could not escape. From the moment she was born, she had no other choice. Gu Chang'e's current terrifying power was enough to make the entire Ji family shudder in fear, not to mention a small person like her. Don't worry, I won't kill him for now. But I don't think you want to be my concubine. And I don't like to force people to do things. So it's better for you to say these words to this fellow yourself. Gu Chang'e's expression did not change in the slightest. Then, he chuckled and let go of his hand. Hearing these words, Ji Chue's face was still pale. She hurriedly shook her head and said, No, it's Chue's fortune to be able to become young Master Gu's concubine. How could Chue be unwilling? Gu Chang'e's expression didn't change. He just smiled lightly and said, You really don't mean what you say. Your expression has already betrayed you. You're such a beautiful girl. Your eyes can't lie. Chue doesn't dare lie to young Master Gu. What I said is from the bottom of my heart. Every word is true. Countless talented girls in the upper realm covet this identity. How could Chue be unwilling? I'm more than happy. Ji Chue hurriedly shook her head and explained. At this moment, she did not dare offend Gu Chang'e anymore. She knew the Ji family very well. Even if Jiang Chun could help the Ji family save their ancestor, Ji Shengqiu, the family would not let her marry Jiang Chun. At most, they would find a direct descendant's daughter and let Jiang Chun marry into their family. Compared to marrying other young supreme venerables of equal status, becoming Gu Chang'e's concubine was indeed a blessing that she could not get even in several lifetimes. This was something that countless people envied, but could not get. Gu Chang'e, you are a despicable person. Don't force Chue. Give me one night to consider it. I will definitely give you an answer tomorrow morning. Hearing Ji Chue's insincere words, Jiang Chun could not help but shout angrily and interrupt her. He stared at Gu Chang'e with red eyes. He did not know why Gu Chang'e was trying so hard to save the Ji family's ancestor, Ji Shengqiu. However, in such a situation, he had no other choice. If he did not agree, he was afraid he would be killed by Gu Chang'e or die in this dungeon for the rest of his life. He could not watch Ji Chue fall into a pit of fire with his own eyes and remain indifferent. You seem to have misunderstood something. You are not helping me. You are helping the Ji family. You should know that after you save the Ji family's ancestor, you will have a chance to become the Ji family's son-in-law. You are also helping yourself. Gu Chang'e smiled slightly. Then he waved his hand to ask the crowd to leave. He did not continue to make things difficult for Jiang Chun. He had achieved his goal. Jiang Chun would definitely agree tomorrow morning. After entering Kuan Mountain, would Jiang Chun be able to come out alive? He was really naive and ridiculous. Weapon spirit, what is Gu Chang'e's goal? How could a person like him try so hard to save the Ji family's ancestor? This is not Gu Chang'e's style. He must be up to something. After Gu Chang'e, Ji Chue, Ji Yaoxing, and the others had left, the dungeon went back to its usual silence. Jiang Chen's look was cold. Leaning against the wall, he breathed heavily to calm himself down. He started to talk with the creation Immortal Boat's weapon spirit in his mind. This was what he could not figure out the most. I don't understand why Gu Chang'e is so kind either. I'm sure he is up to no good. He doesn't want to save the Ji family's ancestor. The creation Immortal Boat's weapon spirit's voice was also very heavy. What should we do? Jiang Chun took a deep breath. He started to manipulate his method. He asked while recovering from his injuries. What you need to pay attention to now is how to survive in Kuan Mountain. Then you can figure out a way to escape. Cooperating with Guchanga is like asking a tiger for its skin. Once you enter Kuan Mountain, you must be very careful. I'll see if I can trigger the general trend and formation patterns there, to create a chance for you to escape. The Creation Immortal Boat's weapon spirit said. The spirit of the immortal boat of creation said, worried that its existence would be discovered by Guchanga. Since the first time it saw Guchanga, it felt that his aura was unprecedentedly dangerous. Many things that had happened later confirmed its guess. It felt lucky that Guchanga had not found out about it yet. He only thought Jiang Chun had the inheritance of a divine origin master. Outside the dungeon, the sun was setting. The autumn wind was chilly. When Guchanga and the others walked out, a slim figure was standing in front of him. He was surprised, but at the same time reasonable, as if she had been waiting for him. Ji Yaoxing and Ji Chua glanced at her. They recognized her as Xiao Ruoyin, a disciple of the Palace of Heavenly Immortal. It was said that she was very close to Guchanga. Then the two left in a hurry. They did not stay there for long, nor did they have the nerve to ask. Young Master Gu. Xiao Ruoyin was in white. She was slim and slim. Her black hair was dancing in the wind. Her eyebrows were curved. Her nose was small. Her lips were red. Her skin was fair and smooth. She was indescribably beautiful. Standing there, she looked like she could fly away with the wind at any moment. The guards here did not stop her when they had learned she was going to see Guchanga. Instead, they sent her here. They knew Xiao Ruoyin and Guchanga were very close. What? Ruoyin, are you looking for me? Guchanga asked, smiling. He already knew the answer. Xiao Ruoyin gazed at him. She nodded. She did not hide her purpose. She said, I heard Jiang Chun was caught by young Master Gu. Oh, so you're here for Jiang Chun? Guchanga raised his eyebrows. He looked interested. He felt Xiao Ruoyin's expression was different from before. Guchanga certainly knew Xiao Ruoyin had gone to see Jiang Chun. He also knew Jiang Chun had told Xiao Ruoyin the whole story. After learning the truth, Xiao Ruoyin's reactions were normal in Guchanga's eyes. However, Guchanga still felt Xiao Ruoyin was not quite right. Although she had hidden it well, Guchanga still checked her current luck points. Looks like I guessed right. A strange look flashed in Guchanga's eyes, but they soon went back to normal. Judging from the sudden increase in her luck points, Xiao Ruoyin should have recovered many of the Fate High Priest's memories. After all, Ruoyin and Jiang Chun are old acquaintances. Seeing him caught by young Master Gu, I really couldn't stand by and do nothing, Xiao Ruoyin said in a low voice. She looked a little sad. She had been paying attention to Guchanga's expression. She was worried he would notice something was wrong, so she explained carefully. And her explanation was reasonable. There was nothing wrong with it. So you're worried I'll kill Jiang Chun? Guchanga smiled. He suddenly approached her and put his palm on her face. He looked playful. Xiao Ruoyin said yes in a low voice. Her body stiffened. Goosebumps appeared on her skin. It was very unnatural, but she recovered quickly. Don't worry. For your sake, I won't kill him, Guchanga said with a faint smile. Thank you, young Master Gu. Xiao Ruoyin felt more or less relieved after getting Guchanga's promise. However, she had heard a lot of rumors on the way here. She felt Guchanga would take Jiang Chun to Mount Kuan with him. Jiang Chun was regarded as the descendant of the divine origin master, because he was the spirit of the celestial boat of fortune. Mount Kuan was very dangerous. With Jiang Chun's help, they would have a lot less trouble. So, she would have to figure out a way to follow them secretly in case anything happened to Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun is imprisoned in the dungeon. Do you want to see him? Guchanga threw her a look and asked with interest. Xiao Ruoyin kept silent. Then she shook her head and said, Forget it. I'm afraid Jiang Chun doesn't want to see me now. I don't want to see him anymore. She didn't want Guchanga to misunderstand the relationship between her and Jiang Chun at this moment. She was relieved to know Jiang Chun wouldn't die for the moment. Guchanga smiled. He didn't say anything. Then he told the jailers behind him to take good care of Jiang Chun. Don't let him die in the dungeon. It's getting late. Will you go back to the Palace of Heavenly Immortal tomorrow? On the way back to the palace, Gu Chang'e asked casually with a faint smile on his face. Yes. Ruoyin will go back to the palace of Heavenly Immortal with the elders tomorrow. I don't know when I'll see you again. Xiao Ruoyin nodded and silently followed behind him. Then, she said with some reluctance, but in her heart, she felt extremely awkward and unnatural. She didn't want Gu Chang'e to find out she had recovered the memory of the great priest of fate. So at this moment she had to behave like Xiao Ruoyin. You need to practice harder. I hope you can surprise me the next time I see you, Gu Chang'e said with a faint smile. He was implying something. Xiao Ruoyin was shocked, but she still promised him. I won't disappoint you, young Master Gu. Even though the Void Destiny Constitution was only at the initial success level, its blood was still an extremely rare immortal elixir. It had many wonderful uses. She felt this was the reason why Gu Chang'e wanted her to practice harder. At this thought, Xiao Ruoyin became more cautious. She didn't dare show any abnormality. She didn't want Gu Chang'e to find out that her constitution had been awakened long ago. It's getting late. I'll take my leave now. After that, Xiao Ruoyin walked out of the hall. She looked up at the sky with a heavy heart, and then said, intending to leave first. She felt the longer she stayed with Gu Chang'e, the more likely she would be exposed. The best way was to stay as far away from Gu Chang'e as possible. Do you have something to do tonight? But hearing those words, Gu Chang'e had a slightly surprised expression, as if she didn't expect Xiao Ruoyin to say that. Xiao Ruoyin was struck dumb by Gu Chang'e's expression, but she soon came to herself. Her back was covered in cold sweat. She shook her head and explained, It's nothing. It's nothing. I have nothing to do tonight. I thought young Master Gu was going to talk about Mount Kuan tonight, so. In the past, Xiao Ruoyin would never have said such a thing. Even if she had something important to do, she would have put it aside. She would have tried her best to stay the night in such an opportunity. If she had made a mistake in such a small detail, Gu Chang'e would have noticed it. What's there to talk about Mount Kuan? It's the Ji family's business. It has nothing to do with me. Gu Chang'e shook his head. He smiled casually. Then he caressed her pretty face. He asked, Why do I feel like you're afraid of me now? Did Jiang Chen say something to you? Jiang Chen did tell me many bad things about young Master Gu. But I know young Master Gu must have done those things for a reason. I trust young Master Gu. Xiao Ruoyin couldn't help but feel nervous. But she tried her best to stay calm. She leaned her head against Gu Chang'e's chest and said in a low voice, You trust me so much. Aren't you afraid I'll hurt you one day? Gu Chang'e said with a faint smile. There was a strange look in his eyes. Xiao Ruoyin shook her head and said, I'm not afraid. Everything I have now was given to me by young Master Gu. If you want to hurt me one day, I can't blame anyone. What a good excuse. Why would I hurt you after what you've said? Gu Chang'e couldn't help but burst out laughing. He looked very happy. Since Xiao Ruoyin was going to compete with him, he would like to see how well she could pretend. Xiao Ruoyin felt relieved when she saw Gu Chang'e didn't seem to be suspicious of her. Only she knew that her back had been soaked in cold sweat. However, at the thought of what was going to happen, she felt awkward and helpless. As the High Priestess of Destiny of the Celestial Palace, she had been reduced to such a pathetic state. She wished she hadn't woken up the memory of her previous life. Chapter 572. Mount Kuan was located 30,000 miles away from Kunwa City. It was a large mountain range shrouded in chaotic fog. It towered above the clouds, majestic and majestic. It was misty there, and it was impossible to see the scenery clearly. It was more like an ancient land that existed since the beginning of time. It was full of mystery and vastness. The mountains were majestic like real dragons crawling on the ground. They were majestic and full of vicissitudes stretching without end. Rays of divine light rose from the mountains, illuminating the heaven and earth. Terrifying figures of ferocious beasts could be seen in the entire forest. Even the Supreme Being would not dare to step in. However, the deeper one went into Mount Kuan, the more bizarre the scenery was. Some areas were as brilliant as spring, while some areas were as cold as winter, full of snowy plains. There were also some mountain ridges formed from blood-colored volcanoes. Flames gushed out from the cracks one after another, capable of burning all living things. Of course, as a forbidden land for living beings, the most dangerous thing here was the special domain. It contained some kind of ominous law that could easily annihilate living beings that stepped into it. Some ancient existences guessed that it was the residual qi in the blood of the immortal king who died here. At the outermost area of Mount Kuan, many figures gathered and stood in the sky. Their faces were blurry, surrounded by chaotic fog. Their avatars were as tall as mountains, extremely terrifying. Behind them, there were numerous extremely terrifying Dao attainment artifacts floating up and down. There were large seals, ancient cauldrons, crimson furnaces, enormous pagodas. The radiance that descended was heavy like the aura of chaos, and it could crush space and crush everything. Without a doubt, this was a group of real big shots who could activate Taoist tools from various orthodoxies. The strange movement in Mount Kuan has become more serious these days. From what I see, it should be because the Ji family's ancestor can't hold on any longer. A Taoist said. Divine light flickered in his eyes, as if he was trying to see through Mount Kuan. The person beside him shook his head and said, "This might not be related to the Ji family's ancestor. However, we can't be careless when we attack Mount Kuan this time." After observing for a while, they quickly disappeared. They then went to look for their own orthodoxies to inform them of the danger this time. Mount Kuan was an extremely famous forbidden land in the upper realm. Naturally, it was a place where there was both good and bad luck. There were dangers and opportunities. Entering Kuan Mountain this time was also an opportunity for them. After all, even the wondrous stones from Mount Kuan contained all kinds of immortal treasures and divine items, not to mention entering them. Boom! Then one after another, divine lights rushed into the sky. Ancient warships crushed the sky dome, heading towards this place. Ancient flags fluttered in the wind, with the symbols of various great orthodoxies. The Longevity Wang family, Heavenly Emperor Mountain, Primordial Yi Clan, Endless Fire Nation, Human Ancestors Hall, War Immortals Manor, Hidden Tranquil Clan. All the famous orthodoxies from the upper realm had sent their people here. Now they were waiting at the periphery of Mount Kuan, planning to attack together. This is the mysterious sword technique you cut out. I've already found someone to translate it. It's called the Life Burial Sword Manual. However, it's more murderous, so it's not very suitable for you. Outside of Kuanwu City, Gu Chang'e handed the jade slip to Gu Xian'er. He shook his head lightly and said, "You can cultivate as you see fit." Gu Xian'er took the jade slip and stared at him with her beautiful eyes. Then she snorted and said, "I know, I'm not a 3-year-old kid. I'll go back to Peach Village then. Don't die in Mount Kuan." She planned to go back and ask her teachers to take a look at the egg she cut out. For the past few days, she felt that there was something strange going on in it. It did not seem like a simple living thing. Actually, she wanted to go to Mount Kuan to take a look, but Gu Chang'e did not want her to go. He said that if she dared to go, he would break her legs. Gu Xian'er did not care about Gu Chang'e's threat at first. However, this time he looked very serious. It did not seem like he was joking. She could only give up. Mount Kuan was a dangerous place. Even supreme martial artists were not sure if they could come out alive. She did not want to cause trouble for Gu Chang'e. "Okay, just wait for me in Peach Village." Gu Chang'e smiled and reached out to pinch her nose. "Okay, I'll wait for you to come back." Gu Xian'er did not hit his hand away, which was rare. She responded with a grunt from her nose. However, she felt that there was something wrong with her tone. Just as she was about to explain, she saw Gu Chang'e's face full of smiles. She immediately blushed and glared at him. "What are you smiling at? Don't laugh at me." After Gu Xian'er, Su Qingge, and the others left, Gu Chang'e led the people behind him to Mount Kuan. Other than Ada, the Ji siblings, Ji Chuiyue and Ji Yaoxing, the rest of the powerhouses were ferocious bandits that he asked Ji Qingxian to find from the galaxy of chaos. Their strength varied from supreme martial artists to supreme martial artists. Gu Chang'e did not plan to send his own people to their deaths. After all, Mount Kuan was a dangerous place. He could not guarantee that he could protect everyone around him. He had only pretended to rescue the Ji family's ancestor. At this moment, he would definitely ask the tools of other orthodoxies to pave the way for him. As to Jiang Chun, he was being led by the bandits. He was staring at Gu Changa's back gloomily. He had no other choice but to agree. Gu Changa had promised to let him go after everything was done. However, Jiang Chun did not believe Gu Changa. Last night, from the jailers who were guarding him, he had heard that Xiao Ruoyin had come to ask Gu Changa for mercy. He had given up on Xiao Ruoyin. His heart, which had turned into a pool of stagnant water, was suddenly stirred up. It looked like Xiao Ruoyin was not so heartless as to leave him in the lurch. Maybe, as Niu Tian had said, she had her own difficulties. He had to get out of here alive to find Xiao Ruoyin and ask her in person. When Gu Changa and others were leaving Kuanwu City, another white-clothed figure was leaving the city quietly. She was walking in a weird way. She was following them secretly. It seemed the people around her could not see her. They turned a blind eye to her. Looks like Gu Changa is going to enter Mount Kuan from the front. Xiao Ruoyin frowned. She was keeping a distance from Gu Changa and others. She was worried that Gu Changa, who had a strong perception, would detect her. She was sure she could fool the others, but she was not sure she could fool Gu Changa. Especially after the intimate contact the previous night, she felt Gu Changa's strength was unfathomable. She was afraid not many people in the upper realm could counter him. If she did not know that Gu Changa had not noticed her abnormality, Xiao Ruoyin would suspect that Gu Changa did it on purpose last night. Not counting the time before her memory was awakened, she had never experienced anything. Naturally, she could not bear it. In the end, she was exhausted and fell into a deep sleep. When she woke up again, it was already the next day. There was no one in the palace. Gu Changa's figure was nowhere to be seen. This made her slightly surprised. According to the real time, this was the first time she had slept so deeply in her countless years of cultivation. She did not even know when Gu Changa left. Although the edge of Mount Kuan was desolate, there was still a stretch of mountains. One after another, they were majestic and reddish-brown. Perhaps it was because they were stained with the blood of the celestial king. They made people feel fearful. Farther away, one could even see the divine light floating inside. The chaos was misty, the runes were flashing, and the patterns of the great Tao crisscrossed up and down. However, there were also dangers everywhere. The terrifying four elements of demonic beasts, and the pressure that was enough to suppress supreme stage powerhouses, made it difficult for people to move. At this moment there was a blur in the void. Then a few figures with terrifying auras walked out. Among them, there was a middle-aged man in green. He was tall and straight, and his eyes were like stars. He stood upright and looked very heroic. There seemed to be floating light around him, and there were also jumping shadows. It was like a dream. It was obvious that he had a high cultivation base. He was none other than the current head of the Ji family, Ji Hao. Beside him were the Ji family's upper echelons, patriarchs, and friends he had invited from other places to lend a hand in rescuing the Ji family's ancestors. Family head, it's all thanks to young Master Chang'e. Otherwise, with our strength, we wouldn't be able to summon so many people to rescue the ancestors. Seeing that there were divine rainbows rushing over from not far away, an old woman of the Ji family said excitedly. When she mentioned Gu Chang'e, she was full of respect. That's right. It's all thanks to young Master Chang'e. Otherwise, we don't know how many people we would have lost in this rescue plan. The head of the Ji family, Ji Hao, nodded in agreement. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have thought that so many orthodoxies would come to help them. I heard that Miss Chu Wei and young Master Yao Xing have been with young Master Chang'e for a long time. This is our Ji family's chance, family head. The elders at the side also had smiles on their faces. They seemed to be very happy. Between the surrounding mountain peaks, divine rainbows shot out one after another, their brilliance sweeping across the sky. People from various sects and families were rushing over. Among them, there were many young supreme stage powerhouses who were protecting them. Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, Six Crown King, Heaven Demon Lord, Golden Cicada Buddha, and the others appeared from various places and looked at Mount Kuan in the distance. This time, we're following our clansmen and the patriarch. I'm sure that Gu Chang'e won't dare to do anything to us. In another direction, and she little combat immortal, Neotion, and the others also appeared. Behind them were many powerhouses who were faintly discernible divine lights, and flickering treasure lights. Of course, the most eye-catching ones were the two Dao attainments cultivators. One was from War Immortal's manor, and the other was from the reclusive and tribe. It was Enshi's granduncle in Wangshan. After learning about this, he rushed over from the tribe to protect Enshi and the others. How is that possible? And Yen, why is she here too? However, at this moment, Enshi's expression suddenly changed. She noticed a beautiful silver-haired girl among the tribe members, who came to Mount Kuan. The young girl had a proud figure with exquisite curves. She had a delicate and flawless face. Her skin was as white as porcelain, and as delicate as jade. It was not inferior to immortal jade at all. Moreover, her eyes were like light red glass. They were very magnificent and beautiful. Her movements were so moving that one could not find the slightest reason to dislike her. There was also a pair of inconspicuous crimson horns on her head, indicating that she was not a human. She was her half-sister in Yen, who intercepted her halfway and stole the reclusive immortal true blood. Chapter 573. Among the team of the reclusive and clan that had rushed to Kuan Mountain, and Yan's figure particularly attracted Enshi's attention, causing her expression to turn ugly. She was still waiting to settle the matter at Kuan Mountain, before returning to the clan to ask Yen for her drop of hidden immortal true blood. In the past, she had never taken Yen seriously. Even if she knew that everything on the surface was a disguise, she didn't take it to heart. This time, it was because of her carelessness that the drop of hidden immortal true blood, which was extremely important to her, was snatched away by Yen halfway. All the efforts she'd put in earlier had been for naught, and all of them were for naught. Sister. While Enshi's expression was gloomy, Yan's figure had already landed in front of her. Yan's beautiful little face had an innocent smile as she greeted her. If it was an outsider who didn't know the relationship between the two of them, seeing this scene, they might think that Enshi and Yen had a good relationship. You're a good girl. You caught me off guard. At this time, Enshi's expression returned to normal, and she said lightly with innate arrogance and casualness. In front of outsiders, she didn't lower herself to argue with Yen. After all, she had plenty of time and means to deal with Yen. Thank you for your concession. Speaking of which, without your help, it would have been difficult for me to get that drop of hidden immortal true blood. Yen had an innocent smile on her face, revealing a pair of shallow dimples, as she spoke words that could kill people. Enshi's expression turned ugly. She didn't expect that Yen would dare to provoke her in front of a group of clansmen. Little girl, your means are still too inexperienced. Do you really think you can beat me and show off in front of me by snatching that drop of true blood? It's ridiculous. Kuan Mountain is so easy to come to. You can talk about it if you can save your life. And she couldn't help but sneer, looking very disdainful. Seeing the two of them as incompatible as fire and water, the surrounding clansmen didn't dare to interrupt at will, for fear of being involved in this internal struggle of the clan. Sister, are you misunderstanding something? Yen suddenly smiled when she heard this, as if she had heard a particularly funny joke. What do you mean? And she frowned. I didn't come to Kuan Mountain to look for you, sister. Yen smiled contemptuously. Just as she was speaking, a commotion broke out not far away. Above the sky dome, the Dao enlightened cultivators from various orthodoxies looked over. There were many figures walking over, and the one in the lead was Gu Chang'e. Young Master Gu. Yan's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help showing a happy and excited smile. She walked over there, as if she didn't notice Enshi behind her whose face had become extremely ugly. Damn it! When did she get so close to Gu Chang'e? Seeing Yen take the initiative to walk towards Gu Chang'e, and she couldn't help but have a bad premonition in her heart. Then, she thought about how Yen intercepted her halfway, and took away her hidden immortal true blood. This trip to Mount Kuan might not be as smooth as she thought. Jiang Chun, Neotion, who had been following Enshi and others silently, also noticed Jiang Chun, whom Guchanga had sent people to watch over. Seeing Jiangchen safe and sound, he felt more or less relieved. He thought it must have been Xiao Ruyin who had played a role in this. "Greetings, young Master Gu." Coming up to Guchanga, and Yin said respectfully with excitement. She had always kept in mind the task Guchanga had entrusted to her. And now she had gotten the hidden immortal true blood. She had finished Guchanga's test and proved her value. "So you got the hidden immortal true blood?" Guchanga hadn't expected Yin to come to Mount Kuan, but he didn't care too much about it. For him, Yin was just a dispensable chess piece. If she could prove her value, Guchanga certainly wouldn't be stingy to help her. If she couldn't do it, he certainly wouldn't waste his time. "Yeah, I didn't disappoint you, young Master Gu." Yin nodded with a relieved smile. Then she handed a bronze box with all kinds of ancient runes on it to Guchanga, as if she was asking for credit. "The hidden immortal true blood is sealed in it," she said, her eyes full of expectation. "I'll find a way to get the remaining drops of hidden immortal true blood of the Yin clan for you, young Master Gu." Guchanga smiled. He glanced at the bronze box casually, but he didn't want to open it. "Thank you." He didn't think Yin had the guts to cheat him. Yin gave that thing to Guchanga. Not far away, She's eyes turned red. She gnashed her teeth. That was one of the only 3 drops of hidden immortal true blood left in the Yin clan. If Niu Tian merged with that drop of hidden immortal true blood, he could even restore some of his ancestors' glory in a short time. With this help, her position as the lord of the Yin clan would be secure. When did this girl have such a connection with Guchanga? She even gave that drop of hidden immortal true blood to an outsider. She betrayed him just to please Guchanga. And Xi's granduncle's expression was also very ugly. According to the Yin clan's rules, Yin had the right to dispose of the hidden immortal true blood after obtaining it. Even if she threw it away, it had nothing to do with anyone else. However, seeing her use it to curry favor with Guchanga, many of the Yin tribe members were filled with resentment and unwillingness. Not long after, many cultivators had gathered outside of Mount Kuan. Blurry figures stood in various directions. After a discussion, the major orthodoxies began to attack Mount Kuan. Buzz! Tao attainment artifacts hovered in the sky, shining with terrifying divine light. They began to awaken. Their overwhelming aura suppressed the heavens and the earth, suffocating all the cultivators and living beings. A cauldron that looked like a crimson flame appeared. It was like a sun, shining brilliantly. Billions of rays of crimson light shot toward Mount Kuan. Other than that, the other Tao attainment artifacts also awakened. Overwhelming divine light blasted out from them, accompanied by chaotic qi and divine chains of order. Even the sound of Tao began to spread between heaven and earth. Boom! The void exploded, creating a crack that was more than 10,000 miles long. Endless wind rushed out and swept in all directions. It was strong enough to grind an ordinary cultivator into dust. This was a shockwave that surpassed the level of a supreme being. Many living beings in the ancient cities near Mount Kuan trembled. Their souls were almost frozen. Let the ancient existences of each orthodoxy lead the way. We just need to follow behind. A sect leader of a major sect spoke. He waved his hand and led the disciples and elders behind him. They turned into divine light and entered Mount Kuan, which was shrouded in fog. When the other orthodoxies saw this, they did not stop and followed suit. However, they all went in different directions. The terrain of Mount Kuan was complicated and dangerous. However, there were also many opportunities. Now that the major Tao attainment artifacts were leading the way, the pressure that shrouded Mount Kuan was much weaker than usual. Naturally, the chances of obtaining opportunities were much higher. Many young supreme beings had the same thought. Although they were forced to come here by Guchanga, since they entered Mount Kuan, they would definitely try to get as many benefits as possible while staying alive. Let's go this way. The people of the reclusive tranquil tribe and War Immortals sect walked together. The 2 Tao attainment artifacts looked at each other and then entered from another direction. And she and Little War Immortal turned around and looked at Guchanga, who was not far away. They were very cautious of him. When they saw that he did not make a move and seemed to be observing, they could not help but have a bad feeling. However, at this time, They did not believe that Guchanga would be so bold as to attack them in front of 2 Dao attainment artifacts. Let's go this way. When most of the orthodoxies were about to disappear, Guchanga retracted his gaze and said casually. He did not follow Anshi and the others. He sized up the terrain of Mount Kuan. Then he chose a path that looked more desolate to go deeper into the mountain. He was followed by the JIS. Of course, Jiang Chun was with him. Beside Jiang Chun, many people were watching him closely to prevent him from running away. Father, thanks to Jiang Chun, I was able to hear our ancestors call for help. He has the inheritance of a divine origin master. He can help us a lot in rescuing our ancestor. Ji Chuhua was still worried about Jiang Chen's safety. She was afraid that the JIS would burn the bridge after crossing the river. So she had been trying to explain for him. Ji Hao, the lord of the JIS, had actually heard about Jiang Chen before. When they were on the Purple Mountain, Ji Yaoxing and Ji Chuhua had almost gotten the sky-reaching tower because of Jiang Chen. He could not help but shake his head and sigh. Chuhua, don't worry. I'm not an ingrate. I'll always remember Jiang Chen's kindness to the JIS. If we can save our ancestor this time, we'll definitely give him a lot of benefits. He was not stupid. He still needed Jiang Chen. Of course he had to promise him some benefits to keep him. Jiang Chen had offended Guchanga. How would the JIS dare to protect him? As for how to deal with Jiang Chen after rescuing the ancestor, that would be another matter. Ji Chuhua's eyes dimmed. She knew her father was just being perfunctory. He did not really promise her. Now she could only pray that Guchanga would keep his word and let Jiang Chen go after this matter was settled. Boom! In the next few days, a terrifying power broke out. Light soared into the sky. It shone for 1,000,000 miles. Some strong people shouted angrily. They fought against the formation patterns of Mount Kuan. A great battle broke out. In the end, this place was in chaos. It was extremely blurry. Chaotic energy spread everywhere. The doctrine-achieving artifact fell from the sky. It seemed like a corner of the world had collapsed. It affected a wide area. The aftermath alone was enough to shake down many stars in the outer realm. Some people even saw with their own eyes a blood-red hurricane sweeping out of the ground. It was so big that it covered the sky and the sun. It was extremely scary. It seemed like ancient ferocious beasts had come back to life. There was a genuine dragon, an immortal phoenix, a black tortoise, a vermilion bird, a tautai, a baifang, a cheongqi. These peerless ferocious beasts reappeared in the world. They were extremely powerful. Their roars shook the sky and the earth. They fought against the doctrine-achieving artifact. Colorful blood splashed everywhere. Many cultivators and creatures died, swept by this aura, directly exploding without a sound, not even leaving behind a trace. The Ji's rescue of their ancestor attracted a lot of attention from the upper realm. When the great doctrine orthodoxies started to attack, countless practitioners from the upper realm also noticed this place. They were paying close attention to the changes here from hundreds of millions of miles away. If the JIS could rescue their ancestor, it would be a great change for the current situation in the upper realm. The change here was so big that it shocked too many people. It was not an exaggeration to say that it had attracted the attention of the whole world. Those orthodoxies who had a grudge against the JIS naturally did not want them to rescue their ancestor. They wanted to see all the forces that entered Mount Kuan this time to be annihilated and buried there. While the incident at Mount Kuan was causing a commotion in the upper realm, the disaster of the terminating heaven that had happened before swept over again. This time, the momentum of the attack was even more terrifying. It was like a heavenly river that had burst its banks. All the heavens in the upper realm were affected and were greatly affected. In the terminating heaven this time, many practitioners even noticed that there were living beings in it. It was as if they were humans who lived in the terminating heaven. Those of the older generation, who knew more about the terminating heaven, immediately guessed that this was probably because the imperial court of terminating heaven was about to appear. Since ancient times, the imperial court of terminating heaven had only appeared a few times. This time, the appearance of the imperial court of terminating heaven made many orthodoxies feel a sense of crisis. They could only hope that after rescuing the ancestor of the Ji family, Ji Xingqiu, it would be able to quell the disaster of the Yin terminating heaven. The terrain of Mount Kuan was complicated. There were mountains everywhere, fog and miasma pervading the air. Many ancient vines and spiritual herbs were everywhere. However, none of the practitioners dared to touch it at this time. Previously, someone tried to pick a spiritual herb that was more than 1,000,000 years old. In the end, it turned into a puddle of pus and blood in an instant. No one knew what happened. Even the young supreme martial artists who were protected by experts were very careful and did not dare to act rashly. Buzz! The dome of heaven trembled, and the void split open. Even the heaven and earth trembled from the pressure. An enormous cauldron condensed from golden symbols flew out. Boundless mysterious yellow energy poured down, and a terrifying indistinct creature was blasted to death, collapsing and splitting apart. These are formed from the remnant thoughts of the practitioners who had entered Mount Kuan, but died in the end. However, their cultivation levels are even more terrifying than when they were at their peak. Seeing that Guchanga's expression did not change at all, as he easily killed a first heaven boundary emperor's blurry figure, an enlightened Dao elder from the Ji family said with some trepidation, this was already the third day since they had entered Mount Kuan. Although they had run into many dangers, they had all been resolved. Of course, many people had also died. Jiang Chun had more or less played his role as the son of luck. With his help, the Ji family had suffered fewer casualties. Because of this, many of the Ji family's members were treating Jiang Chun better. I'm afraid this place is still some distance away from the depths of Mount Kuan. Guchanga shook his head slightly. Then he shook his hand. The giant golden cauldron in the sky exploded. It turned into brilliant runes that filled the sky and dispersed the fog. While speaking, a strange look appeared in his eyes. Although Jiang Chun had been leading the way and solving those strange formation patterns. In fact, he had been leading the Ji family's members in a certain direction. In order not to alert the enemy, he had deliberately waited until the little warlord immortal, and she, and others had entered Mount Kuan. Then he had chosen another path. However, after entering Mount Kuan, he could vaguely sense Niu Tian. So he had been approaching him. When Niu Tian had escaped from the ancient warship, the universal fruit that Guchanga had given him was not so delicious. Guchanga had been preparing for such a day. That was why he had set up some measures in advance. By then, as far as he could perceive, Niu Tian and others were not very far away from him. Mount Kuan was shrouded in formation patterns. The energy was extremely chaotic and blurry. Even enlightened Dao elders could not perceive what was going on around them. In this way, everyone who had entered Mount Kuan was like a blind man. They had to explore the depths carefully. Chapter 574. Mount Kuan was shrouded in fog. Miasma pervaded the air everywhere. It was full of all kinds of chaotic energies. There were remnants of the fights between the strongest. There were also energies that hadn't dispersed for many years. Even the most tyrannical spiritual sense would find it difficult to use in this place. Following Guchanga, the Ji family went deep into Mount Kuan with him. They hadn't fought many times in the past few days. Most of the time, it was Guchanga who dealt with all kinds of dangers ahead of them. Although Jiang Chun helped them sometimes and prevented them from entering dangerous areas, it was thanks to Guchanga that they had managed to reach this place safely. Even Ji Chuyue, who was extremely fearful of Guchanga, couldn't help but feel a sense of security when she saw the figure in front of her. It seemed they didn't need to worry about anything as long as Guchanga was there. This time, the mission of rescuing their ancestors, which was full of dangers, became much easier. The Ji family was relaxed on the way. They were much more relaxed than they had been at the beginning. Maybe he can really save our ancestors. Gazing at Guchanga, Ji Chuyue was looking forward to it. She had been avoiding Jiang Chun's eyes on the way. She hadn't spoken to him at all. In Ji Chuyue's opinion, Jiang Chun should have realized everything after what had happened in the dungeon. He should have given up on her, and realized it was hopeless for him to take revenge. So, there was no need for them to have anything to do with each other. She only hoped Jiang Chun could survive, and let go of his hatred for Guchanga. She hoped he would have a peaceful life in the future. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. However, at this moment, a gray fog covered the sky and the earth. It blew over from an unknown place. It was accompanied by a gloomy, creepy, and chilly energy that could penetrate one's soul. In just an instant, the surroundings became dusky, shrouded by a terrifying fog, and all light could not be seen. What's this? Seeing this, the Ji family's members turned pale. The leaders of the ancestral patriarchs felt uneasy immediately. Their souls were shivering, and their hearts were palpitating. This gray fog was completely different from the fog they had encountered before. It was mixed with an aura that made them feel uneasy and fearful. This type of aura was supreme, yet also world-destroying, as if it could completely devour them. At this moment, their expressions became unprecedentedly vigilant and fearful. Some people's voices couldn't help but tremble. After cultivating for countless years, this was the first time they had encountered such a situation. Even those who achieved the Tao felt incomparably uneasy, let alone the others. Their faces turned pale, and they began to tremble uncontrollably. He had a feeling that countless living beings had been buried in this gray fog, buried for many epochs. He was terrified to the extreme. Previously, they thought that Mount Kuan was not as dangerous as the rumors made it out to be. However, this scene made them feel uneasy and chills ran down their backs. Everyone, don't split up. Stay together. This should be the greatest danger in Mount Kuan. The head of the Ji family, Ji Hao, said with a solemn expression. In his hand was an ancient bronze mirror of unknown origin. The surface of the sparkling and translucent mirror 687 was gushing out a resplendent brilliance. It shone in all directions, trying to disperse the gray fog. However, accompanied by a sizzling sound, the bronze mirror in his hand was rapidly corroding and cracking. Soon, it exploded with a cracking sound, turning into fine powder that filled the sky. This scene made the expressions of the people of the Ji family change drastically. This supreme treasure was obtained by the head of the Ji family in a certain relic in his early years. It was extremely mysterious. In some aspects, its power even surpassed that of a Tao instrument. However, today, it directly exploded when it came into contact with a trace of the gray fog. This showed how domineering and terrifying the gray fog was. They didn't dare to underestimate this gray fog at all. Immediately, many people of the Ji family gathered around. However, many people were too late, and were instantly devoured by the gray fog. They didn't even have time to scream before they disappeared. What exactly is this? The expressions of Ji Yaoxing, Ji Chuiyue, and the others changed drastically. Previously, they were still hoping that this trip to Mount Kuan was far from being as terrifying as the rumors said. However, in the next moment, the appearance of this terrifying gray fog gave them a solid slap in the face. Where's young Master Chang'e? Many people of the Ji family noticed the problem. The moment the gray fog attacked, the front was submerged. Many people didn't see Gu Chang'e's figure, which made them feel even more uneasy. After all, Gu Chang'e gave them a great sense of security when he was here. Now, even he seemed to have been devoured by this gray fog, which made the people of the Ji family feel even more uneasy. This gray fog was too domineering and strange. It even gave them an ominous feeling that they were going to be devoured and buried in it. Young Master Chang'e should be fine. This gray fog shouldn't last for long. It should disperse in a while. The head of the Ji family, Ji Hao, frowned. He was also feeling uneasy, but he still comforted everyone. Young Master Gu's strength is far beyond what we can imagine. If even he can't do anything, then we can't help much. All we can do is wait here for the fog to disperse. Maybe we'll see young Master Gu in a while. A great ancestor of the Ji family said in a deep voice. A small bronze cauldron was floating above his head. Boundless divine chains of order were emitted from it. It was trying to resist the gray fog. However, with the same sizzling sound, it also collapsed quickly. It couldn't resist the gray fog at all. Such a sight made their hearts palpitate. They felt deeply uneasy. This thing doesn't seem to be from Kuan Mountain. It seems to have appeared out of nowhere. I suspect someone did it on purpose. It could even be Gu Chang'e, Who disappeared? Who made it? Jiang Chun had been following Ji Chuiwei and others. Witnessing such a terrifying sight with his own eyes, he also felt uneasy. However, he didn't expect the immortal boat's artifact spirit to give such an explanation. Is this gray fog made by someone on purpose? What does Gu Chang'e want to do? Jiang Chun's back suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. He shivered. His scalp was numb. Why did Gu Chang'e suddenly make this gray fog? Did he want to take advantage of the chaos to hide something? Or did he want to attack someone? That's not good. Gu Chang'e must have perceived that Shi and the others are nearby. All of a sudden, an idea occurred to Jiang Chun. He turned pale. He couldn't hold back his fear. He started to look around. However, he was surrounded by a gray fog. Even the doctrine achievers didn't dare act rashly. Even if he knew Shi and the others were in danger, what could he do? At the same time, in an ice field not far from Jiang Chun and the others, Shi, Junior Combat Immortal, Neo Tian, and the other practitioners from the Onses and the War Immortals mansion were on their way. They looked up from time to time, estimating the distance. We got many precious primordial stones on the way. We also picked some spiritual herbs that were suspected to have been stained with the blood of an immortal king. This trip was worth it. Shi's granduncle, the doctrine achiever at King and Mountain, was smiling, stroking his beard. He was talking with the doctrine achiever from the War Immortals mansion next to him. The two were on good terms. They had joined hands and entered Kuan Mountain together. They had helped each other and gained many opportunities. This put them in a good mood. We haven't reached the depths of Kuan Mountain yet. There should be a lot of good stuff there. If we can get 1 or 2 drops of the blood of an immortal king, it'll be a great fortune for us. The doctrine achiever from the War Immortals mansion nodded and smiled. When he mentioned the blood of an immortal king, he couldn't hide his excitement. Why is it foggy all of a sudden? At this moment, Shi, Junior Combat Immortal, and the others, who had been following the 2 doctrine achievers in silence, suddenly sensed something wrong. A vast expanse of gray fog swept over from an unknown place, blotting out the sky and covering the earth, as if it could swallow the entire universe. Everyone turned pale. They all became vigilant. The doctrine achievers from King and Mountain and the War Immortals mansion were also frowning. They were watching this scene uneasily. What on earth is this? She didn't know why, but she had a bad premonition, and a chill ran down her spine. The snowfield suddenly dimmed. The gray fog was swallowing the sky and the earth, like a landslide or a tsunami. Even the sky and the earth were shaking. Everyone heard footsteps, as if they were coming from the end of the world. However, it seemed to be right in front of them. Everyone's hearts couldn't help but tighten, as if they were being squeezed by someone. It's him, Gu Chang'e. Why did he suddenly come here? Seeing the figure that suddenly appeared in front of them, Shi, Junior Combat Immortal, Neo Tian, and the others couldn't help but change their expressions. Gu Chang'e was standing quietly in front of them. His eyes were calm and unperturbed. His clothes were whiter than snow, as if he had become one with the world. He stood there, as if there were 3,000 ancient worlds around him. Many gods and Buddhas were kowtowing to him. The terrifying gray fog swept over from behind him, swallowing the sky and the earth. It was going to drown the whole universe. This was a heart-stopping scene. Everyone's hearts seemed to have stopped. They could even hear the sound of their blood stopping. The doctrine achievers from King and Mountain and War Immortals mansion suddenly changed their expressions. They never thought that all of this was caused by Gu Chang'e. He must be here to silence us. Junior Combat Immortal's bad premonition came true. It made him even more terrified. He felt a chill down his spine. He knew that Gu Chang'e wouldn't let him go so easily. When they were in Kunwa City, Gu Chang'e couldn't do anything to him, due to the presence of many orthodoxies. However, in Mount Kuan, things were different. If Gu Chang'e wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. You were the one who sent assassins to kill me. Today, you can't hold back anymore. Junior Combat Immortal's expression turned ugly as he stared at Gu Chang'e. Gu Chang'e walked towards them calmly and shook his head gently. I've been waiting for you guys here for a long time. Gu Chang'e, what are you trying to do? The Doctrine Achievers from War Immortal's mansion were extremely fearful. They knew that Guchanga's strength was not something they could fight against. Moreover, they never expected that Guchanga would be so bold as to wait for them here. He must have come with ill intentions. And Yen, what's going on here? King An stared at the other figure behind Guchanga. He didn't expect Yen to be with Guchanga. You damned girl. You colluded with outsiders to kill our own people. Aren't you afraid that father will punish you for offending him? And Shi's expression was also extremely ugly. Even now, Granduncle Wang Shan and sister still don't understand? You're all going to die here today. Who's going to know about this? And Yen looked at them coldly, and didn't say much. Guchanga is here to kill us. We know the secret he wants to hide. He's here to kill us. Junior Combat Immortal's face turned pale. He suppressed the fear in his heart and shouted, "Fight him, or we'll all die here." He already knew Guchanga's intention. This frightening fog of unknown origin could not only conceal the movements of this place, it could also conceal Guchanga's whereabouts, allowing him to perfectly destroy the corpses and traces. When the time came, it would be an accident that the Clan and War Immortals Manor's people disappeared in Mount Kuan. No one would link it to Guchanga. Guchanga didn't say anything. His expression was calm and deep. Since he came here today, it was to kill them. Kill. Many powerhouses here attacked at the same time, using all kinds of treasured techniques. There were heavenly blades, divine swords, ancient lamps, green cauldrons. One by one treasures appeared. They shone brilliantly, covering the sky with shocking power. Wang. However, as Guchanga gently flicked his finger, the void and even the sky in front of him trembled. A faint golden sword aura gushed out from his hand. The brilliance covered heaven and earth, causing a terrifying rumbling sound to be heard. It was as if the sky was falling, and the earth was splitting. In just an instant, the group of powerhouses who were charging at him exploded. Their bodies were hit by the sword aura, and turned into a bloody mist with a bang. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. Everyone was terrified to the extreme. Their souls were trembling, and they couldn't summon the will to resist. This was too terrifying. Guchanga's cultivation had reached an unknown level. Killing them was easier than killing ants. Kill. Fight it out with him. King An's eyes were red. He shouted angrily, and his whole body seemed to be burning. It was as if thunder was suppressing the world. The divine furnace pierced through the sky, and chi and blood filled the sky. It rushed out from the top of his head like an immortal ancient divine beast, and attacked Guchanga. As an enlightened one, his aura was too terrifying. It was like a volcanic eruption. If it wasn't for the fact that this place was extremely special, this fluctuation would have shattered the stars millions of miles away. In another direction, the enlightened one from War Immortal's Manor also turned into a golden light and rushed forward. His speed was indescribable. He used a supreme fist technique, and was like a descending War Immortal. He was invincible as he attacked Guchanga. At this moment, heaven and earth were covered by the shadow of his fist. There was even a vague image of the 6 paths of reincarnation. It turned into 6 ancient dried-up wells, and was about to suppress Guchanga. Facing the joint attack of 2 enlightened ones, Guchanga was very calm. He walked forward at a steady pace. When this fist landed, he raised his hand and stretched it forward. It was as if a universe was condensing and appearing. There was a supreme aura of the world, and it let out a majestic rumbling sound. Among them, there were even heavenly stars condensing and rotating. They directly crushed and obliterated the 6 dried-up wells. Whoosh! Immediately after, Guchanga shot an unparalleled sword aura in another direction. It contained the ultimate rule of annihilation. In an instant, a black light tore through heaven and earth. It turned into a true dragon of annihilation, and rushed forward in the blink of an eye. Poof! The sword gleam rushed past. It was as if it swept through all living things in heaven and earth. It swept through the ancient heavens, and came to destroy the world. What is this? The enlightened ones from War Immortal's Manor were terrified. Their divine souls were frozen, and they could no longer move. All of their Dharma treasures and defensive methods could not withstand it at all. They were all pierced through. He could not die in peace. The sword gleam that was less than an inch long pierced through his glabella, leaving a bloody hole. Immediately after, hundreds and thousands of sword gleams shot out from his body. Bang! In an instant, his entire body was filled with sword holes. Then he shattered in the void, leaving nothing behind. He was directly destroyed in both body and soul. Even at the moment of his death, he couldn't even summon his own Dao tool. Even his spirit seemed to have been buried in a river of unknown origin. This sword manual of burial that Gu Xianer cut out is quite extraordinary. Gu Chang'e nodded lightly, ignoring the extremely frightened gazes of the crowd. Just now, he had only tested the power of the sword manual of burial. It did not disappoint him. Under his use, it was not a big problem to kill an ordinary enlightened ones in one strike. The great ancestor is dead. The expressions of little warrior immortal and the others were extremely frightened. They did not expect that their great ancestor would be killed by Gu Chang'e in just one move. Such a huge gap made them despair. Gu Chang'e calmly walked over, raised his hand and pressed forward. Everyone coughed up blood and knelt down. Then they exploded. The terrifying pressure of his physical body suppressed everyone who tried to get close to him. Blood spurted out from their 7 orifices. Terrifying bloody scars appeared on their bodies, and their spines were bent from the pressure. Dong! In the next moment, a large green cauldron with Xianhuang Mother Qi fell from the sky. There was a terrifying emperor's aura pouring down. A strand of it could crush a continent. This was the enlightened Dao weapon of King and Mountain. When he attacked, he also took out the enlightened Dao weapon that he had nurtured for countless years. Seeing the great ancestor of war immortals manner being killed with his own eyes made him feel uneasy and fearful. His soul trembled. However, Gu Chang'e only slapped forward with his palm. Heaven and earth were about to fall under the pressure of this aura. The green cauldron let out a terrifying trembling sound. Then it was directly blasted away. Fine cracks appeared on its surface. The aftermath spread out and destroyed the place in an instant. All the mountains collapsed and turned into ashes. It was a scene of devastation. King and Mountain spat out a mouthful of blood. All of his techniques were broken. He fell from the sky directly and injured his origin. The enlightened Dao weapon was connected to his mind. It was naturally a great deal of damage when Gu Chang'e almost destroyed it. Young Master Chang'e, please spare my life. Seeing that Gu Chang'e was still walking towards him, King and Mountain was in despair. He did not care about his dignity. He immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. When he really fought with Gu Chang'e, he realized how hopeless it was. There was no chance for him to resist. In the current upper realm, except for the immortal remnant, there was probably no one who could stop Gu Chang'e. Little War Immortal, and she, Neo Tian, and the others were also in despair. Their faces were pale as they collapsed on the ground. Young Master Chang'e, please spare my life. And she is willing to be a slave, a servant, a cow, a horse, as long as you can spare my life. And she's face was full of fear. She knelt there and begged for mercy. She wanted to live. She was extremely regretful in her heart. Why did she save Neo Tian? Why did she want to offend Gu Chang'e? Poof! However, Gu Chang'e's expression did not change at all. He waved his sleeve. A terrifying pressure crushed down. The gray fog engulfed the sky. King and Mountain, and she did not even have time to scream before they disappeared. They turned into fine powder and disappeared into thin air. Gu Chang'e, even if you kill us, your secret will be found out sooner or later. Unless you can kill everyone in the upper realm. I've already told my master that if anything happens to me, the photo stone I left for him will be made public. It contains the scene that I saw with my own eyes. Seeing everyone being killed with his own eyes, Little War Immortal was extremely frightened. His hair was disheveled, and he was extremely embarrassed. At this moment, he no longer had the appearance of a young supreme martial artist in front of outsiders. He was shouting fiercely and wanted to live. Chapter 575. The gray fog shrouded the ice field that was filled with blood fog. It made little Zhanxian and Neo Tian tremble. It was bone-chilling cold. This time, everyone who entered Mount Kuan died. Now, only the 2 of them were left. Even an invincible existence like the one who achieved Tao was easily killed by Gu Chang'e. Did they have a chance to resist? Are you threatening me? Gu Chang'e had a slight smile on his face. His white robe was purer than snow. It was as if he was one with the whole world. He leisurely walked towards Niu Tian and Little War Immortal. His footsteps made crunching sounds as he stepped on the snow. But to the two of them, it was like the sound of bones breaking. The two of them were terrified and kept retreating. They wanted to survive. Gu Chang'e, you can't kill me. Once you kill me, the secret of your servant will be exposed to the public. You have to think carefully. If you let me live, I swear that I will keep what happened today a secret. I will never reveal the identity of your servant. Little Zhanxian suppressed the trembling in his heart. He calmed himself down and negotiated with Gu Chang'e. He knew that Gu Chang'e wanted to get rid of him because of this. Now he regretted it. Why did he reveal a flaw at the Godstone Convention and let Gu Chang'e find out something was wrong? In my opinion, in this world, only the dead will keep secrets. The oath you speak of is no different from nonsense to me. Gu Chang'e smiled faintly. His face was handsome, and there was not the slightest flaw to be found. In this bone-piercing, bone-chilling snowfield, Niu Tian and the Little War Immortal were even more terrified. If you kill me, my teacher will announce the contents of the shadow recording stone to the world. Gu Chang'e, you have to think about the consequences. Little Zhanxian pretended to be fierce. He only hoped that Gu Chang'e would think about the consequences at this time. Before he came to Kuan Mountain, he was worried that there would be an accident, so he made extra preparations. As long as he died here, his master would do as he said and send out the shadow recording stone that contained a portion of his memories. He would use it to threaten Gu Chang'e and save his own life. But at the same time, he was worried that Gu Chang'e would not care about anything, even if doing so would expose his identity as a maid. With Gu Chang'e's cold and indifferent personality, it was entirely possible. Now that you mention it, you've reminded me of who your master is. I'll just kill him and destroy the image recording stone. Isn't that enough? Gu Chang'e smiled faintly, as if he didn't care at all. You! The Little War Immortal didn't expect that Gu Chang'e still didn't want to let him go. He even wanted to kill his master. This made his heart even more fearful. Even though he was in a world of ice and snow, his entire body was drenched in sweat, and he couldn't help but shiver. He never thought of letting us go. At this moment, Niu Tian also saw through everything. He knew that Gu Chang'e was playing a game of cat and mouse, letting them feel the final despair. Wang! In the next moment, the void trembled. The Little War Immortal gritted his teeth, and his eyes turned red. He took out a Tian Luo umbrella like a madman. After opening it, it was like a dome of heaven, and pressed down on Gu Chang'e. This was his forbidden weapon. He couldn't care less about anything now. Even if it could hurt Gu Chang'e a little, it would be enough. Gu Chang'e's expression was as calm as ever. He walked forward step by step, as if he didn't see the black demonic umbrella. He approached the Little War Immortal and Niu Tian. Crack! The moment the black Tian Luo umbrella was about to reach him, Gu Chang'e's aura spread out, and with a boom, it pressed down on the surroundings. The dark clouds in the sky were scattered, and the demonic umbrella shattered into pieces. Clang, clang, clang. Then, the despairing Little War Immortal took out another forbidden weapon, which turned into thousands of divine swords, and slashed at Gu Chang'e. Thousands of engraved lights lit up the entire world, dazzling and dazzling. Each of them was more than 10 meters long, and they were as thick as a water tank. The blazing divine light almost pierced through the void, and rushed in front of Gu Chang'e, drowning him in it. Unfortunately, all of this was useless. Gu Chang'e didn't block it at all. He gently shook his head, and all of the lights were silently annihilated in front of him. His body seemed to have turned into a black hole, which could devour all of the attacks that were aimed at him. This could be said to be invulnerable and immune to all spells, which made the Little War Immortal feel despair. Wang! In the next moment, the world seemed to be bent. The void trembled, and everything in the world couldn't withstand this fluctuation. Gu Chang'e reached forward and directly grabbed the Little War Immortal. Then, with a bang, he collapsed into a cloud of blood mist. Then, he casually found a jade container and sealed the divine soul inside. Before dealing with the Little War Immortal's master, Guchanga didn't plan to erase his divine soul for the time being. Although the Little War Immortal's life-saving method was cautious, there was a problem. As long as Guchanga didn't kill him for the time being, his master wouldn't know about this. Therefore, as long as Guchanga left Mount Kuan, he could find someone to deal with the Little War Immortal's master. Hidden Immortal Bloodline. After dealing with the Little War Immortal, Guchanga looked at the despairing Niu Tian again. In his opinion, the other party's constitution was limited. After all, it needed to be triggered by the Hidden Immortal's true blood, but it was better than nothing. Guchanga, you will suffer retribution sooner or later. Niu Tian's scream rang out. Whoosh! As Guchanga flicked his finger, a sparkling and translucent flower appeared in the void, as if it had taken root in it. Immediately after, this little flower turned into a stream of light and fell between Niu Tian's eyebrows. As if it was absorbing nutrients, it penetrated his skin, blood, bones, lungs, and even his divine soul. Finally, it penetrated into the deepest part of his spirit sea. And Yen, who had been behind Guchanga the entire time, couldn't help but shiver slightly as she watched all of this, and her face turned pale. This method was really too terrifying and strange. Using a cultivator's origin bloodline as nutrients to nurture the origin Dao flower. She was very smart and guessed a lot of things at once, so she quietly lowered her head and pretended not to see. As long as she knew her place and listened to Guchanga obediently, she was sure that nothing would happen. Soon, the gray fog here dissipated, and peace was restored between heaven and earth. Wrapped in silver and white snow, it was a pure scenery of the northern kingdom. Only a few places still had remnants of broken Dharma artifacts, and some exploded corpses, telling of the tragic situation just now. It was a scene of devastation and extremely tragic. Let's go. Guchanga looked back in a certain direction, and there was a strange look in his eyes. But he quickly recovered and said to Yen. The reason why he had Yen by his side was not to let her witness the scene of Shi and the others being killed with her own eyes. It was to make it easier to explain when the time came. After all, what happened to the clan and War Immortal's manor would definitely spread soon. Even if someone suspected him, he could let Yen prove it. Generally speaking, she wouldn't be so crazy to the extent of killing her own people. Of course, this was only Guchanga's careful plan. What happened to the clan and War Immortal's manor? Probably not many people would suspect him. She begged for fresh flowers. After Guchanga and Yen left, a figure appeared in a wasteland not far away. It was Xiaoruoyin. She frowned slightly. She had a feeling that Guchanga seemed to have discovered her just now. But with Guchanga's character, if he discovered her, how could he not make a move? Then, she sighed softly and found a place to bury Niu Tian's bones. From the beginning to the end, she watched all of this happen and didn't stop it. Although Niu Tian and she were once friends, she couldn't save him in this situation. If she casually appeared, she might also be in danger and be killed by Guchanga. Guchanga was a cold and heartless person. He wouldn't show her the slightest mercy because of their previous close relationship. Now, she didn't have the slightest confidence that she could escape with her life from Guchanga. What secret did the clan and War Immortal's manor discover about Guchanga that led to such an end? Soon, Xiaoruoyin's figure disappeared into the void again. Her traces were indistinct and difficult to find. This fog has finally dissipated. Let's see who's missing. On the other side, the Ji family gathered together. Looking up at the gray fog that was dispersing in the sky, they let out a long sigh of relief. The ancestors and the lord of the Ji family, Ji Hao, immediately ordered their men to check the losses. Although this strange gray fog did not last for long, it still made everyone break out in cold sweat, and their backs go numb. Lord, we've lost 1/3 of our clansmen. I guess they were all swallowed by the fog. Soon, a Ji family member came back and reported with a sad face. Hearing this, everyone from the Ji family fell silent. Even Ji Yaoxing and Ji Chiyue's expressions dimmed. They had lost so many people just by encountering such a strange fog. If they had gone deep into Mount Kuan, none of them would have survived. What on earth is Guchanga up to? He wants to rescue the ancestors of the Ji family and create this gray fog to swallow so many people at the same time. Jiang Chun felt a chill run down his spine. He felt like an invisible net was closing in on him. And all of them were walking closer and closer to that net. They were in deep trouble, but they didn't even know it. The Ji family members, including Ji Chuiwe, still thought Guchanga would be so kind as to help them rescue their ancestors. It was ridiculous. While the Ji family members were feeling uneasy, two figures walked out of the wind and snow not far away. They were Guchanga and Yin. Young Lord Changa will be fine as expected. Seeing Guchanga safe and sound, the Ji family members felt relieved, but they were also curious about what had happened during this time. Are you all right? Guchanga came over and asked with a concerned smile on her face. The ancestors of the Ji family sighed and said, "We told our clansmen not to wander around, but the fog still swallowed 1/3 of our men. I don't know where this fog came from. It's so weird and tricky. Even we can't do anything about it. It's probably caused by the resentment of that immortal king who stayed here for many years after his death. I followed the direction where the fog came from, but I had to stop in the end because I sensed great danger there." When Guchanga heard this, a regretful expression appeared on her face. She seemed to be rather helpless about this. Guchanga has been gone for such a long time, and she, Nyo Tian, and the others must have been killed. Jiang Chun felt a chill down his spine. He felt extremely sad. Fan. Chapter 576. Even though they were in Mount Kuan, news of what happened to the reclusive Tranquil tribe and War Immortals Manor spread quickly, causing a huge commotion. This time, many orthodoxies entered Mount Kuan. The reclusive Tranquil tribe and War Immortals Manor were traveling together. In the eyes of many, it was extremely safe and unlikely for accidents to happen. However, the sudden news of their complete annihilation still made many ancient existences and sect masters uneasy. This Kuan mountain was too strange. Even a small puddle could be very dangerous, and it was easy to lose one's life. During this period of time, they had encountered many dangers and perilous situations. Many orthodoxies also suffered heavy losses, and some young supreme beings who entered almost lost their lives. However, compared to the reclusive Tranquil tribe and War Immortals Manor, they were still very lucky. I heard that when War Immortals Manor and the reclusive Tranquil tribe were in danger, the Ji family also encountered a rare gray fog, and many people died. Mount Kuan was majestic, and its depths were shrouded in clouds and mist. All kinds of multicolored lights shone between heaven and earth. At this moment, many cultivators were gathering in the mountain range. They came from different directions and arrived at this place. The one who spoke was an ancient existence from Mount Tianhuang. With his hands behind his back, he sized up the majestic mountain in front of him. The hazy brilliance was extremely dazzling, and it covered a large part of the moonlight. A terrifying aura filled the air. Many people could feel terrifying rumbling sounds coming from the front from time to time, as if something was about to awaken. I think the Ji family's ancestor is trapped inside. The Ji family's people haven't arrived yet. When they arrive, we'll discuss it together. Another ancient existence spoke. He came from the Sky Demon Palace, and behind him was the Sky Demon Sovereign and the others. In another direction, cultivators from Buddha Mountain, Longevity Wang family, Immemorial Yi clan, and Endless Fire Nation also appeared. Although they suffered many losses along the way, they still managed to reach this place safely. Many people were observing their surroundings. On some steep cliffs shrouded in mist, there were blood-red flowers growing. It was extremely demonic. The mist and fog in front of them were heavy, and it was difficult to determine the correct direction and route. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, the mountains towered like the clouds. There were snowstorms, fog, and sandstorms. It was extremely strange. There seemed to be a special domain here that caused the climate here to be very different from the outside world. On the mountain peak, there were even some who saw traces of the heavenly lake. Clouds and mist were faintly discernible, chaotic energy gushing out from time to time. It was as if it had existed since the beginning of the world, incomparably ancient. The mountain peaks here were connected like a dragon's bone. Perhaps something was sealed underground. If there was a divine origin master here, he might be able to find a way in. An old man who was familiar with the geography of the mountains and rivers spoke. He held a compass in his hand, which spat out beams of light that illuminated the surroundings. The others nodded in agreement. After arriving at this place, they could faintly hear the roar of a dragon. It was as if a true dragon was sealed in the depths of the earth, making one's heart palpitate. This is the Nirvana land of the true dragon, the legendary dragon nest. Perhaps a true dragon was once born here. At this moment, a voice echoed from not far away. The Ji family's members had rushed over. It was Jiang Chun, who was among the crowd. He was the first to speak after hearing the words of the ancient existences. In his opinion at this point, the only thing he could do was to attract everyone's attention. In this way, people would realize how important he was. Then he would have a greater chance to survive. The crowd sizing up the mountain range ahead was surprised to see Jiang Chun at this moment. His identity as a divine origin master was not a secret. Divine origin masters could play a greater role in Mount Kuan than they had at the Divine Stone Convention. Many people started to look at Jiang Chun passionately. After he was captured by Gu Chang'e in the star-picking tower, he must have been asked by Gu Chang'e to enter Mount Kuan with him. Many young Supreme Venerables noticed the Ji family's members behind Jiang Chun. Gu Chang'e was among them. He was also sizing up the scene in Mount Kuan. In their opinion, as a divine origin master, Jiang Chun had some mysterious means. He could play a great role in Mount Kuan. However, Gu Chang'e and Jiang Chun had a grudge against each other. He must have been threatened to work for the Ji family. Many people looked toward Jiang Chun right away, wondering how he would deal with them. If Gu Chang'e had been here, Jiang Chun would not have been used by them. Young brother Jiang, what do you think? Mount Kuan is very dangerous. We've already suffered a great loss here. If we go any deeper, I'm afraid we'll be killed before we see Senior Ji Shengqiu. The ancient existences spoke. They seemed to be helpless about this. Although rescuing Ji Shengqiu was a big deal for the whole upper realm, they would not be stupid enough to risk their lives. Even if they did not go in again, they had done their best to come this far. Jiang Chun didn't disappoint them. He looked around. Then, he walked up with a calm expression and said, "This is the land of the Locking Dragon Ridge. The place where we are standing is the first ridge of the Locking Dragon Ridge. At the same time, it is also the entrance to the depths of Kuan Mountain. The fog and wind there are the breathing directions of the Locking Dragon Ridge. This place is extremely dangerous. If you don't avoid the dragon's breath, you'll probably end up like those puddles of blood." As he spoke, Jiang Chun pointed at some black blood puddles not far away. They gave off a weird stench. They were rotten and dirty. It was creepy. Everyone turned pale. They could feel how dreadful that energy was. Average people would never have the nerve to approach them. The ancient existences were shocked. They could feel that those puddles of blood were as strong as them when they were alive. "Young brother Jiang, do you have any idea how we can go in there?" Then one of them could not help but ask. Although he had achieved the doctrine at the moment, he was not arrogant at all. He looked very pleasant. Rescuing the ancestors of the Ji family was one thing. Going deep into Mount Kuan to get opportunities was another. Although it had been a dangerous journey, they had gained a lot. They felt there were more opportunities in the depths of Mount Kuan. Why did the Ji family's ancestor come here and get trapped here? This was a very good explanation. There were great opportunities in the depths of Mount Kuan. Since they had come this far, they would not give up. Of course, they would not give up easily. As long as we avoid the dragon's breath and pay attention to the direction of the dragon's spine, we'll be able to go in there. However, I need the cooperation of several seniors who have achieved the doctrine. Otherwise, it will be very dangerous. I can't guarantee anything. Jiang Chun heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. Then he pretended to be thinking. He communicated with the artifact spirit of the creation immortal boat in his mind. Then he spoke slowly. While speaking, he glanced at Gu Chang'e, who was behind him. Seeing him sizing up the mountains not far away, Jiang Chun could not help but clench his fists under his sleeves. At this moment, Jiang Chen saw his hope of survival. As long as the plan went well, he could even kill Gu Chang'e with the help of this place's terrain, and avenge his brothers and friends. This place's terrain was very special. There was a weird field in the depths of Mount Kuan. He asked the artifact spirit of the creation immortal boat to investigate it. He found it was very dangerous. It could even trap a real dragon. A real dragon? It was a creature that had surpassed immortals in ancient legends. It was extremely powerful and indescribable. If he could make good use of this place, it would be possible to trap Gu Chang'e there and kill him. Chapter 577. The ancient existences glanced at each other after hearing what Jiang Chen had said. They all seemed to be pondering, but they did not agree right away. This place was extremely dangerous. In fact, they did not trust Jiang Chen very much. What if he had done something wrong and harmed all of them? No matter what, one should always be on guard against people. Jiang Chen, since you have a way, why don't we trust you this time? As long as you can help us save our ancestors, you can state whatever conditions you want. The Ji family's ancestors came forward at this moment. They looked very serious. They had learned about Jiang Chen's skills on their way here, so they were not worried about him. Now the road was right in front of them. They would be able to save their ancestors soon. Of course, they agreed right away, regardless of the consequences. I hope you can keep your promise. Jiang Chen nodded and said calmly. He had a good understanding of the Ji family's ancestors. They were a bunch of old guys who wanted to curry favor with the rich and powerful. They had just agreed. But if they did not need him later, they would definitely kick him to death. So Jiang Chen had a detailed plan. He would not let go of anyone here. Since the Ji family's ancestors had agreed, the ancient existences from the Celestial Emperor Mountain and the ancient Yi race also nodded. Then, Jiang Chen suddenly smiled coldly. Looking at Gu Chang'e behind him, he said, "Young Lord Chang'e, you have great skills. Your strength is unfathomable. Even those who have achieved the doctrine are not a match for you. I think if young Lord Chang'e helps us, we will have a higher chance of succeeding in saving the Ji family's ancestors. Young Lord Chang'e, what do you think?" The crowd's expression changed slightly. They looked at Jiang Chen in shock. They did not expect him to ask Gu Chang'e to help him at this moment. Just how much courage did he have? Even those who had achieved the doctrine were not enough. Did he want to ask Gu Chang'e for help as well? Ji Yaoxing and Ji Qiue's expressions changed slightly. They were worried. They were afraid Gu Chang'e would kill Jiang Chen with one palm strike at this moment. Oh, since there is something this Gu can help with, then this Gu will naturally not be stingy. Gu Chang'e withdrew his gaze from Mount Kuan and smiled faintly. He was not as angry as everyone thought. Instead, he played it down. Jiang Chen snorted to himself. He didn't like Gu Chang'e's calm expression, as if everything was under his control. You'll regret it later. He sneered in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. Then, after inspecting the place for a bit, he began to explain to the ancient existences what they had to do to avoid the dragon's aura. 12 Everyone listened attentively, fearing that they would miss out on even half a sentence, fearing that they would incur a life and death crisis. After a short while, the doctrine achievers obeyed Jiang Chen. They took out their doctrine attainment artifacts and launched them toward a specific place ahead of them. With a series of rumbling sounds, multicolored light soared into the sky. It was as if there was a true dragon rolling under everyone's feet. The surrounding mountains began to tremble. "Let's go," Jiang Chen said in a deep voice, gazing at the intersection where a crack had appeared. He took the lead. Upon seeing this, no one dared to linger. They all followed him, not daring to stay too far away from him. This guy is already at death's door, but he's still thinking of ways to scheme against me. Gu Chang'e shook his head slightly, gazing at Jiang Chen. A strange light flickered in his eyes. How could he not know about Jiang Chen's scheme? However, at this moment he still needed Jiang Chen to find Ji Shengqiu for him. He was not in a hurry to attack. Then, after walking for dozens of miles, they didn't run into any danger. Instead, a strange fragrance suddenly permeated the air. What's this smell? It's so fragrant. A young supreme being from Heavenly Emperor Mountain asked, revealing a shocked expression. It's probably some kind of treasure here that's about to ripen. An old man's face froze. Looking around, he was also surprised. Upon hearing what kind of heavenly material and earthly treasure it was, everyone here became a little excited and began to look around. Even the doctrine achievers couldn't help but instruct their clansmen through their holy wills. They didn't want to miss the treasure here. Finally, in a cold pool ahead of them, a strong, strange fragrance came from it. It was extremely strong. What surprised them more was that there were wisps of dragon energy hovering around the cold pool. There were many strange spiritual herbs growing around the pool. They were giving off a light purple brilliance. Each of them bore a fruit. These are earth dragon fruits. It's said that they can only grow after being nourished by dragon energy. They ripen once every 30 million years. There are 9 of them here. An ancient existence was pleasantly surprised. He recognized these strange fruits. It was said that the earth dragon fruits contained a wisp of genuine dragon energy. They could even help creatures with dragon bloodlines transform. They were invaluable. Let's share these fruits among our forces. The ancient existence from Mount Tiantian said, trying to pick the fruits. However, when he was about to approach the cold pool, a dreadful cold air suddenly gushed out. It engulfed him in an instant. Such a scene alarmed everyone. Many young supremes retreated, not daring to approach. An extremely ferocious frost dragon poked its head out of the pool. Its eyes were scarlet, revealing a bloodthirsty expression. It opened its mouth and spat out a vast expanse of chaotic cold air toward everyone. An doctrine achiever frost dragon that has existed for more than 10 million years. An ancestral patriarch of the Ji family gasped in shock. He hurriedly took out his own Dao attainment weapon in an attempt to resist. The other doctrine achievers also made a move to suppress it. However, this frost dragon had already developed intelligence. Seeing that there were so many powerhouses here, it let out an unwilling roar and turned into a stream of light. It directly escaped into the depths of Mount Kuan and disappeared in the blink of an eye. It's smart. Otherwise, the doctrine achiever frost dragon is full of treasures. Many doctrine achievers shook their heads regretfully. Then they began to pick the earth dragon fruits. Guchanga didn't do anything, and also got 2 fruits. To be honest, this thing didn't have much effect on him. He looked in the direction where the frost dragon escaped and pondered. Since a creature of the doctrine achiever level could live here, wouldn't it mean that other creatures could exist here? In this case, it gave him an idea. Perhaps he could create an accident that caused the creatures of Mount Kuan to riot? In the next few days, everyone continued to rush into the depths. Later on, they could more clearly hear that strange dull sound coming from the depths. It was as if there was an extremely ancient heart beating. However, until now, no one had sensed the location of the Ji family's ancestor. They didn't even hear the slightest movement. This made everyone in the Ji family wonder if the summoning sound Ji Chuwa heard was real or fake. Or perhaps the Ji family's ancestor was now a lamp without oil, and it was difficult for him to send out any sound. What's that? Finally, in the depths of the mountain, everyone saw a strange place emitting a faint light. They were all extremely shocked. It was like a vast waterfall falling from the sky, but also like a big hole that led straight to the depths of the earth. It seemed to be connected to the legendary 9 serenities. However, there was a blue mysterious jade at the entrance of the hole. It seemed like it had been there for tens of thousands of years. People could faintly see a figure sitting cross-legged in the mysterious jade. It was a Taoist, wearing a Taoist robe and a star crown. He was meditating with his eyes closed. It was unknown how long he had been there. Even though he was separated by the mysterious jade, people could still feel how extraordinary this Taoist was. It was an energy of the great doctrine. It seemed like he had merged with the world. It was difficult to determine whether he was still alive. Did this Taoist's strength surpass the doctrine achiever realm and reach the immortal realm when he was alive? Many doctrine achievers spoke in shock. They sized up this Taoist carefully. They felt like the energy he emitted was terrifying. This was definitely an indescribable peerless expert. No one knew why he had been sealed here. Little brother Jiang, do we have to break the mysterious jade in front of us to go inside? At this moment, no one dared act rashly and break the mysterious jade. They could only ask Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun was also confused. He was talking with the celestial boat's vessel spirit. He wanted to know how to go there. It was totally beyond his expectation that such a mysterious jade would block the way. At this moment, people felt like the Taoist in the mysterious jade was sizing them up. They did not know whether it was an illusion or not. Even though the Taoist was meditating with his eyes closed, they still felt like he was looking at them. Don't touch him. While people were hesitating, unable to make a decision, a faint voice suddenly came from under the waterfall in front of them. It's our ancestor's voice. Those from the Ji family were struck dumb at first. Then they were pleasantly surprised and excited. They felt a throbbing in the depths of their blood. Undoubtedly, this was their ancestor, who had founded the Ji family, and had been called the human ancestor. Ji Shengqiu. He was not dead. He was still alive in Mount Kuan. Looks like it's really Senior Ji Shengqiu's voice. He told us not to touch the mysterious jade. How are we going to save him? Several doctrine achievers glanced at each other in shock. Then they frowned and started to think of a solution. Someone tried to communicate with Ji Shengqiu, who was under the waterfall. However, when their voice reached him, it was like a clay ox entering the sea. It did not create any ripples. Then it went silent. There was no movement or sound coming from the other side. Now the only way out is blocked by the mysterious jade. We can't go in unless we move it away, Jiang Chun said. After talking with the spirit of the celestial boat of fortune for a while, he realized what was special about this place. It could be called a dragon's cave or a dragon's nest. This Taoist might have offended the real dragon here. After his death, he was sealed by the mysterious jade to seal the dragon's cave to prevent others from entering it. If they changed the layout of the dragon's cave at will, the Taoist in the mysterious jade could break out of the seal. By then, he would be like a puppet. He would be so strong that no one here could suppress him. Jiang Chun was tempted. After all, the way out had been blocked when he came in. If people took advantage of the chaos to go back the way they had come, they would find all the paths had changed. It was a dead end. Now, if he were to think of a way to release this Taoist, how many people would be able to escape alive? You are heartless. Don't blame me for being heartless. Jiang Chun smiled coldly to himself. He already had a way out. He could ask the spirit of the celestial boat of fortune to take him away at any time. However, the others would not be as lucky as him. Young brother Jiang, do you have any ideas? A Taoist asked. He thought Jiang Chun, who was a divine origin master's disciple, might have other ideas. The only thing we can do now is to smash it or move it away. Otherwise, we won't be able to enter it, Jiang Chun said, shaking his head. He sounded resolute. Senior Ji Shengqiu told us not to touch the mysterious jade. He must have other ideas. Are you sure we can only smash it? What are you up to? At this moment, Gu Chang'e, who had been sizing up the mysterious jade, walked over and asked with interest. His eyes suddenly flashed with a strange light. He stared at Jiang Chun as he spoke, as if he did not believe him. Hearing this, everyone's heart trembled. Compared to the Ji clan's ancestor, they were naturally more willing to believe the Ji clan's ancestor. Since Jiang Chun had said so, who knew whether he had good intentions or not? Even the Ji family's brother and sister frowned. They realized there was a big grudge between Jiang Chun and Gu Chang'e. If Jiang Chun set a trap for them at this moment, what could they do? The Taoists turned serious. They stared at Jiang Chun unkindly. They wanted him to give them an explanation. Jiang Chun was surprised by Gu Chang'e's sudden question. He was also shocked. However, he still looked calm. He said, I've already said so. It's up to you whether you believe me or not. It doesn't matter to me whether we save the Ji family's ancestor or not. He insisted this matter had nothing to do with him. After all, saving the Ji family's ancestor was a matter for the Ji family and the whole upper realm. He had just been forced to come here. People frowned when they saw Jiang Chun's expression. They started to consider whether they should believe him or not. The Ji family's ancestor was obviously at the end of his life, but he still had to warn them. The Taoist sealed in the mysterious jade was not to be underestimated. Even though he had been dead for many years, his corpse was still enough to put people here in a life-or-death crisis. However, If they did not move the mysterious jade or smash it, they would not be able to go through. This was obviously a dilemma. Then how can we believe that you won't harm us? You are the only divine origin master here. If you do something secretly, how can we know? The Taoists of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain were still worried. They felt Jiang Chun was hiding something from them. Jiang Chun said calmly, "If you have any other way, just give it a try." He was sure there were no other entrances here. He had to find a way to deal with the mysterious jade. Don't move the mysterious jade. Let's see whether there are other entrances nearby. At this time, Gu Chang'e sighed softly, seemingly a little helpless. People agreed with him. They glanced at Jiang Chun coldly. Then they started to check their surroundings carefully. They did not approach the mysterious jade rashly. Gu Chang'e also looked like he was sizing up the surroundings carefully. However, he was sizing up the mysterious jade out of the corner of his eye. What mattered most was the 690 Taoists sealed in the mysterious jade. He had a plan in his mind. "I can save you, but you have to promise me one thing." Then Gu Chang'e said calmly. He transmitted his voice through holy awareness. All of a sudden, the Taoists sealed in the mysterious jade seemed to move slightly. However, it was very subtle. If one did not observe carefully, one would not notice it at all. Gu Chang'e was not in a hurry. He knew the Taoist sealed in the mysterious jade was dead. However, there was a new life in it. In other words, during these years, the corpse had developed intelligence again. He could use this intelligence to do something for him. "Are you serious?" After a long silence, a voice came from the mysterious jade. It sounded very hoarse. "If you want to come out, you have to listen to me," Gu Chang'e replied casually. He was not surprised at all. Heh, you are threatening me. What if I don't keep my promise?" The Taoist sealed in the mysterious jade seemed to be smiling coldly. "Of course, I have my ways to kill you." Gu Chang'e continued to play it down. This Taoist had a great cultivation when he was at his peak. He could have been a real immortal. However, in the current environment, Gu Chang'e did not need to care too much about him. Moreover, this was just a corpse's intelligence. "I hope you can keep your promise." The Taoist sealed in the mysterious jade was not stupid. He could sense that Gu Chang'e was the most powerful person here. He was unfathomable. "Then just do as I say," Gu Chang'e said calmly. He was going to transmit his plan to the Taoist through holy awareness. At the same time, he raised his head and looked behind the waterfall. If he had guessed correctly, there should be an underground palace that had been sealed. The Ji family's ancestor was probably trapped there. After he had devoured the Ji family's ancestor, he should have succeeded in nirvana and become a doctrine achiever. Jiang Chen's last light and heat should have burned out here. However, the demon seed that had been planted in his body could be useful. The demonic method's inheritor and the divine origin master's inheritor did not conflict with each other. Jiang Chen happened to be good at disguising himself. That was why he was the scapegoat. "Youngster, save me. I can help you kill these people." Then an illusory voice suddenly sounded. It was very ancient. This voice suddenly echoed in Jiang Chen's mind. His whole body shook. He was scared, but he still managed to stay calm. "Who are you? Where are you?" He looked around carefully and tried to communicate with the voice in his mind. "You should know where I am." The illusory voice echoed again. However, Jiang Chen managed to calm down at this moment. He took a deep breath and looked carefully at the mysterious jade in which the Taoist was sealed. This Taoist, who he thought had been dead for a long time, unexpectedly transmitted his voice to him. Was this Taoist still alive? Had he been trapped here for countless years like the Ji family's ancestor? "How do you know I killed these people?" Jiang Chen asked in a deep voice. He was still cautious. He did not agree directly. You have such a strong killing intent. Do you really think I can't detect it?" "Don't worry. As long as you can save me, I will kill these people for you." "What's wrong with that?" The illusory voice sneered coldly. Chapter 578. Jiang Chun was pondering the words of the old Taoist in the mysterious jade. He looked around and saw that no one here had heard the old Taoist's words except for him. Even the doctrine achievers from various great doctrine systems were looking around. Frowning, they seemed to be in a dilemma. In other words, The old Taoist sealed in the mysterious jade had sensed Jiang Chen's killing intent. That was why he had transmitted his voice to Jiang Chen. While pondering, Jiang Chen glanced at Gu Chang'e quietly. However, Gu Chang'e was carrying him on his back. It seemed like he was looking around. Ji Chuiyue and Yin Yan were following him. It seemed like he had something to say to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen clenched his fists. He suddenly made up his mind. This might be his last chance. I promise you that I will save you. But you must promise me that you will kill that white-clothed man. Jiang Chen transmitted his voice to him. He had asked the celestial boat's vessel spirit how to break open the mysterious jade. Even the other doctrine achievers couldn't do it. Jiang Chen happened to have a special way. Don't worry. I'm a man of my word. Since I've promised you, I'll do it. At that time, when you release this old Taoist, everyone here will not be spared. I swear on my doctrine heart. You can set your mind at ease. The old Taoist in the mysterious jade replied. Excitement seemed to be hidden in his voice. Jiang Chen nodded. Then he started to wait for the right time. There were many doctrine achievers here. If he did anything unusual, they would notice it immediately. This was why he had to wait until the dragon's breath came out of the cave, behind the mysterious jade. At that time, this place would be in chaos. Then he could take advantage of the chaos to attack. Time passed gradually. After searching the surroundings, they still couldn't find a suitable entrance. Sighing, they went back. Even doctrine achievers couldn't find anything unusual, let alone average people. Do we really have to move the mysterious jade to enter it? An ancestor of the Ji family said unhappily. But our ancestor told us not to move it. What should we do? A doctrine achiever from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain said in a deep voice. The Taoist sealed in the mysterious jade is no small matter. I used a secret method to investigate it. I feel like there's a great danger hidden in it. If we touch it carelessly, we'll suffer an unimaginable disaster. Hearing this, the place fell into silence. Many young supreme beings were also at a loss of what to do. In front of such a major event, they could only listen to the Tao attainment experts of their clans. They didn't have the opportunity to interfere. However, they were able to discern that this piece of profound jade was no small matter, and they couldn't rashly come into contact with it. In my opinion, why don't we go back the way we came, and find another way in? Gu Chang'e suggested with a faint smile. His words made everyone a little moved. Since the road ahead was a dead end, no matter what they did, it would be very dangerous. Why not go back the way they came and find another way? Young Master Chang'e is right. Why don't we find another path? The other Tao attainments nodded in agreement, feeling that it was feasible. Jiang Chen's expression suddenly changed. If the crowd went back the way they had come, they would definitely notice what he had done. At that time, he wouldn't be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. This method might not work. When we came in earlier, I already took a look. There is only one path. If we leave and come in again, it will be the same. This is just a waste of time for no reason. Jiang Chen went back to normal. He shook his head and explained. He still had to rescue the Taoist in the profound jade. Of course, he would not let the crowd go back the way they had come at this moment. Besides, the way they had come from had been blocked by the celestial boat's artifact spirit. It was not the same way at all. What? There is only one path. The crowd's expression changed. They were shocked and somewhat incredulous. Many Tao attainments frowned. Gazing at Jiang Chen, they felt more and more like this guy was up to no good. He hadn't told them the truth since the beginning. Oh, so why didn't you tell us before? Why didn't you tell us until now? If there is only one path, how did Senior Ji Shengqiu get trapped in Kuan Mountain? At this moment, Gu Chang'e asked with interest, shaking his head slightly. How would I know that? Young Master Chang'e. If you want to know, you'll have to ask the Ji family's ancestor. Jiang Chen said, shaking his head. He insisted that he knew nothing. Ada, go back the way we came. See what's going on. I suddenly want to know why he doesn't want us to go back the way we came. Gu Chang'e smiled slightly. Then he told Ada, who was behind him. Ada did not linger after hearing that. He immediately turned into a streak of black light and disappeared. Jiang Chen's expression changed slightly. He did not expect Gu Chang'e to be so meticulous. He had even sent someone to go back and check. In this way, wouldn't his secret trick be exposed? This was beyond Jiang Chen's expectation. He could not help but break out in a cold sweat. Looks like this guy is really up to no good. If he isn't up to no good, why doesn't he want us to go back the way we came? Darn it. How dare you set us up? What's your purpose? The Dao attainments present were all smart. They detected Jiang Chen's strange behavior immediately. They turned pale immediately. They flew into a rage. They felt like they had been tricked by Jiang Chen. A dreadful pressure fell upon Jiang Chen immediately, as if a dam had been breached. He spat out a mouthful of blood in an instant. His bones cracked. His skin was on the verge of cracking. He almost turned into a pile of meat paste. The other strong people also came over. They looked unfriendly. They surrounded Jiang Chen right away. They did not want him to run away. However, with Jiang Chen's strength, there were so many strong people here. Even if he had wings, he would not be able to escape. Ji Chuiwei and Ji Yaoxing did not suspect anything. Jiang Chen and Gu Changge hated each other so much. It was possible that he would do such a thing. However, Ji Chuiwei still felt sad. She really did not want to see Jiang Chen stop a chariot with his bare arms. How could he be a match for Gu Changge? He's courting death. The Heavenly Phoenix Maiden and others shook their heads. They felt sorry for him. Jiang Chen was also surprised that things would turn out like this. He pulled a long face. At this moment, he certainly would not admit it. As long as he could stall for time, he would wait for the next dragon breath. If he saved the Taoists sealed in the mysterious jade, none of the people here would be able to escape. He could take advantage of the chaos to escape. Soon Ada came back. He reported to Gu Changge. My lord, the way we came here has disappeared. We can't find the right way back. Gu Changge looked like he had expected this. He sighed. Shaking his head, he said, I see. But I didn't expect this. What else do you have to say now? If young Lord Changge had not seen through your trick, I'm afraid we would have been tricked by you again. Many accomplished Daos flew into a rage. They wished they could kill Jiang Chen right away. Gu Changge, don't slander me. It was you who forced me to come here. I have no grudge against these people. Why would I do such a thing? The terrain here is ever-changing. How would I know the way back would disappear? Jiang Chen stared at Gu Changge. He was still denying it, trying to stall for time. Shaking his head, Gu Changge said calmly, You don't want to admit it, do you? In fact, I've guessed what you're up to. I guess the leaders of the great sects who were killed by you in the Great Void Divine Tomb were in the same situation as us. They had no way forward and no way back. As a Divine Origin Master's descendant, you should be able to help rescue the Ji family's ancestor. That's why I spared your life. I wanted you to make up for your mistake. Unfortunately, you don't know what's good for you. You're still tricking us. What? He was the one who killed so many leaders of the great sects in the Great Void Divine Tomb? How is that possible? As soon as Gu Changge's words came out, it immediately caused quite a stir. People were shocked. They opened their eyes wide in shock. They could not believe it. The young Supreme Venerables who had witnessed Gu Changge taking Jiang Chen away in the star-picking tower also tumbled to the realization. This was why Gu Changge and Jiang Chen hated each other so much. Jiang Chen turned out to be the mysterious man that all the Force Doctrine orthodoxies were hunting. What had happened in the Great Void Divine Tomb had caused a great sensation. Many leaders of the great sects had died there. Too many forces and orthodoxies were involved. Even the Great Void Divine race had to pay a great price to appease the public's anger. So he's the one who killed my sect's leader? He hid it so well. And he's a Divine Origin Master's descendant. Many strong people's eyes turned red. Staring at Jiang Chen, they wished they could cut him into thousands of pieces and pull out his bones and tendons. They did not doubt Gu Changge's words. After all, Gu Changge was one of the few people who had survived the Great Void Divine Tomb. He had seen Jiang Chen's real face, so he was not surprised. Many people figured it out. After all, there had been too many restraining orders and tactical patterns in the Great Void Divine Tomb. If he had not been a Divine Origin Master, he would not have been able to manipulate those things. Since Jiang Chen was so strong, he could have killed all the leaders of the great sects who had entered the tomb to steal the divine personality of void easily. Gu Chang'e, you despicable man. This is what you and the great void divine race did. But you're framing me. You'll die a horrible death. Jiang Chun had not expected Gu Chang'e to suddenly mention this at such a moment. He was trying to frame him. His eyes turned red immediately. He gnashed his teeth so hard that they were bleeding. However, the people present would not believe him at all, especially those whose sect leaders had died tragically in the Great Void Divine Tomb. A dreadful killing intent swept over. It shrouded Jiang Chun and locked him in place. He could not move at all. In fact, I've always been curious. Those leaders of the great sects had no grudges against you. Why did you want to kill them? Gu Chang'e shook his head. He looked confused. He seemed to have thought of the tragic situation back then, and could not help but sigh softly. This guy is bloodthirsty, and has evil intentions. He's not a good guy. Why would he need a reason? Many strong people flew into a rage when they had heard this. If they had not thought Jiang Chen's identity as a divine origin master was useful, they would have killed him with one palm strike to avoid future troubles. At this moment, something strange seemed to have happened to Jiang Chun. A black light suddenly rose from his Dantian spirit sea, and he couldn't help but let out a roar. It was a very strong black light. It looked like a black sun had risen. It penetrated his soul lungs, spiritual sea, and soul palace. The brilliance swallowed the river of time. People vaguely saw a dreadful vision appear behind Jiang Chun. It looked like all spirits had died out, and the universe had dried up. A demon's shadow covered the sky and the sun. He could destroy everything with a wave of his hand. A dreadful demon nature appeared in him. His black hair was dancing in the wind. His energy soared. He looked like a peerless demon god. Such a shocking turn of events caused the expressions of everyone in the surroundings to change drastically. And it was even to the extent that many who'd attained the Tao couldn't help but take a few steps back. They seemed to be extremely shocked. Is he an inheritor of demonic methods? Jiang Chun has such a hidden identity? The expressions of the heavenly phoenix maiden, the celestial monster monarch, six-crown king, and others changed drastically. They were also shocked. Although they had never dealt with an inheritor of demonic methods, they knew him well. They had always been on guard against him. This was why when they saw Jiang Chen's current appearance, they immediately thought of him as an inheritor of demonic methods. How is this possible? Jiang Chen is unexpectedly. Ji Chua opened her mouth wide. Her pretty eyes widened. She did not expect Jiang Chun to have such an identity. This energy is extremely evil and complicated. It's a mixture of all kinds of origins. He's definitely an inheritor of demonic methods. So far, I'm afraid many geniuses have been killed by him. I didn't expect him to hide so deeply. If he hadn't exposed himself today, we wouldn't have known his true identity. The eyes of the doctrine achievers from the heavenly emperor mountain flickered coldly. They recalled how their inheritors had been killed by the inheritor of demonic methods. Anger and killing intent surged in them. He exposed himself. Is he going to expose everything? Everyone, please be careful. Since he didn't want to hide anymore, he must have decided to fight to the death. Gu Chang'e spoke in a deep voice. It seemed like he had not expected Jiang Chun to expose himself so suddenly. His words reminded the crowd. They all became vigilant. They did not dare to be careless. After all, they were in the depths of Kuan Mountain. Jiang Chun was still a divine origin master. Just as everyone was about to make a move, the ground suddenly began to rumble and shake. Not far away, the mysterious jade blocking the hole started to shake. A dreadful purple waterfall gushed out of it. It was like a heavenly river that had burst its banks. It turned into a torrent. It contained an unimaginably dreadful power. The crowd did not dare resist. They all fled in different directions to avoid it. It was chaotic here. Everyone was trying to avoid the purple waterfall. Even those who had achieved the doctrine did not dare touch it. They could feel how corrosive it was. This is a dragon's breath. At this moment, although Jiang Chun was angry, he was still clear-headed. He noticed it was a dragon's breath right away. This was the perfect opportunity for him to attack. He did not know why he had exposed the fact that he was practicing a demonic method. He was extremely angry. He wished he could kill everyone here. An uncontrollable dreadful power gushed out of his dantian. However, since it had come to this, he had no other choice. Artifact spirit, help me crack that mysterious jade. Release the Taoist in it. Kill everyone here. Jiang Chun shouted at the artifact spirit of creation in his mind. Taking advantage of the chaos, he turned into a flowing light and dashed toward the mysterious jade. A dazzling brilliance gushed out of his palm. Like an exploding star, it crashed into the mysterious jade with a boom. That's not good. He's going to release the Taoist in the mysterious jade. Go and stop him. The Ji family's ancestor turned pale. He wanted to stop Jiang Chun, but it was too late. The purple waterfall crashed into him. With a sizzling sound, it corroded his body quickly. He had to fight back. The others also turned pale. They did not have enough time to stop Jiang Chun. At this moment, Jiang Chun was standing there with a cold smile. He raised his hand and threw it downward. Boom! In the next moment, the profound jade that sealed the underground cave let out an extremely clear cracking sound. Cracks appeared on it, and it quickly collapsed and split apart. A dreadful evil energy suddenly swept over. It was as if it could devour everything and bury everything. Chapter 579. A dreadful evil energy surged out, flooding the surroundings like a flood. Everyone's expression changed drastically. They were both startled and infuriated. Many people hadn't come to themselves yet. They hadn't expected Jiang Chun to do this. He broke the seal of the mysterious jade directly, regardless of the consequences. Ji Chiyue's face turned pale. Jiang Chun's actions today seemed strange to her. He wasn't the confident and resolute Jiang Chun she was familiar with anymore. Moreover, Jiang Chun had concealed his identity as the inheritor of the demonic method. Her body shivered slightly. She was in pain. She felt like she had been deceived and used by Jiang Chun. Damn it. This guy has evil intentions. He wants to kill all of us here so that he can devour our main sources. As the inheritor of the demonic method, why would he come to rescue the Ji family's ancestor out of kindness? At this moment, a murderous aura erupted here. Everyone was staring at Jiang Chun while dodging the purple waterfall. Their eyes were burning with anger. They wished they could cut him into pieces. Many doctrine achievers were infuriated. If it weren't for the fact that they couldn't escape, they would have killed Jiang Chun already. You promised me that you would kill them after you got out of here. At this moment, Jiang Chun didn't care about the others' thoughts and expressions. With a delighted smile on his face, he spoke to the Taoist in the mysterious jade. Crack! The mysterious jade that had sealed the cave cracked in Jiang Chun's hand. Pieces of it fell down and fell into the cave. The Taoist Xing Guan seemed to have heard Jiang Chun's words. His body, which seemed to have lost all of its vitality, suddenly shivered. His closed eyes seemed like they were about to open. A boundless evil energy emanated from him, as if countless creatures had been killed by him. The crowd was terrified. Their bodies felt like they were about to crack. They couldn't bear the dreadful energy emanating from him. Even Supreme Being realm existences were trembling right now, feeling extremely uneasy. 690 This Taoist's strength, when he was alive, was indescribably dreadful. I'm finally out of here. The old Taoist in the feathered robe murmured slowly. He seemed to be exclaiming with emotion, but he also seemed excited. However, the crowd detected a boundless evil energy in his voice. It was overwhelming and suffocating. Jiang Chun, take this opportunity to leave. Escape through that cave. The spirit of the immortal boat of fortune in Jiang Chun's mind urged him. He had a feeling that the Taoist in feather clothes was not someone easy to get along with. In particular, the murderous aura emanating from it caused it to feel even more uneasy. Jiang Chun nodded. He knew it was dangerous to touch a tiger's skin, so he turned into a flowing light and ran towards the hole in the ground ahead of him. As for what happened behind him, it had nothing to do with him. Even though he wanted to see with his own eyes how Gu Chang'e was killed by the feather-clothed Taoist, he didn't dare to do so. Not good, that brat is going to escape. Seeing Jiang Chun disappearing into the cave, many people turned pale. They were even more furious and unwilling to accept the result. Yao Yao, who had witnessed Jiang Chun break the seal of the mysterious jade, and released the Taoist sealed in it, watched him run away. How could this not make them angry? However, they didn't have time to chase after Jiang Chun, because they had another important matter to attend to. The feathery Taoist who had broken out of the seal in the profound jade was clearly not a good person. Watch out for this guy, the accomplished doctrine of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain said in a deep voice. Looking at the feathery Taoist with fear, they were on guard against his sudden attack. The others also took out their magic weapons ready to fight. Hehehe, I didn't expect to get out of here one day. You're lucky enough to see this. Even if you die, you should be satisfied. The feathery Taoist was smiling coldly. He had looked like an immortal, because this expression, for no reason, revealed a bit of evil. He glanced over everyone here. He didn't care about the accomplished doctrine at all. As for the other practitioners and living creatures, they were no different from shrimps and fish in his eyes. They weren't even qualified to be taken seriously by him. Although he was just an incarnation of the evil thought in the corpse, he had inherited many doctrine methods and theurgies of the feathery Taoist. Even in this place he could defeat many accomplished doctrine easily. I think I know who he is. Ancient Celestial Venerable Yuhua, a supreme being in the immortal ancient times. He was defeated by Ancient Celestial Venerable Reincarnation. Then he disappeared. I didn't expect him to be trapped in Kuan Mountain. It seems his corpse transformed and gained intelligence. We're definitely not a match for him. At this moment, an accomplished doctrine of the ancient Yi clan suddenly spoke. He stared at the pattern on the feathery Taoist sleeve in shock. In the immortal ancient times, people called ancient celestial venerables were at least immortals. Even though the current world had changed so much that they couldn't exert the power of immortals, they were still far from being a match for them. People's hearts sank when they heard that. They were very cautious. If an ancient celestial venerable's corpse transformed after his death, didn't that mean the corpse in front of them was at least immortals? Who could break it? Even though his blood energy had weakened after so many years, few people in the current upper realm could contend with him. No wonder Ji Shengqiu, the ancestor of the Ji family, suddenly warned people through holy awareness not to touch that mysterious jade. Damn inheritors of demonic methods. How dare they release such a peerless criminal? If he escapes from Kuan Mountain, he'll probably become the next red female demon. Someone cursed in anger. He looked very angry. He wished he could smash Jiang Chun into pieces. However, Jiang Chun had escaped into the cave. They couldn't catch up with him in a short time. Leave Jiang Chun to me. I'll have to trouble you with this guy. Guchanga suddenly spoke. He looked very serious. It seemed he also found this matter tricky. We have no other choice. Let's stall this guy and see if we can kill him here. Young Lord Changa, we'll have to trouble you to chase after Jiang Chun. The accomplished doctrine of the various clans glanced at each other. Then they nodded. They weren't worried about Guchanga's strength. If they ran into Jiang Chun, the latter wouldn't be able to escape. However, this was their best guess. After all, Jiang Chun was a divine origin master. The terrain here was very advantageous for him. If Guchanga wasn't careful, he might suffer losses. The Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, Six-Crown King, the Celestial Monster Monarch, and the other side. They knew they couldn't help with their current strength. They could only ask the strong people behind them to cover for them. They flew toward the cave quietly, trying to leave this place. If a great battle broke out, no one could protect them. You want to escape? Today, all of you will stay here. The old Taoist in the feathery robe seemed to have seen through their plan. He sneered coldly. Waving his sleeve, he moved forward. A dreadful evil energy soared into the sky. It was like a broken Milky Way. It covered the sky and the earth. Cracking sounds echoed. It was suffocating. The other accomplished doctrine didn't dare hesitate. They hurried to take out their doctrine attainment artifacts. Dreadful pressures intertwined. They filled the air here. It was like many immortal divine weapons were colliding. It was a dreadful sight. The whole Mount Kuan shook. Light soared into the sky. It penetrated the sky and flew toward the extraterritorial area. Numerous practitioners and living creatures in the outside world witnessed this scene in shock. They were extremely shocked. While the old Taoist in the feathery robe was fighting with the others, Guchanga's figure also moved, directly stepping into the underground cave. quickly disappearing. The old Taoist in the feathery robe was covering for him and stalling for time. If the Ji family's ancestor was trapped in the cave, it would save him a lot of time. As to where Jiang Chen had escaped, he wasn't worried, because he had planted a demon seed in Jiang Chen. Even if Jiang Chen escaped to the ends of the earth, or the other side of the starry sky, Gu Chang'e could still catch him. The cave was extremely vast. It was so spacious that one couldn't see the end of it. The magnificent underground palace was ancient. It seemed like it had been contaminated by endless dust. The stone rooms, the stone palaces, and everything else were full of traces of time. Jiang Chen rushed in. Then he followed the instructions of the celestial boat's artifact spirit. He went deeper. There were many restrictions here. The walls were covered with all kinds of ancient patterns. There were also many divine stones inlaid in them. They were emitting a hazy light. If Jiang Chen had enough time, he would have taken all of these things with him. Do you think the people behind us will catch up with us? Although Gu Chang'e is strong, I don't think he's a match for that Taoist. Jiang Chen was talking to the celestial boat's artifact spirit in his mind while running. He knew the Taoist in the feathery robe was dreadful. However, Gu Chang'e had too many tricks up his sleeve. He didn't know whether the Taoist in the feathery robe could kill Gu Chang'e. I don't think it'll be easy, but the Taoist in the feathery robe should be able to stall Gu Chang'e for a while. The celestial boat's artifact spirit said. It didn't think the Taoist in the feathery robe could kill Gu Chang'e. Besides, compared to the Taoist in the feathery robe, Gu Chang'e was more mysterious in its eyes. Jiang Chen kept silent. He sighed to himself. He didn't say anything more. He felt that even if he escaped from Mount Kuan, he would be reduced to a rat crossing the street and become the enemy of the whole world. Gu Chang'e had called him the inheritor of the demonic method. When he had gotten the inheritance, he had felt it wasn't an orthodox method, but he didn't have time to think about it. However, he had nothing to do with the so-called inheritor of the demonic method. He had no choice but to be regarded as the inheritor of the demonic method. Now I can only take one step at a time. I'll leave this damn place first. Then I'll figure out another way. Jiang Chen sighed to himself. However, he was more determined to take revenge. The underground palace was vast, cold, and deadly silent. There were some rare treasures hanging on the walls, emitting a weak light. This place was more like an abyss buried at the end of the ground. Fortunately, Jiang Chen had the help of the celestial boat's artifact spirit. He didn't have to go into a dead end. Then he went deeper into the palace safely. He gradually calmed down. He didn't panic anymore. After all, the black-clothed Taoist was dreadful. He should be able to stall Gu Chang'e and others for a long time. It was even more likely that they would all be killed outside of the cave. Chapter 580. Why do I feel like someone is calling me? All of a sudden, Jiang Chen stopped in his tracks. A confused look appeared on his face. However, when he listened carefully, he didn't hear anything. He raised his head and looked around. This place was empty except for some tall pillars. Is this the voice of the Ji family's ancestor? Jiang Chen was startled. After what had happened to the Ji family, he didn't have a good impression of them anymore. He certainly didn't want to rescue their ancestor at this moment. In his eyes, this was extremely risky. Who knew whether the Ji family's ancestor would bite the hand that fed him? He had already suffered many losses. I feel like you should give it a try. According to the rumors, the Ji family's ancestor was a kind-hearted person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked so many orthodoxies to accept his kindness. Maybe this is an opportunity for you, the artifact said. The spirit of the immortal boat of fortune said. He thought Jiang Chen should give it a try. Jiang Chen hesitated for a moment. He felt like what the artifact said was reasonable. What if this was an opportunity for him to clear his name? Then Jiang Chen walked toward the source of the voice without hesitation. If the situation turned for the worse, he would find a way to escape. The Ji family's ancestor had been trapped here for so many years, and he could only transmit information through sound transmission. He should have reached the end of his life. He shouldn't be a threat to me, Jiang Chen thought. Gnashing his teeth, Jiang Chen calmed himself down and walked toward the depths. After walking for a few dozen miles, he felt a kind of surging pressure in front of him. It was like a huge wave that overflowed into the sky. However, it also felt like an ancient sky was falling down. People couldn't help but kneel down and worship it. This was the world's mighty force, which couldn't be described with words. All living beings were as weak as ants facing such a pressure. What is this? Jiang Chun looked at the scene ahead of him in shock. It was like a chaotic river that ran through the universe. It was flowing on both sides. A dreadful energy pervaded the air. There were black waves on both sides. They were like the lunar river. Chaotic energy pervaded the air. It seemed like they could lead to the depths of the starry sky. Many dragon coffins were floating on both sides of the river. They were bobbing up and down. The traces left behind by them were extremely ancient. They had surpassed many eras. It was difficult to trace their origin. How could there be such a grand scene in this underground palace? It was like he had come to the depths of the universe. In an instant, he seemed to have arrived outside the starry sky. Ancient and majestic stars bobbed up and down one after another above their heads. Tens of thousands of resplendent starlight shone brilliantly. The heavenly river was vast, extending to the other side of the world. Jiang Chun even saw the blood that had gathered on the ground ahead of him. 9 different colors interweaved, and they were dazzling. Immortal radiance shone resplendently. The terrifying aura made his skin feel like it was about to split open, as if the blade of the great Tao was cutting his bones. Even though there were strands of primal chaos energy descending from the surroundings, they were also making cracking sounds, as if they were about to collapse. It was difficult for them to take even half a step closer. Immortal King blood. Moreover, there were quite a few of them, forming a small lake. An immortal king really did die here. And it was related to the Dragon Clan. Could this be the Dragon King's resting palace? Jiang Chun was extremely shocked. He didn't even dare take half a step forward. He understood how terrifying that immortal king blood was. Even though countless years had passed, to the extent where even the divinity within it had dissipated, it was still extremely powerful. However, just the remaining aura was enough to kill any living being. Little friend. After arriving here, Jiang Chun once again heard the voice of the Ji family's ancestor, Ji Shengqiu. Looking toward the source of the voice, he saw an extremely tall platform in the deepest part of the underground palace. There seemed to be a vague figure on it. It was extremely thin and withered. If one didn't look at it carefully, one could even mistake it for firewood. It didn't even look like a human anymore. Senior, is that you? Jiang Chun asked. He hadn't expected the Ji family's ancestor, who was rumored to be so arrogant, to be in such a miserable state. However, he had been trapped in Kuan Mountain for so many years, but he hadn't died yet. That was enough to prove he wasn't a simple person. Little friend, it's me. There are restraining formation patterns left by the true dragons here. There's also the remaining aura of an immortal king. Little friend, don't act rashly. Otherwise you'll get yourself into trouble. The thin figure lying on the platform spoke. He looked extremely weak, like a candle flickering in the wind, as if it would go out at any moment. Jiang Chun hadn't expected Ji Shengqiu to worry about his safety first. He somehow had a good impression of him. I see. Senior, how can I get you out? Asked Jiang Chun. Find the 8 formation keys here and break them. The restraining formation here will disappear, of course. I was lucky enough to hide on this platform all these years. That's how I managed to avoid being killed by the restraining force. You must be careful. These restraining formations were deployed by an immortal king. Although they're all broken now, they're still very powerful. Ji Shengqiu sighed. Although he was still weak, Jiang Chun's arrival gave him hope. He couldn't help but force himself to stand up. I see. Senior, I'll get you out right away. Jiang Chun nodded. He started to look for the formation keys around, as Ji Shengqiu had told him. At the same time, he was talking with the spirit of the vessel in his mind. He wanted to know whether Ji Shengqiu was worth saving. If you can get him out, maybe he'll be your backer. The vessel spirit's voice was filled with excitement. I think Ji Shengqiu has been trapped in Mount Kuan all these years. Maybe he's benefited from his misfortune. His cultivation has improved. He must have surpassed the immortal state when he was at his peak. Although the rules of the universe aren't complete, I think he'll be as strong as a genuine immortal once he recovers. It made a solemn vow. Jiang Chen's heart was set on fire when he heard this. If he had a backer as strong as a genuine immortal, wouldn't it be possible for him to take revenge? Then Jiang Chen was looking for the formation keys according to Ji Xingqiu's request while talking with him. He also learned how Ji Xingqiu had been trapped in Mount Kuan. According to Ji Xingqiu, the inheritance of an immortal king was the most attractive thing. Mount Kuan used to be the nest of the genuine dragons from the upper realm. Later, the dragon king of the genuine dragons was killed somehow and died here. Ji Xingqiu was bold. He broke into Mount Kuan alone, trying to find the inheritance of the dragon king of the genuine dragons. However, he accidentally triggered the restraining formation here. Fortunately, he hit on that platform in time to avoid the restraining formation around it. That was how he survived. It was for this reason that he had been trapped here for so many years without any news. I guess the outside world has changed a lot. I wonder if I, Ji Xingqiu, have never broken my promise to anyone in my whole life, except for her. While telling Jiang Chen what had happened, Ji Xingqiu couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Suddenly he burst into tears. He regretted it, thinking of his former lover. He also learned about the changes in the outside world from Jiang Chen's words. Many things had changed. Things had remained the same, but people had changed. The bamboo tree that the two of them planted together should have already withered and turned into dust. Jiang Chen didn't care about Ji Xingqiu's sigh at the moment. He only wanted to save him and use him as a protective talisman. Ji Xingqiu seemed to know what Jiang Chen was thinking. He suddenly smiled and said, "My young friend, don't worry. Since you saved me, you are my benefactor and the whole Ji family's benefactor. I've always been open and above board. I've never cheated anyone. What's more, I'm biting the hand that feeds me." She begged for fresh flowers. "Senior, I've never doubted your character." Jiang Chen heaved a sigh of relief. He showed a rare smile. Somehow, he suddenly thought of Ji Chuyue and what Gu Chang'e had said in the dungeon. The Ji family's son-in-law? Maybe it wasn't impossible. After half a day, there was a great rumble. Brilliant lights illuminated the surroundings. The dreadful chaotic waves, rising from both sides, gradually disappeared. They gradually returned to the darkness. The 9 formation keys have been dealt with. The pressure shrouding this place is gone. Jiang Chen was pleasantly surprised to see this, as if he had been relieved of a heavy burden. "My young friend, you've worked hard. But I still have to ask you for a favor. I've been trapped here for so many years. I'm almost exhausted. I still need some time to recover before I can take you out of here. During this time, I'll have to trouble you to protect me." On the doctrine platform, Ji Xingqiu was also delighted. He said to Jiang Chen again, after taking a deep breath. Jiang Chen nodded. He certainly had no problem with this. He could see that Ji Xingqiu was so withered that he didn't even look like a human anymore. He had probably been holding on for so many years that he had used up all his spirit energy. Very soon, Ji Xingqiu entered a meditative state, and the surrounding spirit qi began to surge towards him. The doctrine rhythm and spirit opportunity that had been accumulated in the underground palace for so many years also turned into a vortex, gathering here. As long as I leave Mount Kuan, my life will be rewritten. Gu Chang'e, you didn't expect this, did you? Jiang Chen took a deep breath. Coldness flashed in his eyes. Then he started to sit with his legs crossed to recover. He thought of many things, including how to expose Gu Chang'e's true colors and how to avenge his friends. He wanted Gu Chang'e to pay him back one by one. However, at this moment, Jiang Chen suddenly heard footsteps coming from not far away. The footsteps were neither fast nor slow. The person who was coming seemed to be very calm, and it seemed that the person wanted him to hear them on purpose. That was why he heard the footsteps. At this moment, Jiang Chen opened his eyes. He didn't know why, but he had a bad feeling. He turned his head to look at the other side of the underground palace. His pupils suddenly shrank. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. He was scared out of his wits. Jiang Chen felt cold from head to toe. He was even trembling slightly. He felt a great terror coming toward him. He felt like his heart was being strangled. He felt like his bones and flesh were going to explode. He didn't expect Gu Chang'e to show up here. Shouldn't the old Taoist in feathered clothes be holding him back? Guchanga, why are you here? He tried to calm himself down, but his voice was shaking. Guchanga walked towards him unhurriedly. She shook her head and said with a natural expression, I came here to rescue Senior Ji Shengqiu. But as for you, the inheritor of the demonic arts, what do you want? Not only did you release the feather-clothed Taoist, who was sealed in the mysterious jade, but you also tried to kill all of the people who came to rescue Senior Ji Shengqiu. Guchanga, don't slander me. I'm not the inheritor of demonic methods. You're framing me. Jiang Chen's eyes turned slightly red. Staring at Guchanga, he felt cold all over. He was extremely scared. Then why don't you explain why you know the devil arts? Guchanga smiled faintly, not giving any comment. Also, why did you destroy the mysterious jade and release the feather-clothed Taoist, so that he could kill all the strong people of the other races? Chapter 581. Guchanga's sudden appearance cast a shadow over Jiang Chen's heart. Especially when he heard what Guchanga said at this moment, it made his heart skip a beat. He had a bad feeling. He knew Ji Shengqiu was meditating to recover. But in fact, he had been paying attention to what was happening here. Guchanga's arrival couldn't have been kept a secret from Ji Shengqiu. He had been framed by Guchanga as the inheritor of demonic methods. He could defend himself. But the Taoist in feathery clothes he had released from the mysterious jade was an undeniable fact. Guchanga had been sizing up the surroundings since he had arrived, especially the platform in the first place. He felt a little strange. In fact, he had been here for a long time, but he hadn't come here yet. He was waiting for Jiang Chen to break the prohibition around Ji Shengqiu. In fact, Guchanga knew about the true dragons living in Mount Kuan. Furthermore, he knew how the Dragon King of the True Dragon clan had died. This had a lot to do with him. But to be exact, it had something to do with Chan Hongyi. After all, she had killed the Dragon King with her own hands. The reason why her wooden comb was left here was also related to that battle. Before the immortal ancient era, Mount Kuan and Mount Luan had been called the two holy mountains of the upper realm. But Mount Luan had been destroyed by the Demon Lord single-handedly. To imitate the Demon Lord, Chan Hongyi had come to Mount Kuan to challenge the Lord of the Dragons, trying to destroy the mountain. As for the result of that battle, only a few ancient books had recorded it. The immortal king of Mount Kuan had died. This place had become a forbidden area for life. For countless eras, no creature had cracked the mystery. Coming back to himself, Guchanga gazed at the pools of blood not far away. His look was a little complicated. Misty chaotic energy was falling from the platform. A large amount of purple light was floating around it, as if stars were circling it. Ji Shengqiu was sitting there with his legs crossed. His figure had become blurred and thin. He was taking in the spirits sweeping over from all directions to recover his strength. At that moment his eyelids also moved slightly. His originally extremely withered face started to become plump and rosy. It was as if a lantern had suddenly appeared in the darkness. It was extremely bright, illuminating the surroundings. He looked in the direction of Guchanga and frowned. He seemed to be puzzled by Guchanga's words. What's going on? Puzzled, Ji Shengqiu asked Jiang Chen. He had assumed Jiang Chen was a junior who had come to rescue him. But he didn't know anything else. Jiang Chen didn't mention much to him. He just told him that he had a good relationship with the Ji family's young miss, Ji Chuihua. But at this moment, it seemed that there was more to it than met the eye. Inheritor of demonic arts? Release Yuhua Gu Tianzuan from the mysterious jade. No matter which one it was, it didn't sound like a good thing. Even though Saint Ji had never heard about the inheritors of demonic arts before he stepped into Mount Kuan, he had never heard about the inheritors of demonic arts. But in this world, for it to be called a demonic art, it probably had something to do with the person who killed the lord of the dragon clan of Kuan Mountain. Furthermore, he had sensed that the profound jade was acting rashly earlier, so he had warned the people outside. Jiang Chen didn't know how to answer Ji Shengqiu's question. He didn't know how to explain it. He had tried so hard to cozy up to Ji Shengqiu. How could he allow Guchanga to provoke him with just a few words? Senior, we were forced to do what we did outside the cave. If we hadn't broken the profound jade, we wouldn't have been able to come in to rescue you. Jiang Chun took a deep breath and looked towards Gu Chang'e with hatred in his eyes. You have to believe me. I'm not a bad guy. I'm the one in front of you. I'm a monster. I've done all kinds of bad things. I'm a lunatic. Jiang Chun took a deep breath and looked towards Gu Chang'e with hatred. However, Ji Xingqiu wasn't a fool. He wouldn't be fooled by just a few words. He obviously sensed that Jiang Chun was hiding something from him. He wasn't telling the truth. He sighed and said, My young friend, don't worry. Since you are my savior, I won't treat you well. After this old man escapes, I will naturally not treat you unfairly. As for your previous identity, this old man doesn't care. Jiang Chun heaved a sigh of relief after hearing Ji Xingqiu's words. I'm Gu Chang'e from the Longevity Gu. Nice to meet you, Senior Ji Xingqiu. At this moment, Gu Chang'e came up and greeted Ji Xingqiu with a small smile. The Longevity Gu? Ji Xingqiu turned pale. Then something occurred to him. He asked, Are you the current young lord of the Longevity Gu? He spoke in a firm tone, because he sensed Gu Chang'e's cultivation level was unfathomable. He was obviously young. At most, he was about the same age as Jiang Chun. He sounded much milder. Compared to Jiang Chun, he obviously valued Gu Chang'e more. Gu Chang'e smiled. Cupping his hands slightly, he said, Yes, I am. I heard you were trapped here, so I discussed it with Lord Ji Hao and others. We called all the orthodoxies from the upper realm here to rescue you. Unfortunately, we were set up by a villain on the way. The Taoist in the mysterious jade was released. All the orthodoxies suffered great losses. I was lucky. I managed to escape. That's why I came here. Yeah. Ji Xingqiu's expression suddenly became somewhat uncertain. He had lived for many years. Of course he wasn't stupid. He didn't believe Gu Chang'e's or Jiang Chen's words completely. Judging from what Gu Chang'e had said, Jiang Chen had committed a heinous crime. However, he did not know why he felt a chill from Gu Chang'e's body, which made him feel a little uneasy. This young lord of the Gu was definitely not as simple as he looked. He was hiding a lot. In Ji Xingqiu's state, he couldn't read people's minds directly, but it was easy for him to tell whether a person was sincere or not through the slightest change in expression or tone. In his opinion, Gu Chang'e said that he was lucky enough to escape, but there was no trace of injury on his body. From the beginning to the end, there was a kind of casual nature. It was as if everything was under his control. On the contrary, Jiang Chun was extremely nervous and vigilant since Gu Chang'e had shown up. He was extremely scared. Senior, you don't believe my good intentions. While Ji Xingqiu was pondering, Gu Chang'e spoke again, smiling. Jiang Chun turned pale. His heart was pounding. He had a bad feeling. Was Gu Chang'e going to attack Ji Xingqiu? Was that why Gu Chang'e had come to Mount Kuan? He didn't want to rescue Ji Xingqiu. He wanted to kill him? He couldn't believe it. He couldn't imagine why Gu Chang'e was so bold. Ji Xingqiu was an extremely old and invincible man. He had been unrivaled in the world. He was unimaginably strong. Ji Xingqiu frowned. Then he said, Young lord of the Gu, I appreciate your good intentions. I'll definitely repay your kindness after I get out of Mount Kuan. Somehow, like Jiang Chun, he also had a bad feeling about this. The young master of the Gu family in front of him seemed to be the one with bad intentions. Gu Chang'e shook his head. Smiling, he said, Senior, you don't have to wait until then. You can repay my kindness now. I'm afraid you'll refuse me if I wait until then. Ji Xingqiu pulled a long face. He said, What do you mean? If you want repayment, I'll give it to you now. At this moment, anyone could feel Gu Chang'e's evil intentions. Senior, you've been trapped here for too long. You're confused. Junior, it's better for you to take the reward yourself. Gu Chang'e smiled slightly. He sounded like he didn't care. Ji Xingqiu pulled a long face. When Gu Chang'e had finished speaking, another whooshing sound came from not far away. Along with the horrible smell of blood and evil energy, a vague figure flew over quickly. He flew across the air and showed up here. It was the Taoist in feathery clothes, who had just escaped from the mysterious jade. His sleeves were stained with blood. It was obvious how fierce the battle had been. The Taoist in feathery clothes? Why is he here? Jiang Chun had not expected the old Taoist in the mysterious jade to show up here. He was struck dumb. He was very surprised. Then he beamed. He still remembered that the old Taoist in the Xian Jade swore on his Taoist heart that he would kill Gu Chang'e as long as he saved him. In Jiang Chen's eyes, this old Taoist had come here to kill Gu Chang'e. However, the joy on his face froze in the next second. He found it hard to believe. He was petrified. I've done what I promised you. I hope you can keep your promise. The Taoist in feathery clothes landed. Ignoring Jiang Chen's expectant look, he said to Gu Chang'e with a weird smile. You killed them all? Gu Chang'e asked casually, as if he was not surprised by the Taoist's arrival at all. The Taoist in feathery clothes shook his head. Some wanted to escape. I couldn't catch them, but I killed most of them. I've done what you asked me to do. Okay. Gu Chang'e nodded. Smiling slightly, he said, Don't worry. I'm a man of my word. After leaving Kuan Mountain, you'll not only regain your freedom, but also get a new identity. From now on, you can do whatever you want in this vast world. No one can restrict you. The Taoist in feathery clothes was also looking forward to such a life. Hearing this, his eyes burned with undisguised passion. After all, he was not the real ancient celestial venerable Yuhua. He was just a spirit born in his corpse. He could do whatever he wanted in Kuan Mountain, but once he left, he would be like a mayfly without a root. He could be struck by lightning at any time and disappear. Gu Chang'e had agreed to give him the corpse doctrine's heavenly technique, so that he could regain control of ancient celestial venerable Yuhua's corpse. It was even possible for him to recreate ancient celestial venerable Yuhua's peak glory. You transmitted your voice to me on purpose. Was it Gu Chang'e's arrangement? Staring at the Taoist in feathery clothes, Jiang Chen pulled a long face, as if he had just eaten a dead fly. He had also realized that the Taoist in feathery clothes and Gu Chang'e had made a deal a long time ago. He was the only one who was complacent like a fool. He thought he had defeated Gu Chang'e for sure. However, he did not know that all of this was part of Gu Chang'e's plan. Releasing the Taoist in the mysterious jade was part of Gu Chang'e's plan. Looks like you're not that stupid after all. The Taoist in feathery clothes sneered when he saw Jiang Chen talking to him. He did not take him seriously at all. Jiang Chen pulled a long face. You swore a doctrine heart. You promised me. Aren't you afraid of the natural law's backlash, and your future will be cut off? Chapter 582. The Taoist in feathery clothes burst out laughing, as if he had just heard a joke. I'm just a corpse. How could I have a doctrine heart? He sneered disdainfully, as if he was looking at a fool. He hadn't expected Jiang Chen to take his words seriously, even though he had just been fooling around. You! Jiang Chen's expression was extremely unsightly. He felt like he had been insulted. He was extremely aggrieved and angry. You've schemed so much. What's the point? Ji Shengqiu had been watching from the platform. He could not help but ask in a low voice. By then he had figured out the whole story. Jiang Chen had not let the Taoist in feathery clothes out of his own will. It was Gu Chang'e who had taken advantage of him. He was shocked. He did not dare underestimate Gu Chang'e anymore. Old friend, let's settle the grudge between us. The Taoist in feathery clothes interrupted him. He took a step forward and said with a cold smile, although he was not the original Yuhua ancient celestial venerable, he had more or less inherited many memories. Among them was how he had been attacked by Ji Shengqiu, and how he had been sealed out of the cave. He did not waste any more time. He dashed toward Ji Shengqiu directly. He could see that Ji Shengqiu had just gotten out of prison. He was extremely weak. Of course, he had to take advantage of the situation to kill him. You're just a corpse. How dare you be so fierce? Ji Shengqiu looked cold. Although he had just gotten out of prison, and was not very strong, a corpse was not to be underestimated. He immediately flicked his sleeve, and a jet black small sword flew out. It was less than a meter long, and it was incomparably sparkling and translucent. It was coiled with dragon markings, and it emitted clanging sounds as it emitted strands of terrifying sword chi. This was a magic weapon made of the divine dragon pattern gold he had gotten from Mount Kuan. It was indestructible. He did not even need to activate it. It could emit dreadful rules and orders. It was extremely powerful. I don't think you're any better. You're just a coward. You're just a shell. The Taoist in feathery clothes sneered as well. He exerted his strong means. A horsetail whisk appeared out of nowhere. With a sweep of his hand, a thunderous sound rang out, causing the void to collapse and explode. There was even primal chaos that gushed out. The two individuals began to fight on the Dao platform. The power was extremely terrifying, and all types of multicolored light rushed into the sky, about to destroy this place. If it weren't for the fact that this was the immortal king's bedroom of the true dragon clan, and was engraved with many formation runes and restrictions, the true dragon clan wouldn't have been able to escape. Otherwise, it would immediately explode, crumble into fine powder, unable to withstand this type of incomparable fluctuation. However, this type of aura also made one's heart tremble, as if it was disrupting time. Many void figures appeared, making this place incomparably chaotic. It was as if the heavens were in chaos, and the world was about to collapse. It seems that your final backer is unreliable. Seeing Ji Shengqiu and the Taoist in feathery clothes fighting, Gu Changge said casually, looking at Jiang Chen. At this moment, Jiang Chen's face turned pale. His whole body felt cold. He was shivering from head to toe. It was difficult for him to move. He was enveloped by the terrifying pressure, and he felt like he was suffocating. All of his blood seemed like it was going to flow backwards. Before this, he had never imagined that he would have such a day. There was no chance for him to survive, and he was desperate. Gu Changge's strength was definitely not a match for him. Even if he used all of his means, it would still be in vain. The gap between the two was too big, so big that it made him feel desperate. Gu Changge approached him unhurriedly. He sighed and said, "I wanted to keep you alive and kill you later, but unfortunately you asked for it." Jiang Chen did not understand what he meant, but he could feel Gu Changge's undisguised killing intent. "As long as I'm alive, I'll definitely kill you to take revenge." He gnashed his teeth. His eyes were bloodshot. He was full of hatred. "How will you kill me? The celestial boat of good fortune? Or the demonic method, you know?" Gu Changge didn't take it seriously and smiled faintly. "What? How do you know all this?" Jiang Chen's mind went blank, as if he had just been hit by a huge bell. His eyes opened wide. He was even a little dumbfounded at this moment. He had never expected that his biggest secret would be told by his enemy one day. Did that mean Gu Changge had known about the existence of the fairy boat of creation long ago? He also knew his identity as a divine origin master was fake. He had achieved all this with the help of the fairy boat of creation? Jiang Chen could not believe it. A dreadful coldness swept over his body. He could not help but shiver. "Do you suddenly feel like you're living a pitiful life? I don't only know your biggest secret. I even gave you the method you're practicing." Gu Changge smiled gently, but his look was calm. "What do you mean? What do you mean you gave me the method I'm practicing?" Jiang Chen's whole body was cold. Even he didn't realize his voice was trembling. It was full of fear. "Isn't this the master who gave you the method?" Gu Changge smiled. He shook his sleeves. A familiar figure suddenly showed up in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's pupils contracted. He stepped back directly. He almost fell on the ground. Jiang Chen's face turned pale. He looked scared and incredulous, as if he was petrified. "The black-robed senior." He gnashed his teeth. He was shivering. He had been looking for the black-robed senior, who had saved him, and given him the method. However, he had not found any clues. It was as if this person had disappeared from the world. It was more like he had never existed. Jiang Chen had been sad for a while. He had thought the black-robed senior had encountered an enemy and died. However, to his surprise, even the black-robed senior who had saved him had been arranged by Gu Changge. Jiang Chen almost could not breathe. He felt like he was drowning in a whirlpool. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not escape the fate of drowning. At this moment, Jiang Chen figured everything out. He could not help but look desperate. "It turns out you are the inheritor of the demonic method. Your mate is just a cover for you." The weapon spirit of the blessed immortal boat in his sea of awareness was also extremely scared. It did not occur to him that they had been living in Gu Changge's scheme from the beginning. They felt like their fates were being manipulated like threads. They were desperate. Jiang Chen could not accept such a cruel fact. He almost blacked out and passed out. Gu Changge smiled faintly, but did not explain anything. You've been watching for a long time. Are you still not going to show up? If you don't save him, I'll kill him. Then you won't get the blessed immortal boat you want." At this moment, Gu Chang'e suddenly looked at a certain void outside, and said with a strange look in her eyes. Jiang Chun, trembling and desperate, was struck dumb when he heard this. He could not help but look in the direction Gu Chang'e was looking at. Besides them, was there anyone else here? Buzz! In the next moment, the void trembled slightly like a painting, followed by ripple-like ripples spreading out. A slender and graceful figure in white walked out from within. Her black hair was like a waterfall, and her dress fluttered in the wind. Her facial features were beautiful and cold, and she emitted an otherworldly aura like a fairy from the Moon Palace. Ruoyin! Jiangchen opened his eyes wide, gazing at this familiar yet strange figure. He could not believe it. Why was Xiao Ruoyin in Mount Kuan? Had she come to rescue him? At this moment, the center of Jiang Chen's eyebrows suddenly lit up. The top of his head became crystal clear. Then the weapon spirit of the blessed immortal boat dashed out. It turned into a palm-sized bronze boat. It shouted in surprise, "Master!" It was very sensitive to energy. It realized in an instant that the Xiao Ruoyin in front of it was not the Xiao Ruoyin it had known before. She was its real master, the High Priest of Fate, who had recovered the memory of his past life. Xiao Ruoyin did not speak to Jiang Chun after showing up. Instead, she looked at Gu Chang'e. Then she said with a sigh, "You found me in the end." She should have noticed it a long time ago. Gu Chang'e should have found her when he had killed the Annals, and those from the War Immortals mansion. However, he did not point it out, so she did not think too much about it. She went on following him. She saw everything that had happened in the underground palace that day. Even if Gu Chang'e had not said anything, she would have shown up to rescue Jiang Chen. She would not allow Gu Chang'e to destroy the blessed immortal boat. "Ruoyin, you really let me down." Gu Chang'e did not show any emotion. He only shook his head slightly, as if he felt sorry for her. "But should I call you Ruoyin now? Or the High Priest of Fate?" Xiao Ruoyin looked calm, as if she was neither happy nor sad. She was not affected by external factors. She said, "Titles are just external factors. I am still me after all." If she had had a choice, she would not have exposed her identity in front of Gu Chang'e. "You are not honest at all. Do you remember what you said to me that night?" Gu Chang'e seemed to be smiling. He still spoke casually, as if he did not care about Xiao Ruoyin's identity change at all. Xiao Ruoyin felt like he was implying something. Thinking of what had happened that night, she felt a little embarrassed. But it disappeared soon. She said naturally, "My identity was different then. Of course, what I said was different. My identity was different. So you want to stop me now? You want me to kill you too?" Gu Chang'e said calmly. Jiang Chun was transformed by the blessed immortal boat. "If you kill him, you will destroy the blessed immortal boat. So I have to save him," Xiao Ruoyin said, shaking her head. She explained her purpose. "Do you think you can stop me?" Gu Chang'e looked at her. He asked with interest. Xiao Ruoyin shook her head. "I can't stop you with my current strength." "So, you are not stupid." Gu Chang'e smiled faintly and suddenly walked towards her. She reached out and pinched her smooth jade-like chin, making her look at her. "So, I'll give you two choices. After all, we were once husband and wife. I don't want to kill you. You tell me how to refine the blessed immortal boat, and I will let you go. I will also let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, I will kill you too." Chapter 583. Gu Chang'e looked calm. He spoke very simply, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. However, both Xiao Ruoyin and Jiang Chun were silent at the moment. Jiang Chun already knew Xiao Ruoyin, was no longer the Xiao Ruoyin he knew. She was the High Priest of Fate, in charge of the creation immortal boat. She used to have a supreme position in the Celestial Palace. She had not come here to save him for old time's sake. She had come here because he was the reincarnation of the creation immortal boat. She did not want to see him being destroyed by Gu Chang'e. A bitter smile appeared at the corners of Jiang Chen's mouth. It was obvious that he was mocking himself. Moreover, Xiao Ruoyin had not even glanced at him from beginning to end. It was as if his existence was of no importance. I'll give you time to think about it. But don't forget that even if you can save him and leave this place today, there will be no place for you in the upper realm in the future. Guchanga was still smiling, as if he was not worried that Xiaoruoyin would make any other choice. I see. Xiaoruoyin nodded. Then she kept silent, gazing at Guchanga, many thoughts flashing through her mind. She did not make a choice immediately. However, Guchanga was right about one thing. Even if she could save Jiang Chun today, there would be no place for her in the upper realm in the future. Guchanga was so powerful that he could be said to have swept over the entire upper realm. Who would dare offend him? Jiang Chun was now a scapegoat for the inheritor of demonic methods. No matter where he went, he would be an enemy of the whole world. Unless she was strong enough to protect Jiang Chun all the time, all of this would be unrealistic. Besides, with her current strength, it was almost impossible for her to save Jiang Chun. And in the end, she would be buried here together with him. Guchanga gave her such a choice. He was giving her a way out. Have you made up your mind? Guchanga opened her mouth unhurriedly with a faint smile. He had been paying attention to the changes in Xiaoruoyin's expression, so he could easily guess what she was thinking. She was hesitating and wavering. In this kind of situation where death was certain, as long as one was smart, they would know how to make the right choice. Seeing Xiaoruoyin still silent, the light in Jiang Chun's eyes gradually dimmed. He clenched his fists unwillingly, and the blood vessels in his eyes made him look even more ferocious. I'm sorry, but I don't have much choice now. Finally, Xiaoruoyin spoke. She looked up. It was the first time she had looked at Jiang Chun since she had arrived here. However, his words were full of regret and helplessness. I've misjudged you. Ruoyin, you've disappointed me. Although Jiang Chun could understand her choice, he was still extremely resentful and angry. His eyes became extremely cold. To him, this feeling was like betrayal. However, Xiaoruoyin did not speak again after saying this to him. Jiang Chun had a lot of things he wanted to say, but he had to swallow them. He was extremely resentful. Master, how can you do this? If you do this, it's no different from killing Jiang Chun. The weapon spirit of the blessed immortal boat was also in disbelief. Its voice was shaking. It could not believe Xiaoruoyin had made such a choice. This was not the master it knew at all. That master was definitely not so cold and heartless. Xiaoruoyin did not pay attention to what the weapon spirit of the blessed immortal boat had said. She shook her head slightly. After all, she had merged her memories with the original Xiaoruoyin. She was not the original Xiaoruoyin. If Jiang Chun wanted to get the complete blessed immortal boat, he would have to sacrifice himself sooner or later. It was only a matter of time. If it had been a little later, he might have been able to keep his intelligence and memories. But now, it was basically the end for his soul to dissipate. Xiaoruoyin herself was not a soft-hearted person. After making the decision, her expression returned to its calm and natural state, as if all this had nothing to do with her anymore. Guchanga smiled. He smoothed a strand of hair behind her ear for her. He said, I didn't misjudge you. Smart people know how to seize opportunities. Xiaoruoyin did not speak. She sighed to herself. Then she told Guchanga how to refine the blessed immortal boat. Guchanga had known she would make such a choice, but he did not change his expression. He did not try it immediately after getting the method. Instead, he deduced it first, but he did not find anything wrong with it. The blessed immortal boat was divided into two parts. One was the weapon spirit, and the other was the magic weapon itself. Jiang Chun was the magic weapon itself. However, due to an accident during his reincarnation, he had turned into a human and inherited the great luck of the original blessed immortal boat. He had become the son of luck. To get the complete blessed immortal boat, of course, they would have to merge Jiang Chun with the weapon spirit of the blessed immortal boat. Then they would have to refine it again. This process was not complicated at all. It would just take some time. Ruoyin, are you really going to help Guchanga kill me? Jiang Chun had witnessed how Xiaoruoyin had taught Guchanga the method to refine the blessed immortal boat. At this moment, he felt a sharp pain in his heart, as if thousands of knives and swords were cutting him apart. Xiaoruoyin did not say anything. She looked very calm, as if she had not heard Jiang Chun at all. Her indifference made Jiang Chun smile bitterly. He was desperate and disappointed. Boom! 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 Many divine lights and black thunderbolts flashed, as if they had penetrated the sky and pierced through the universe. At this moment on the doctrine platform, Ji Shengqiu and the Taoist in Yue were still fighting. They were locked in a fierce battle. Strands of chaotic qi exploded and spread out in all directions. At this time, even the void collapsed into countless fragments and was silently annihilated. At this moment, the two were fighting so hard that they did not have time for anything else. They were not even in the mood to listen to the conversation between Jiang Chun and Gu Chang'e. At their current state, although they had not recovered their peak state, the ripples created by their fight were still terrifying. Even doctrine achievers would be terrified in front of them. They would not have the nerve to approach them. Although Jiang Chun was very disappointed in Xiao Ruoyin, he still had a glimmer of hope. He felt the Ji family's ancestor might be able to solve this day's predicament and turn the situation around. He pinned his last hope on the Ji family's ancestor. However, at this moment, a dreadful black light suddenly appeared. It rose behind Gu Chang'e like a matchless sun. It was dazzling and had a taboo power that could devour everything. What is this? Jiang Chun felt like his holy soul was about to be devoured by the black light. He could not help but shiver. Boom! The void started to tremble, as if it would be crushed by the black sun. Even the primal chaos energy that leaked out collapsed at this moment, and was devoured by the primal chaos. It was a black bottle that was as big as a palm. It looked like it was made of many great doctrine runes. Divine chains of order fell from it like a waterfall. They rushed toward the two people on the platform. It seemed like they were going to drown them. In a deeper place, a dreadful gray fog swept over. It covered the sky and the sun. Along with a dreadful whizzing sound, it devoured the whole place. Gu Chang'e stepped forward and attacked. He wanted to take advantage of the two people's fight to take advantage of it. This is the Ji family's ancestor and the Taoist in Yue, who were fighting on the platform, were disturbed. They turned pale. They detected the dreadful ripples immediately. Then they recognized the great doctrine bottle. Their expressions changed. They were shocked. They could not believe it. Impossible. The Taoist in Yue did not have time to get angry at Gu Chang'e's sudden attack. Fear appeared on his face, as if he had seen something unbelievable. He was born in the immortal ancient era. He was very knowledgeable. He obviously knew what this great doctrine bottle meant. It was a taboo object. However, he did not know that this object was not condensed from runes. It was a real object. I don't care where you came from. You have to pay the price for scheming against this old man. At this time, the Ji family's ancestor reacted. He glared at Gu Chang'e and shouted furiously. He was like a great furnace that could refine the world, and he displayed an unrivaled technique. He was strong to the extreme, and his vital energy and blood surged into the heavens. He was valiant like a god, and he wanted to use strength to break through the Tao. He tried to shake off the divine light of order that was drowning towards him. He was extremely powerful. Even though he was at the end of his rope, he still exuded an invincible aura after fighting with the Taoist in Yue for so long. Gu Chang'e's expression was calm. He did not plan to let the Taoist in Yue go just because he helped him a little. In his eyes, the Taoist in Yue would become a hidden danger if he got out alive. It was better for him to stay here forever and bury everything that happened in Kuan Mountain. Moreover, the Taoist in Yue's peak cultivation was not weaker than the Ji family's ancestor. It wouldn't make sense not to use such a great resource. Boom! In the next moment, an extremely terrifying aura swept out from the underground palace. The black bottle of the great Tao floated above Gu Chang'e's head like a black hole. The bottle's mouth was so deep that one could not see the bottom. This was an unparalleled devouring force that was unimaginable. It was as if the entire universe could be devoured by it. Inside, mountain-like black beams of light shot out towards the Taoist in Yue and the Ji family's ancestor, wanting to suck them into the bottle. Whoosh! Whoosh! However, the two's methods were extremely terrifying. The Taoist in Yue summoned a Tao diagram, and it hung above his head. The Tao diagram trembled. A divine mountain rushed out and collided with the bottle. It emitted an immemorial aura. However, in the next moment, as the black light fell, the gray mist surged. The divine mountains collapsed one after another and turned into ashes. They could not resist at all. Guchanga's expression was calm as he took action. Dao tools appeared in his hands one after another. There was a purple precious bottle, a golden Dao sword, a precious fan. All of them shone brilliantly and began to recover. There was an incomparably matchless aura that surged forth like a great wave, crushing forward. Chapter 584. Boom! The void collapsed. A dreadful rift valley appeared. It looked like numerous stars had fallen here. The Taoist in the feather robe and the Ji family's ancestor were no longer at their peak. After the fight, they were even weaker. Guchanga was aiming at their origins. As soon as they started the fight, he suppressed them with the Great Doctrine treasure bottle. It was even more chaotic here. The two shouted in anger. They felt a life-or-death crisis. They exerted their strongest techniques and took out many divine weapons. The dark underground palace was illuminated by the sunlight. The world seemed to have returned to the time before the creation of the world. It was very vague. Everything was engulfed by the chaotic energy. In the end, there were even time fragments flying around. It looked like a river that was going against the flow of time. The three's fight almost reached the river. The splashes created by the battle echoed with all kinds of ancient world sounds and sacrificial sounds. This was a boundless fight. The Ji family's ancestor and the Taoist in the feather robe were once invincible. Their cultivations had surpassed the immortal realm when they were at their peak. They managed to resist Guchanga for a long time. Then they started to lose. They started to bleed. In the end, the 8 Desolation demonic halberd appeared in Guchanga's hand. He waved it over. The halberd's radiance was so cold that it seemed like it could split open the universe. It broke all of the two's attacks. There was no suspense in this fight. After Guchanga used his strongest techniques, even the Taoist in the feather robe and the Ji family's ancestor were no match for him. They shouted angrily. Then they calmed down. The Great Doctrine treasure bottle was floating in the air. It seemed like it had turned into a black hole that could devour everything. Besides the Ji family's ancestor's origin, the Taoist in the feather robe was a pleasant surprise. He was the body of the ancient celestial venerable Yuhua. Even though he had been dead for many years, the energy he contained was still unimaginable. Even the Ji family's ancestor is dead. Jiang Chun, who had witnessed all of this, smiled bitterly. All 693 people were dumbfounded. Even the ancestor of the Ji family had been killed by Guchanga in the end. His last hope had been destroyed. As for Jiang Chun, Guchanga certainly had no reason to keep him alive. Then he caught Jiang Chun in the way Xiaoruin had told him. He was going to refine the celestial boat of creation. Boom! A dazzling black doctrine flame appeared here, illuminating the ice-cold underground palace. Jiang Chun screamed miserably. He kept cursing Guchanga. His vitality started to disappear. However, dazzling light gushed out from his body. Mysterious patterns appeared on his body, faintly turning into the shadow of an ancient bronze boat. Although the sacrificial refining method was time-consuming, Guchanga wasn't in a hurry after dealing with the Ji family ancestor and the feather-robed Taoist. During this time, he did not pay much attention to Xiaoruin. Instead, he sat down cross-legged on the platform and began to refine the origin of Devour. This energy was extremely powerful. It was enough for him to break through the threshold of the Nirvana realm and become a doctrine achiever. In the next few months, a deafening noise came from this place. It sounded like the explosion of heavenly thunder. It was as if the sky had been split open. It shook the whole world. Endless light and sharp energy soared into the sky. There were hundreds of millions of them. It looked like a flying celestial pond. A magnificent and simple gate appeared in front of Guchanga. It contained the supreme energy of a doctrine method. However, this gate was tightly closed. It was difficult to open it. Behind the gate, there seemed to be another indescribable world. The gate of the Nirvana realm. Looks like he's going to become a doctrine achiever. Seeing this, Xiaoruin had mixed feelings. She thought of Guchanga's age. In his 20s, It was not an exaggeration to say that this was unprecedented. But thinking of Guchanga's identity, she was not surprised. Boom! In the next moment, the space between Guchanga's eyebrows became transparent. A small golden figure that looked exactly like him walked out and pushed the gate forward. The gate opened. Hundreds of millions of heavenly thunder and light exploded there. The energy of a new world came. Chaos lingered there. Celestial chi surged. It was as if he had walked into the legendary celestial realm. At this moment, Guchanga's skin, flesh, lungs, and bones became sparkling and brilliant. They were stained with celestial chi and chaotic chi. In the end, a heavenly imprint condensed between his eyebrows. There was a fluctuation between heaven and earth. A dense fog of the great Tao was produced, completely enveloping him. This was the reward from the heavenly Tao after a cultivator entered the doctrine realm. The fog of the great Tao contained all kinds of great Tao fragments, Tao rhythm, and spiritual opportunity. It was incomparably precious. Normally, it could not be seen at all. Other than the doctrine achiever, the rest of the cultivators were not qualified to come in contact with it. Of course, if this place was not special, the phenomenon of Guchanga's doctrine attainment would definitely shake the entire upper realm. There was no doubt about this. As Guchanga's every cell devoured the great Tao fog here, his spirit and cultivation were also changing. His aura was too blazing. It was like a chaotic furnace that burned in heaven and earth. Clusters of Emperor's primordial spirit radiance shone from his cheekbones. It was incomparably resplendent and blazing. At this point, Guchanga's life aura was even more terrifying. It was even more turbulent than the vast sea. Just standing there was suffocating. The difference between doctrine attainment and non-doctrine attainment was simply indescribable. Just the transformation of the level of life alone surpassed the understanding of ordinary cultivators. In the end, the chaotic fog here dispersed. This place gradually returned to peace. His white clothes fluttered, untainted by a speck of dust. His black hair was sparkling like ink, draping behind him. He was aloof and exceptional. Guchanga walked over from the platform. His expression was calm. His eyes were very deep, like a boundless starry sky. It took a few months. Actually, it's not that long. He estimated that the time he took to take this step was indescribably short compared to other cultivators. After all, when ordinary cultivators were in the quasi-emperor realm, they would often go into seclusion for tens of thousands of years. He was the only exception. How long will it take to refine the creation immortal boat? Guchanga looked to the other side. Xiaoruoyin had been waiting for him. Although he knew that Guchanga was at the juncture of breaking through, he did not dare to leave so easily. At most half a month. Xiaoruoyin replied, looking to the side at the area that was still enveloped by the Tao fire. Guchanga nodded. He rolled up his sleeves and put away the heavenly Tao treasure chest that was bobbing up and down in the Tao fire. In addition, he also used the mini fate points one by one. He now had 206 transcendence bones. In other words, he was in the state of perfection. This was also the reason why Guchanga could break through so easily. After all, the transcendence bones were related to the comprehension of the origin of rules and other things. He did not lack these since a long time ago. The only thing he lacked was his cultivation base and magical power. Now that he had made up for the lack of cultivation base, he naturally broke through to become a Tao enlightened being. However, Guchanga felt that he was still missing something. The transcendence bones were not only used for such a simple purpose. It was just that the problem of today's rules could not be revealed. In other words, the other mysteries of the transcendence bones could only be explored after he broke through to the immortal realm. The existence of the epic tree should also be put on the agenda. Guchanga began to prepare for the next step of the plan. The hope of becoming an immortal in the upper realm was still in his hands. When the epic Tao fruit matured, the heavenly rules of heaven and earth and fate of the upper realm would be reciprocated. During this process, there was a high possibility that the immortal sect would appear and bring the opportunity to become an immortal. How could the epic Tao fruit not be used as bait? Half a month later, the refinement of the creation immortal boat was completed. An ancient and mysterious bronze immortal boat appeared in the Tao fire. Layers of blurry ripples appeared around it, as if there was a long river of time flowing within it that could traverse the past and present. So this is the creation immortal boat. It is indeed extraordinary. Guchanga nodded and saw the complicated look in Xiaoruoyin's eyes. Xiaoruoyin also knew that she could not get it back, so she looked away after glancing at the creation immortal boat. Although Guchanga did not kill her, she would probably have a hard time in the coming days. The power of time, but it still lacks some space-time coordinates. Looking at the creation immortal boat, Guchanga thought of the mystic mirror and space-time steel in his hands. If they were combined with the creation immortal boat, perhaps it could reverse the flow of time and return to the immortal ancient, or even the forbidden era. However, he had no intention of reversing the flow of time at the moment. Later on, while leaving Kuan Mountain with Xiaoruoyin, Guchanga encountered many cultivators and living beings who were still hiding in this place. They were all lost after being attacked by the Feather Taoist. Among these people were the Ji siblings Ji Chuwei and Ji Yaoxing. With the creation immortal boat in his hands, Guchanga was naturally not worried about getting lost in this place. He then showed up and saved this group of people along the way. After being trapped in Kuan Mountain for several months, this group of cultivators and living beings were on the verge of despair and did not dare to act rashly. There were life-threatening dangers everywhere in this place. They saw with their own eyes that their companions accidentally stepped on a piece of yellow soil and instantly exploded with a poof, dying a horrible death. Now that Guchanga suddenly appeared, all of them were pleasantly surprised and saw hope. It was like seeing a lighthouse in the dark night. Even Ji Chuwei, who was extremely afraid of Guchanga, could not help but be filled with joy and let out a long sigh of relief. It was as if as long as Guchanga was here, even if the sky collapsed, it would not matter. This was an indescribable sense of peace. It seems that the feather-robed Taoist killed many people. After hearing what everyone had encountered during this period of time, Guchanga's face showed some regret and sighed. Back then, the feather-robed Taoist strength was extremely terrifying. Several Tao attainment cultivators joined forces and activated their Tao attainment artifacts, but they were still no match for him. In the end, they died tragically in his hands. Later on, we fled separately, but the terrain in Kuan Mountain is complicated and we lost our way. Our clansmen were also separated from us. We don't know whether they are alive or dead. We also don't know where father and elders are. Ji Chuwei said with a sad expression. In front of Guchanga, she did not know why she would say such things. Young Master Changa, may I know what happened after we entered the cave? Ji Yaoxing then seemed to have thought of something, and could not help but ask. He really wanted to know about their ancestor Ji Shengqiu. Chapter 585. At this moment, it wasn't only the Ji siblings who were curious about what had happened in the cave. Even the others were curious and confused. Staring at Guchanga, they couldn't help but guess what had happened. After all, everyone had been running for their lives. How could they have known whether the Ji family's ancestor was trapped in the cave? They had totally forgotten why they had come to Mount Kuan in the first place. Most importantly, all the great orthodoxies who had come to Mount Kuan had suffered great losses. Even several leaders of great sects had died. In such a situation, even staying alive had become a problem. No one had the time to care about the Ji family's ancestor. Seeing people looking at him, Guchanga wasn't surprised. He had prepared an excuse. So, he shook his head slightly and said, "When I entered the cave, I chased after Jiang Chun, but I didn't go far before I ran into a fog that I don't know where it came from. I was trapped there for several months. When I got out, I heard fighting noises in the distance. However, I didn't go near because I felt the energy wasn't something I could handle. I guess it was Senior Ji Shengqiu who was fighting with the Taoist in feathery clothes. I haven't seen the Taoist in feathery clothes these days. Maybe he was sealed by Senior Ji Shengqiu in Mount Kuan again. It's a pity that the others." Guchanga looked regretful, as if he felt it was a pity that he hadn't been able to save Ji Shengqiu. Ji Yaoxing and Ji Chuwei's expressions also darkened. Although they had expected this, they still felt depressed after hearing what Guchanga had said. Their ancestor Ji Shengqiu might still be trapped in Mount Kuan, but he might have died together with the Taoist in feathery clothes. And the culprit behind all this was Jiang Chun, whom Ji Chuiwei had trusted so much. That hateful Jiang Chun. He killed so many strong people this time. He won't be able to stay in the upper realm anymore. Many people flew into a rage after hearing this. They were filled with righteous indignation. Jiang Chun didn't just block all of their escape routes, but he also released the Taoist in feathery clothes, who was sealed in the mysterious jade. As a result, many Taoist orthodoxies and sex cultivators were killed by him. Even those who had achieved the doctrine couldn't survive. He had committed such a heinous crime that it would not be excessive to tear him into 1,000 pieces, pull out his tendons and pull out his bones. Sister, it's not your fault. It's Jiang Chun's fault. Even you were kept in the dark by him. I already said that he is not a good person. If you meet him again in the future, you have to be careful. Seeing that his sister's expression was extremely guilty, Ji Yaoxing couldn't help but sigh. He assumed Jiang Chun had already left Kuan Mountain and fled to Yao Yao. With his means, the restrictions and array patterns in Kuan Mountain could not stop him. I'm the one who harmed the elders and clansmen. They, Ji Chuiwei said with a gloomy expression, secretly feeling guilty. She had always felt that Jiang Chun didn't look like a bad person. He always acted in a carefree and confident manner, firm and resolute. However, as it turned out, she was not only wrong, but also very wrong. Jiang Chun was a well-hidden inheritor of demonic methods. Countless young supreme venerables had died tragically at his hands. Perhaps Jiang Chun had approached her because he wanted to get her body's origin. Maybe he would attack her one day when she wasn't paying attention. Miss Chuiwei, you don't have to blame yourself. In fact, I didn't know Jiang Chun was an inheritor of demonic methods before this. It's reasonable that you were fooled by him. But from now on, Miss Chuiwei, you have to learn from him. Guchanga smiled gently. He comforted her. That's why Jiang Chun took advantage of your kindness and kept you in the dark for so long. Ji Chuiwei was struck dumb too, since she hadn't expected Guchanga to comfort her. Then she recalled what he had done in the dungeon. Her pretty face reddened slightly. As far as she knew, Guchanga was extremely cold and strong. He rarely comforted others like this. She couldn't help but have a strange feeling. She nodded and said yes in a low voice. Over the next few days, the group headed out of Mount Kuan together. Along the way, they encountered many scattered cultivators and living beings. And from their conversations, they asked about the situation during this period of time. In fact, what they had gone through was almost the same, but this group was unlucky. They had run into the ice flood dragon they had encountered before. Many of them had died tragically in its mouth. They were lucky enough to survive. Some even saw the heaven monster monarch being swallowed by the ice flood dragon. No one knew whether he was dead or alive. Many people were horrified by the news. The heaven monster monarch was one of the best of the current young generation. He was at the peak of his generation. His future was limitless. Even he had died. The group, who had been saved from death's door, fell silent. They felt very heavy. They had expected what had happened in Mount Kuan would cause a great disturbance if the news spread. First, on the way to Mount Kuan, the ANS and the War Immortals mansion had encountered misfortune and died tragically. Then the true identity of Jiang Chun, the inheritor of demonic methods, had been exposed. A peerless villain had been released. He had killed many leaders and achievements of the great sections. Now, even the heaven monster monarch had died tragically in the mouth of the ice flood dragon. The news would definitely shock the whole upper realm. The ANS, the War Immortals mansion, the heavenly monster temple, and other forces would never give up. Half a month later, the group finally left Mount Kuan's territory and saw the sun again. The dreadful energy had been isolated. The sky outside was clear and cloudless. Occasionally, divine rainbows would flash by. The group was pleasantly surprised and excited. That's great. We're finally out. I don't want to come to Mount Kuan a second time. Some people were so excited that they started to talk incoherently. Ji Chuiwei and Ji Yaoxing also exclaimed. They felt like they had been trapped in Mount Kuan for a long time, if Guchanga had not been there. maybe they would have ended up like their ancestors. They would have been trapped there for the rest of their lives. I wonder whether father, elders and others have escaped. The two looked back at Mount Kuan, still scared. After that, everyone cupped their hands and thanked Guchanga before taking their leave. They expressed their gratitude for the time they had spent with Guchanga. Then, without stopping, they turned into divine rainbows and left. They wanted to return to their respective forces and report what had happened in Mount Kuan. My sister and I will never forget young Lord Changa's kindness. If young Lord Changa needs anything in the future, please don't hesitate to tell us. My sister and I will not refuse, even if we have to go through a mountain of swords or a sea of flames. Ji Yaoxing and Ji Chuyue also collected their emotions and left to return to their families. After the incident of rescuing the ancestors of the Ji family, the Ji family had suffered a great loss. The few surviving ancestors had also died tragically in Mount Kuan. The rest were nowhere to be found. No one knew if they were dead or alive. From now on, even if the Ji family could rescue their ancestors, they would be reduced to a second-rate or even third-rate force. They would never be able to return to their former glory. Brother Yaoxing, Miss Chuyue, take care. Guchanga smiled as he watched them leave. The reason why he saved everyone from Mount Kuan was mainly because he wanted them to spread the news of what had happened in Mount Kuan to the outside world. Although Jiang Chun had died, Guchanga still wanted to create an illusion that the inheritor of the demonic method was still alive and had only escaped from Yao Yao. After returning to Kuanwu City, Guchanga asked Ada to bring In Yin here first. He had told Ada to take In Yin away from Mount Kuan when he had chased after Jiang Chun in the underground palace. After all, he had to keep this chess piece in order to control the annals. Since In Shi had died, the annals would be controlled by In Yin from now on. Those drops of hidden immortal's genuine blood were useful to Guchanga. In addition, the entribed strength in the upper realm was not weak. To Guchanga, it would not cost much to control them. You'd better go back to the palace of Dao Heavenly Immortals. Since I said I would let bygones be bygones, I won't blame you anymore. Then Guchanga sensed Xiao Ruoyin's energy. He frowned slightly, then he relaxed. He said calmly to the void behind him. Xiao Ruoyin had been following him when they had left Mount Kuan, but she had not shown herself. As a fateless body, if Xiao Ruoyin tried her best to hide her energy, even those who had achieved the doctrine would not be able to detect her. That was what she had been thinking. She had hidden her energy well. That was why she had followed him. But to her surprise, Guchanga had noticed her. Hearing this, Xiao Ruoyin's figure appeared in the void. She nodded but didn't say anything. Since she had recovered her memory of her previous life, she did not need to stay in the palace of Dao Heavenly Immortals anymore. However, since it was Guchanga who had asked her to stay, she certainly would not turn him down. Now, she could take advantage of this time to sort out her memories and make plans for what to do next. Not long after Xiao Ruoyin left, Ada brought In Yin over. Greetings, young Lord Changa. In Yin stood respectfully. After leaving Mount Kuan, she had been waiting in Kuanwu City for Guchanga's return. After seeing In Shi, Little War Immortal, and the others killed by Guchanga, she understood one thing. In the current upper realm, it was best not to go against Guchanga. I'll leave the tribe to you. I hope you won't disappoint me. Guchanga glanced at her and said casually. And Yin nodded and said seriously, please rest assured, young Lord Changa. I won't let you down. After what had happened in Mount Kuan, the tribe was furious. They had sent out a large number of people to investigate. An old ancestor and young mistress had died in Mount Kuan, along with many experts who went with them. It was a huge blow to the tribe's overall strength. However, this was also an opportunity for In Yin. She could use this opportunity to consolidate In Shi's power and control the tribe. Her ambition was no less than her sister In Shi's. It was just that she had been biding her time for the past few years. In the next few days, as Guchanga expected, the news of the various orthodoxies attacking Mount Kuan spread like wildfire. It was like a meteorite falling into the deep sea, stirring up an unimaginable storm. She begged for fresh flowers. The Ji family's ancestor was not rescued. Instead, a terrifying Taoist who was sealed in a black jade was released. He was murderous and murderous. Fortunately, the terrifying Taoist did not leave Mount Kuan in the end. Many speculated that he was killed by the Ji family's ancestor. They might even have perished together. There were all kinds of speculations, and it caused a huge commotion. Almost all of the orthodoxies flew into a rage when they had learned how the Taoist in feather clothes had been released. Jiang Chun, the culprit, was exposed again. He was an inheritor of demonic methods, an inheritor of divine origin masters. And he had killed the leaders of various large sects. No matter what he had done, he had incurred the wrath of the people. They wished they could cut him into pieces. All of the orthodoxies sent people to search for Jiang Chun's identity as soon as possible. Posters offering a huge reward for Jiang Chun could be seen in all of the ancient cities. Some loyal men even gathered together, intending to go on a punitive expedition against Jiang Chun. Many people thought he had not died in Mount Kuan. Instead, he had taken advantage of the chaos to escape. No one knew where he was hiding by then. In the end, many of Jiang Chun's backgrounds were uncovered. However, many people were shocked to find that his 20-odd years of life had disappeared into thin air. No one knew where Jiang Chun had been born, or where he had come from. There was no trace of his master, orthodoxy, and so on. It was more like there was no record of his 20-odd years. It was like a blank piece of paper. Such a bizarre thing gave rise to a lot of heated discussions. The practitioners in the ancient cities were all speculating. They thought Jiang Chun must have been supported by some big shot. He had been hiding too well. All of this was within Gu Chang's expectations. After all, even if Jiang Chun had died, he would still be the scapegoat. During this time, eliminating the scourge of the absolute Yin sky, and going on a punitive expedition against the inheritor of demonic methods, had become the top priority for all of the orthodoxies. Mount Kuan, which had been in turmoil, quieted down gradually. It had become a forbidden land. No living creatures could enter it anymore. Gu Chang'e did not stay in Kuanwu City for long. He went back to his family after telling Yin Yen to handle the affairs of the Yin clan. It could be said he had gained a lot from rescuing the Ji family's ancestor. Putting his reputation aside, it would take him a long time to digest the origins of the Ji family's ancestor and the Taoist in feather clothes he had devoured. In addition, the drop of genuine blood of the hidden immortal contained many fragments of the law and comprehension of the hidden immortal of the Yin clan. After Gu Chang'e devoured it, it helped him to stabilize his foundation, which had just become a doctrine achiever. He did not announce to the public that he had become a doctrine achiever. It was not necessary for Gu Chang'e to do so. The upper realm had been afraid of him for a long time. If news of his breakthrough spread suddenly, it would probably cause a sensation. It would not be less than what had happened in Mount Kuan. So, Gu Chang'e decided to wait a little longer. At the peak of the mountain, the wind was blowing. Clouds and mist were everywhere. It was like a fairyland in the human world. As far as the eye could see, the sea of clouds was rolling. There was no end in sight. The world seemed to be boundless. Only some peaks could be seen. You've become a doctrine achiever? Her cold and calm voice did not seem to have many emotional fluctuations. Perhaps it had always been like this. Gu Qingyi sat sideways on a bluestone. Her clear and beautiful eyes were looking at the direction Gu Chang'e was coming from. She asked softly. She was still dressed in a plain bluestone. Her figure was slim, her neck was long, and her hair was draped over her shoulders. Her eyebrows were like black, and her nose was small and delicate. She was flawless and beautiful that the Creator could not use words to describe. I was just lucky, but you're the one who found out. Gu Chang'e smiled and walked over. Then, he sat down on the bluestone that she was sitting on. Gu Qingyi moved to the side and shook her head gently. The word lucky is not suitable for you. Qingyi, you really think highly of me. But I still can't see through your realm. This time I happen to get something. Maybe you know what it is. Gu Chang'e smiled indifferently. As he spoke, an object suddenly appeared in his hand. It was a palm-sized boat. Sparkling and ancient. It was filled with a strong aura of vicissitudes. It was as if it could travel through a mysterious river. Creation immortal boat? Gu Qingyi's gaze fell on his hand. There seemed to be a slight change in her expression. but she quickly returned to normal. She did not ask how Guchanga got it, because she already had a guess in her heart. Looks like you do recognize it. Guchanga smiled, and then put away the creation immortal boat. This time, I brought you some good things from the mortal world. I think you'll like them. With that he waved his hand. There was a flash of light. Many little things of the mortal world suddenly appeared on the blue stone in front of him. For example, rouge sachets, hairpins, jade pendants, wooden combs. They were all things that women liked. Guchingi looked at him in a daze. Then, she picked up the sachet embroidered with mandarin ducks. I remember you gave me something similar in the past. At that time, you said that these were mandarin ducks, not wild ducks. As she spoke, the corners of her mouth curved slightly. She seemed to have thought of something, but quickly returned to normal. Mortal. Chapter 586. When did this happen? Why can't I remember? When Guchanga saw Guchingi pick out the sachet, he couldn't help but shake his head and smile lightly. Guchingi looked at him with her bright eyes, as if she wanted to see if he was telling the truth. You'll remember it sooner or later. Then, she put away all the little things on the blue stone. The food in her right hand habitually twirled the hair that fell on her shoulder, as if to hide the emotions in her heart. Guchanga understood many of her habits. Although Guchingi didn't say much, however, he still knew that Guchingi liked these little things very much. Why are you staring at me like that? Guchingi seemed to be unable to stand Guchanga's sizing up gaze. She turned her head away, and her gaze fell on the sea of clouds not far away. Guchanga smiled and said, If you don't stare at me, how do you know that I'm staring at you? Guchingi's lips curled up slightly and said, This is the first time I've seen a thief call me a thief. If I'm a thief, then what are you? Actually, there's another thing that I came to see you for this time. Guchanga smiled and changed the topic. What is it? Guchingi asked curiously. Actually, it's not a big deal. I'll ask you after I gather all those things. Guchanga shook his head. As he spoke, he took out a few earth dragon fruits that he obtained in Kuan Mountain, and threw them into the sea of clouds in the distance. The thing he wanted to ask was actually related to the Immortal Palace's treasure. Now, he already had 6 of the 7 divine palm artifacts in his hands. He was only missing the divine palm sword. He wasn't far from gathering the key to open the Immortal Palace's treasure. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Guchingi tacitly didn't ask further. She just quietly watched the few earth dragon fruits fall into the sea of clouds. These earth dragon fruits were extremely sparkling. Although they were only the size of a fist, they contained an astonishing multicolored light, like stars. Boom! The moment Guchanga threw out the earth dragon fruit, the sea of clouds churned, and a snow-white slender figure flew over and caught the earth dragon fruit. After not seeing each other for a while, little Moongazer Serpent's body hadn't changed much. However, her body seemed to be even more slender and beautiful, bright and flawless like the moonlight, brilliant and dazzling, and her eyes were as moving as blood-colored glass. When Guchanga came, she had been hiding in the sea of clouds and had not shown herself. Although Guchanga was her master in name, however, he had always treated her with a carefree attitude and didn't care about her at all. On the contrary, it was Guchingi who took care of her more. In little Plenilun's heart, Guchingi was her true master. Therefore, she had a cold and arrogant attitude towards Guchanga. Looks like you've been eating well recently. You've put on quite a bit of weight. Guchanga nodded. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, as he carefully sized up the current little Plenilun. The little Moongazer Serpent, who was eating the earth dragon fruit with relish, suddenly froze in place when it heard this. There was a hint of panic in her eyes. Did I hear wrongly? Put on weight? At this moment, these 3 words echoed in her mind. She suddenly felt that the earth dragon fruit in her claws didn't taste good anymore. How is she fat? Don't scare her. Guchingi didn't expect Guchanga to suddenly say this, and was a little stunned. Then, she carefully sized up little Plenilun and shook her head. In her opinion, compared to the Plenilun clan she had seen before, the current little Plenilun could only be described as small and exquisite. How was this related to being fat? Not fat. I keep feeling that there's a world of difference from the last time I saw her. It seems that you've been feeding her too well. This can't go on. Although my Gu family's resources are abundant, how can we withstand her eating? Gu Chang'e sized her up again and shook his head again. He sighed, looking like he had a headache. Gu Qingyi tilted her head and stared at him, resisting the urge to roll her eyes at him. I clearly didn't eat much. You're the one who put on weight. Hearing this, the light above the sea of clouds surged. Little Plenilyn transformed into her human form. On her cold and arrogant little face, there was an extremely displeased expression. She wasn't tall. At most, she could only reach Gu Chang'e's chest. However, her facial features were extremely exquisite and beautiful. Her eyes were like glass, as if the moon god had reappeared in the world. It was like a dream, and her long silver hair was like a waterfall. Not only am I raising you, but I also provide you with food and drink. Is this how you treat me? Gu Chang'e revealed an interested smile and said. Little Plenilyn was extremely dissatisfied with his words and said angrily, It's clearly Sister Qingyi who is raising me. You haven't even come to see me more than a few times. Gu Chang'e's expression didn't change. He shook his head and said, What's Qingyi's is mine. Don't you understand this principle? Who did you owe to for you to be able to grow so fat? I didn't grow fat. Twisting words and forcing logic. I don't have a master like you. Little Plenilyn snorted. With a twist of her body, she transformed into her original form and returned to the sea of clouds. Seeing Gu Chang'e teasing Little Plenilyn, Gu Qingyi didn't say anything. She just watched quietly from the side. She reached out to fiddle with her hair, but her thoughts were a little scattered. This scene was familiar, making her feel as if she had seen a scene from a long, long time ago. Looking at Gu Chang'e, she couldn't help but smile. In the following days, Gu Chang'e stayed in Gu Qingyi's small world. His cultivation had achieved the doctrine attainment level, so he didn't need to scheme like before. He had a lot of free time. The Gu family didn't need him for many things either. After the War of the 10 Desolates, the Gu family had divided most of the resources. So they had sent their clansmen to the 10 Desolates to take over the 10 Desolates. Thanks to Gu Chang'e, the Empyrean Deer Goddess's status in Tianlu City had risen. She was even going to become the new leader of the 10 Desolates. Although the Bone race had moved to the upper realm, they had left some clansmen there to help the Gu family take over the White Bone Great Zone. Besides that, there wasn't much for Gu Chang'e to pay attention to. As for Su Qing'e, Gu Chang'e hadn't asked her about her whereabouts since they parted ways in Kunwa City. Nowadays, there was news about inheritors of demonic methods in the upper realm from time to time. All the great doctrine factions were trying their best to arrest Jiang Chun, which gave Su Qing'e a chance to take advantage of. She was so smart. She certainly wouldn't let go of such a chance. Of course, Xiao Ruoyin must be confused. Why was Jiang Chun regarded as an inheritor of demonic methods? In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. After the Kuan Mountain incident, the upper realm regained some peace, which was rare. The fate of the Ji family's ancestor was still a mystery. Even the practitioners who had gone deep into the Kuan Mountain and made it out alive couldn't tell. As a result, not many practitioners cared about this matter anymore. Many forces and orthodoxies were involved in this incident. Many leaders and young supreme venerables of great sects had died miserably. Mentioning this incident was tantamount to tearing open their scars. At this moment, no one mentioned it anymore. No one was stupid enough to go to the dangerous Kuan Mountain again. Initially, the various orthodoxies had planned to eliminate the threat of the Yin sky after rescuing the Ji family's ancestor. However, they had no choice but to cancel this plan and lay low. After the Kuan Mountain incident, the Ji family had suffered a great loss. Many strong men had died in the Kuan Mountain. By then the Ji family was on the verge of collapse. During this period, many of their former enemies had been eyeing the Ji family covetously. They intended to annex the ancestral family. A few days ago, they had heard that the Ji family was going to rescue their ancestor. This had made them very nervous. However, when they saw the Ji family had suffered a great loss, they felt relieved. At the same time, they couldn't help but gloat. As a former ancestral family, The Ji family was a force on par with many imperishable sects and supreme orthodoxies. A starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Even though the sun was setting in the west, and they were in a weakened state, they still had quite a bit of deterrence. During this period, many hostile forces had tried to probe the Ji family, but none of them had taken any action. However, near the Ji family's mountain gate, many divine rainbows could be seen every day. Obscure figures could be seen on all the mountains. This made the Ji family feel uneasy. The elders who had gone to the Kuan mountain had all died there. The few remaining ancestors of the Ji family had also suffered a mishap. Some of the doctrine-achieving artifacts they had taken with them were also lost. No one knew where they had gone. The Ji family didn't have many resources left. At that time, if a great enemy attacked, the entire Ji family would probably be removed from the upper realm. If we didn't rescue our ancestor back then, how would our Ji family have fallen to such a state? In the Ji family's main hall, the atmosphere was extremely solemn. The few remaining supreme elders were sighing with regret. Is our Ji family really going to be destroyed this time? The rest of the clan members were also extremely pale and unwilling. They clenched their fists tightly. In the main hall, Ji Yaoxing and Ji Chuwa were also standing there. When they heard the conversation of the clan members, they seemed very silent. Ji Chuwa was wearing a long light yellow dress. She was slender and elegant. Her face was fair and delicate, fresh and moving, revealing a sense of transcendence. However, her eyes were dim now, and she had lost the wisdom of the past. At the moment of the family's life and death, they realized how weak and powerless they were. They didn't even have a solution. In the outside world, they were young supremes. They were dazzling and invincible among their peers. However, in the family they were only juniors. At this time, they couldn't play any role in the slightest. Before the enemy invades, let's let the juniors in the family escape first. They are the final spark. Hearing the discussion of the clan members in the main hall, Ji Yaoxing, who had been clenching his fists tightly, seemed to have thought of something. We might still have a final solution. What solution? Ji Chuwa looked at her brother in confusion. She thought that they had already reached a dead end. However, seeing the dense flames of hope in his eyes, she couldn't bear to extinguish it. We can ask young Master Chang'e for help. As long as he says a word, our Ji family's crisis will be easily resolved, Ji Yaoxing said in a deep voice. This was the last solution he could think of. With Gu Chang'e's current status, he only needed to say a word. He didn't even need to do anything to save the Ji family. The Ji family's great enemies definitely wouldn't dare to offend Gu Chang'e openly and disobey his words. And this was their last chance of survival. Ji Chuwa fell silent. In fact, she had already thought of this solution. However, why would Gu Chang'e help the Ji family? She really couldn't find any reason. Ji Yaoxing seemed to have seen through Ji Chuwa's worries. His expression turned solemn as he said, "Actually, I also know that the possibility of this isn't high, but it's better than us doing nothing. Moreover, sister, why don't you try? You have to believe in your appearance. Ji Qingxian and her sister both have a chance, so why can't you?" These words stirred up huge waves in Ji Chua's heart, causing her to suddenly become a little dazed. When he learned that the Ji siblings had come to see him, Gu Chang'e was actually planning to make a trip to the human ancestors' hall. Judging from the extent of the recent disaster in the upper realm, he felt that he needed to remind Princess Jialan of the imperial court of Ju, who still owed him a lot of Ju'in origin source. At that time, both of them had left behind tokens. However, the token left behind by Princess Jialan contained a wisp of soul in the spatial chess piece. However, that spatial chess piece was sealed by Gu Chang'e to isolate the soul that Jialan left behind. Through that spatial chess piece, the imperial court of Ju'in could contact him. After all, the two of them had made a deal that Princess Jialan would help Gu Chang'e obtain the Ju'in origin source. Meanwhile, Gu Chang'e needed to help them build the reincarnation platform. The Ju'in origin source could help Gu Chang'e's great Dao treasure bottle transform. Although he had asked Jiang Chuchu to help him find the location of the Ju'in heaven, it was still too little. However, that was just a drop in the bucket. It was far from enough for the terminating origin that the great Tao treasure bottle needed. This time, the disaster in the Juyin heaven broke out. In Gu Changge's opinion, it might be a sign that the imperial court of Juyin would reappear in the upper realm. At the same time, it was a sign that the upper realm was about to fall into chaos, because in the near future, the era Tao fruit would mature, and the immortal world gate would reappear. The most hidden existences of various clans and orthodoxies would come out to fight for the immortal path. Therefore, Gu Changge had to make some preparations in advance and set up a big bait. The imperial court of Juyin was an excellent chess piece. Let them come in. While pondering, Gu Changge spoke and asked the guards outside the hall to bring the Ji siblings in. He had actually guessed their purpose. Now that the Ji family was in trouble, they were facing a life and death crisis. The two of them were most likely here to ask for help. This kind of thing was just a matter of a sentence to him. However, Gu Changge was not a good person. He was not very interested in Ji Chuiyue. However, on second thought, he considered that not only did he devour the Ji family's ancestors' origin source, but he also made use of the Ji family to kill them at Mount Kuan. It was reasonable for him to save them. Besides, Ji Qingxian could also take over the Ji family in the future. In that case, it was not a loss. I already know about the Ji family's matter. Soon, under the guidance of the guards, Ji Yaoxing and Ji Chuiyue came into the hall. It could be seen that in order to meet Gu Changge, Ji Chuiyue had specially dressed up. She put on some makeup, which made her appearance even more charming. Her beautiful hair was like a waterfall, shining brightly, and there was a hint of bitterness in her eyes. Hearing Gu Changge take the initiative to speak, Ji Yaoxing and Ji Chuiyue were a little shocked and couldn't help but become nervous. Especially Ji Chuiyue. She lowered her eyes and clenched her sleeves, not daring to look up at Gu Changge. They were already prepared to give an explanation. However, Gu Changge was so direct that they couldn't help but swallow the words they had prepared on the way here. For a moment, they didn't know what to say. After all, the current Ji family was almost reduced to a third-rate family. Why would Gu Changge save them? Although Ji Chuiyue was beautiful, with Gu Changge's identity and status, would he lack beauties? Then, the hall suddenly fell into silence. No one spoke, as if 1,000 years had passed. Ji Yaoxing couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. It seemed that he was thinking too much. Chuiyue, stay here today. However, at this moment, Gu Changge seemed to sigh softly and spoke again. Hearing this, Ji Yaoxing was stunned at first, but then he suddenly revealed a pleasantly surprised and excited expression. Ji Chuiyue's face couldn't help but be dyed red. She didn't expect that there would be light at the end of the tunnel. She originally thought that Gu Changge would be too lazy to care about the Ji family's life and death. Chapter 587. From Gu Changge's point of view, the matter between the Ji siblings was actually very simple. It was nothing more than telling the outside world that the current Ji family was under his protection. This would make the hostile forces of the Ji family wary and not dare to make a move on the Ji family. Therefore, he let Ji Chuiyue stay, which was equivalent to agreeing to their request and sending a signal to the outside world. After all, there were many forces watching the Ji family. Now that Ji Chuiyue and Ji Yaoxing suddenly left the family and came to the Longevity Gu family, many people were watching in the dark, paying close attention to the situation. In the end, Ji Chuiyue stayed here while Ji Yaoxing returned to the family. What did this mean? As the little princess of the Ji family, Ji Chuiyue represented the Ji family's face in some ways. She was now at the age of youth and was not engaged. At this juncture, she went to the Longevity Gu family and stayed there. As long as the hostile forces of the Ji family were not stupid or blind, they could tell what this meant. Ji Yaoxing and Ji Chuiyue were not stupid. They instantly understood Gu Changge's intention. Thank you, young Master Changge. The Ji family will never forget your great kindness. We will remember it and never forget it. Their expressions became extremely grateful. Their voices trembled slightly, so much so that they did not know how to express their gratitude. Before coming, they were already prepared to be rejected by Gu Changge. However, They did not expect that Gu Chang'e would agree to their request in the end. This kindness alone was worthy of being remembered by all the members of the Ji family. Moreover, it was Gu Chang'e who helped them escape from Mount Kuan. We owe young Master Chang'e too much. Ji Yaoxing thought to himself, and glanced at his sister, who was blushing beside him. Ji Chue understood what her brother meant and nodded shyly. She felt that her face was hot and her heart was beating fast. She did not dare to look up at Gu Chang'e. Senior Ji Shengqiu has done a great favor for millions of living beings in the upper realm. Now that the Ji family is in trouble, how can I just stand by and watch? Gu Chang'e did not turn his head. At this moment, he sighed softly, as if he was feeling pity and regret for the Ji family's misfortune. Ji Yaoxing said solemnly, "No matter what, young Master Chang'e is willing to help my Ji family at such a critical moment. This is a great favor that my Ji family will never forget." Before this, he had always been arrogant, and felt that he wouldn't lose out to the rest of the younger generation. He appeared to be humble on the surface, but in reality, he was very disapproving. He felt that if the Ji family regained its former glory, he could definitely become one of the most brilliant and powerful young supreme beings in the upper realm. However, Ji Chue had not expected that Gu Chang'e would become the savior of the JIS. She had even been standing behind him that day, feeling so shy and nervous. All of this could be said to be a joke of fate. She knew clearly that after what had happened at Mount Kuan, she did have an indescribable admiration for Gu Chang'e, because he was indeed a man who was so perfect that it was difficult to find any flaws in him. Ji Chue believed that any woman in the world who had been in contact with him would have the same idea. Even though Gu Chang'e had teased her in front of Jiang Chun in Kuanwu City's prison, Ji Chue was not angry at all. Ji Chue wasn't angry, she just felt a little embarrassed and annoyed. Don't worry. After today, the great orthodoxies will not have the nerve to target the Ji family. At this moment, Gu Chang'e, who was in front of them, seemed to have detected Ji Chue's nervousness. He said with a smile. When Ji Chue heard his gentle, natural and gentle voice, she didn't know why, but she suddenly felt much more relaxed. Okay, I got it. Ji Chue nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Then she said in a low voice, Chue doesn't know how to thank young Lord Chang'e for his kindness. I really don't know how to repay his kindness. Gu Chang'e smiled. Turning his head around, he interrupted her. He said, So you plan to give yourself to him? Ji Chue did not expect Gu Chang'e to say it so bluntly. She blushed even more. Lowering her head, she became even more shy. She suddenly recalled that when she was very young, an old woman beside her had teased her. She had said that if she met a man who had done her a great favor in the future, if she wanted to repay his kindness, she would have to look at his appearance first. If he was not good-looking, she would have to work like a slave in her next life. If he was good-looking, of course she would give herself to him. She had thought the old woman was joking, but on this day, looking at Gu Chang'e, these words came to her mind. Young Lord Chang'e, you don't lack women like Chue, but if you don't mind. She raised her head and carefully looked at Gu Chang'e's expression, as if she was afraid that she would say something wrong and make him unhappy. Gu Chang'e smiled casually. He did not express his opinion. If Jiang Chun had not died, what would he think of such a scene? As a matter of fact, Ji Chue's luck points weren't low, and if things had gone according to a normal pattern, she would have probably become Jiang Chun's female protagonist. However, Jiang Chun had died anyway. Ji Chue was still a pending female protagonist. What would her future be like? This was not what Gu Chang'e needed to think about at the moment. If it had been in the past, he would have thought about getting some luck points or fate points. But at the moment he did not need them anymore. Come here and talk. Gu Chang'e smiled slightly. He signaled Ji Chue to come closer. Yes, young Lord Chang'e. Ji Chue stuttered slightly. Lowering her head, she walked forward. Her fair and slim neck was exposed. She looked like a frightened deer in the forest. Do you still remember what I said to you in Kunwu City? Gu Chang'e smiled faintly, and reached out to touch her hair. Yes, I remember. Ji Chue nodded. Of course. She would not forget what had happened in the dungeon. Do you know why your brother asked you to come here? Gu Chang'e asked with interest. Ji Chua did not dare lie at this moment. She had to tell him the truth. She said in a trembling voice, because my brother wants me to curry favor with young Lord Chang'e. In this way, you can save the Ji family. Oh, it seems that you are quite honest. Gu Chang'e smiled. Ji Chua thought he was going to blame her. She hurried to look up. She explained, but young Lord Chang'e, you didn't make things difficult for me and my brother. You agreed to help the Ji family. My brother and I are very grateful. But I don't think you did it willingly. Don't worry. You can go back to the Ji family after a while. I won't force you to stay. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e still had a faint smile on her face. Ji Chua did not expect Gu Chang'e to say this. She was stunned for a moment. Her heart was bitter and complicated. There was also a sense of loss that was hard to describe. In her opinion, this was just Gu Chang'e's excuse of looking down on her. How could this kind of thing be unwillingly done and forced? Even if her brother was facing a crisis like this, it was impossible for him to make her feel wronged. Chua knows that she is clumsy and doesn't know anything. She won't be liked by young Lord Chang'e. But Chua can learn these things. What Qingxian and the others can do, I can do it too. I am not worse than them. After thinking for a long time, Ji Chua suddenly gathered her courage and looked at Gu Chang'e. She wanted Gu Chang'e to give her a chance. However, Gu Chang'e only smiled faintly and did not comment. Since Ji Chua wanted to learn, she would take her time. Gu Chang'e did not have that much time to waste on her. The matter of the Ji family was naturally resolved after Ji Yaoxing returned to the clan. In the upper realm, even the orthodoxies that had nothing to do with the Gu family did not want to provoke Gu Chang'e at this time. Gu Chang'e intended to protect the Ji family, so the other major forces could only give up on the idea of attacking the Ji family. In the next few days, Ji Chua seemed to have adapted to this kind of life. She let go of her identity as the little princess of the Ji family and began to ask Gu Chang'e's various habits and preferences from the maids who usually served Gu Chang'e. She believed in the principle that dripping water could penetrate a rock. She started from a small matter. She would definitely be able to move Gu Chang'e one day. However, after staying in the clan for a few more days, Gu Chang'e left the Gu family with Ada and headed to the territory where the human ancestors' hall was. There had been no news from Yu Mingkong about the heaven-reaching sword's owner, so Gu Chang'e was not in a hurry. It just so happened that the Yin Day was extremely serious during this period. With the human ancestor's name, it would not be right if he did not go and take a look. Jiang Chuchu found a few areas where the Yin Day's calamities had occurred. However, with her current ability, she could not deal with them. Gu Chang'e wanted to collect the Yin Day's origin, so he had to go to 697 to find her. At the same time, in the upper realm, the heavenly region, it was the center of the most prosperous and ancient territory. A majestic palace that towered into the sky was located here. It was grand and sacred, like a celestial palace standing here. The palace was built in an extremely grand and magnificent manner. It was made of flawless white jade as the tiles, with million-year-old purple gold sandalwood as the eaves, and pure black star stones as the floor. It was grand and ancient, dignified and solemn. There was even a thick sea of celestial chi surging inside. It was like a celestial realm. This palace overlooked the endless ancient city of Laoqi. The main hall rose and fell as the sun rose and the moon set. The runes on it intertwined. It reflected the stars in the 9 heavens and the universe at every moment. It was like a supreme divine throne, showing the extraordinary status of this place. A huge immortal plaque hung in front of the palace. It was made of purple immortal gold and inlaid with golden immortal gold. 3 ancient words were written on it: Human Ancestors Hall. One could see that there were thousands of silver threads in the world surging crazily towards this place. They were about to converge, making it look holy and pure. These silver threads were the prayers of living beings and cultivators from all over the world to the human ancestors' great achievements. At this moment, a beautiful woman in a flawless white dress with a veil on her face was sitting cross-legged in the main hall. Her skin was fair and delicate, and her eyebrows were picturesque. Her eyes were like flawless black gems, shining with a moving luster. However, her expression was very calm. Other than calmness, no other emotions could be seen. It seemed like she was born this way. It was more like she had abandoned the 7 emotions and 6 desires. She was one of the 2 saintesses of the human ancestors' hall, Jiang Chuchu. Now, there was a solid golden crown of providence in front of her. It could be seen that the silver threads that had converged in the human ancestors' hall were all surging towards it. She was using this golden crown of providence to cultivate. The strange sound of merit was like a vast sea, appearing everywhere. It was the divine item that Gu Chang'e had left in the human ancestors' hall. Later, Jiang Chuchu found it and cultivated beside it. Her progress was extremely fast. Buzz! While she was cultivating, many strange phenomena were manifesting in this place. Blurry immortal shadows, grand and mysterious, seemed to be chanting scriptures. They floated behind her, as if they were going to cross time and space from ancient times. Saintess, there's news of the outbreak of the absolute calamity in the southwest of the heaven region again. The neighboring Great Yu celestial dynasty has already sent people to investigate. Should we send people to take a look? However, at this moment, an old woman in white suddenly rushed over from outside the hall and reported with a somewhat anxious expression. Jiang Chuchu frowned when she heard that. She stopped cultivating and asked, "How many outbreaks of the absolute calamity have occurred this month?" She had been cultivating every day and night. However, in the face of the sudden outbreak of the absolute calamity, she still seemed powerless and helpless. Chapter 588. Every time this happened, Jiang Chuchu could not help but think of Gu Chang'e. If he was around, he would definitely think of a way to help her solve these problems. During this period, she had actually been paying attention to what happened to Gu Chang'e. After all, the incident at Mount Kuan shook the upper realm, and no force could sit still. The human ancestors' palace also sent many powerhouses, but they all died in the incident, just like the other orthodoxies. Gu Chang'e even brought people into the depths, and the degree of danger was needless to say. Jiang Chuchu even wondered what she should do if something bad happened to him. Seeing that Jiang Chuchu seemed to be a little worried, the old woman in white replied, "Your Highness, this is the 6th time the day of Ultimate Moon's calamity has occurred, and they were all around the heavenly region. We suspect that the imperial family of Ultimate Moon is here, and that's why the calamities keep happening." Jiang Chuchu frowned slightly and said, "The imperial family of Ultimate Moon is here?" The existence of the imperial family of Ultimate Moon was not a secret in the upper realm. Many ancient beings guessed that the imperial family of Ultimate Moon was actually closely related to the 9 Serenities underworld during the ancient mythological era, and it was very likely that they were the native living beings that lived there. However, the mythological era was too far away from the present, and nobody knew how many eras had passed. Even those living fossils who knew the ancient books very well could not confirm whether the 9 Serenities underworld's existence was real or not. If it was really the imperial family of Ultimate Moon, then she would have to think of a way to send people to investigate. The imperial family of Ultimate Moon was ancient and incomparably mysterious, and the day of Ultimate Moon was avoided by all great Tao forces like snakes and scorpions, but they could move freely and without being affected. Ordinary cultivators did not dare to interact with the living beings of the imperial family of Ultimate Moon, and they saw them as a sign of bad luck. I heard from the people of the Great Yu celestial dynasty that there was an unusual spatial crack at the border. Not only did the day of Ultimate Moon's calamity erupt there, but it also seems to be connected to an ancient world that no one has ever explored. However, this is only a rumor, and it's hard to know whether it's true or not. The Great Yu celestial dynasty is also trying their best to hide this fact. The old woman in white continued, and told him all the strange things that had happened during this period of time. An ancient world that no one has ever explored? If this is true, then the Great Yu celestial dynasty might be considering monopolizing it. Jiang Chuchu nodded. Her eyes flashed with contemplation. The Great Yu celestial dynasty had existed for an extremely long time, and it was one of the extremely famous eternal orthodoxies in the higher realms. It possessed great strength, and was incomparably mysterious. If they found traces of a new ancient world, they had the ability to monopolize it without being detected by the outside world. Therefore, in Jiang Chuchu's opinion, this was very likely the reason why the Great Yu celestial dynasty tried its best to conceal this matter. An undiscovered ancient world? She muttered to herself thoughtfully. The upper realm was the center of the heavens, the place where all realms converged. Since its birth, there were still too many mysterious and unknown places. Some of the ancient worlds that were closely related to the upper realm could be traced back to many eras ago. However, because there was no collision in space, the boundary of the two worlds was broken, and no one discovered it. This type of thing was not uncommon, but it was rarely exposed and known by other cultivators. Therefore, Jiang Chuchu was not surprised. She was only guessing if that ancient world was related to the imperial court of Juyin. No matter what, it seems that I have to go and see for myself during this period. Jiang Chuchu's expression returned to calmness. She habitually looked out of the hall, as if she was expecting something. Then, she silently retracted her gaze. However, at this time, she was suddenly a little stunned, as if she could not believe her eyes. She even blinked her eyes in disbelief. It was as if she wanted to see if it was an illusion. What's wrong? We haven't seen each other for so long, and you don't recognize me? Gu Chang'e smiled gently and took the initiative to speak. At this time, the old woman in white realized that a white-robed figure had silently appeared in the human ancestor hall. He was as handsome as jade and extraordinary. He seemed to be a young immortal king who had crossed over from another realm. There was a hazy and vague terrifying aura that made her heart tremble. Greetings, young Lord Chang'e. Even though she knew that Gu Chang'e now had another identity as the human ancestor, the old woman in white did not dare to be disrespectful. She hurriedly greeted him. If Gu Chang'e had not spoken, she would not even know when Gu Chang'e had come to the human ancestor hall. This kind of strength was simply unfathomable and indescribable. Even a true Dao enlightened cultivator could not compare. Why are you here? Jiang Chuchu did not expect Gu Chang'e to come to the human ancestor hall at all. She even thought that she had seen wrongly. When she came to her senses, she could not help but reveal an expression of unconcealable surprise. Gu Chang'e walked over and smiled. Why can't I come? Seeing this, the old woman in white tactfully left and did not stay there for long. By now, many old people in the human ancestor hall had guessed that Gu Chang'e and Jiang Chuchu had an unspeakable relationship and were very close. Jiang Chuchu looked at him and said, "You should have told me in advance. That way, I would have been prepared." In her opinion, Gu Chang'e must have come to find her, because he knew that the human ancestor hall was in trouble recently. Jiang Chuchu could not help but feel a little moved by this. This matter made her worried, and she did not know how to solve it. If she had Gu Chang'e's help, it could be easily solved. Gu Chang'e smiled and asked, "What do you need to prepare to see me? Or are you saying that you can't see anyone now?" As he spoke, he reached out and touched her face. Don't talk nonsense." Jiang Chuchu's face was a little flushed. She was indeed very surprised just now, and was caught off guard by Gu Chang'e's arrival. However, in front of Gu Chang'e, she would not easily admit or say such things. "You don't? Then it seems that I shouldn't have come." Gu Chang'e shook his head. His expression was very natural, and he seemed a little regretful. "I thought that you would be very happy." Jiang Chuchu stared at him, then sniffled and said, "Why should I be happy? You're definitely not here for anything good. You must be thinking about something else." Gu Chang'e smiled and reached out to pull her into his arms. He said, "When did you learn to lie and accuse others? Let me see what you're thinking." Jiang Chuchu's face flushed red. She was a little annoyed and said, "We're in the main hall. Let go of me. I traveled hundreds of millions of miles to see you, and this is how you treat me?" Gu Chang'e did not care about her struggle at all. He still had a smile on his face. At this time, no one would dare to barge in. "What are you panicking for? You bastard, let go of me." Jiang Chuchu's voice was a little stuttering. Hearing him say this, she panicked even more. After all, now that the disaster of the Yin heaven had broken out, there would be people outside the hall reporting these things at any time. If someone were to see this scene, where would her dignity as the saintess be placed? Seeing that Gu Chang'e was still indifferent, as if he did not hear her words, Jiang Chuchu opened her eyes. She could not help but feel wronged. Gu Chang'e, you go back on your words. You only know how to lie. You said that you would not bully me again. When did I lie to you again? Gu Chang'e shook his head, looking as if he had been wronged. Then later come to my palace. I'll let you, as long as you want. Seeing Gu Chang'e's shameless attitude, Jiang Chuchu was at her wit's end. She could only negotiate weakly. After saying this, her face was full of color. She felt that Gu Chang'e would not let her go so easily. That's what you said. But I have to hear the truth from you. During this time, did you think of me? Hearing this, Gu Chang'e smiled and placed his hand on her hair. Jiang Chuchu was too embarrassed to look into his eyes. She could only softly hum in agreement. Gu Chang'e laughed and did not tease her anymore. The current naive Jiang Chuchu could not be associated with the cold and aloof appearance she had when he first saw her. However, thinking about it carefully, Gu Chang'e was also surprised. After all, for the past 20 years, Jiang Chuchu had been cultivating in the human ancestors' hall. She had lived a life isolated from the outside world, and had very little contact with the outside world. In terms of temperament, she was not much different from the descendants of the human ancestors' hall. She was cold and aloof, righteous and awe-inspiring. She placed protecting the world as her top priority. Chapter 589. After that, Gu Chang'e asked Jiang Chuchu about the troubles that the human ancestors' hall had encountered recently. It was more or less the same as what he had guessed. The outbreak of Yinde's calamities was one thing. On the other hand, the Great Yu celestial dynasty in the Shiyaotian of the heavenly region seemed to have discovered an ancient world that had never been explored before. Although this news had not been confirmed, Jiang Chuchu felt that it was close to the truth. Jiang Chuchu had no idea what to do about the Yinde's calamities. Now that Gu Chang'e had arrived, he only sent Ada with a great Dao treasure bottle condensed from runes. He did not pay much attention to it. That level of Yinde's calamities did not contain much Yinde's origin, so Ada could collect it with the treasure bottle. On the other hand, the Great Yu celestial dynasty's matter attracted Gu Chang'e's attention. If he remembered correctly, the Great Yu celestial dynasty's eldest princess, Wuxia, had come to see him when he was in Kunwa City. However, Gu Chang'e was busy with his plans at that time, and did not have time to see her. Later on, the people from the Great Yu celestial dynasty left, and did not follow the other orthodoxies to Mount Kuan to rescue the Ji family's ancestor. However, based on his impression of Wuxia, when he obtained the 7 great divine stones in the market, Gu Chang'e felt that this woman was not simple. First of all, she had a lot of fate on her. Her cultivation strength seemed to be shrouded in a layer of fog. She was definitely not someone the Heaven Demon Lord, or the Little Saint King could compare to. Of course, Gu Chang'e had no plans to investigate this at the moment. He had kept the Golden Crown of Fate in the Human Ancestors Hall for a long time. It had accumulated a lot of power of faith, which was enough for him to condense another Dharma body of faith. The Dharma body of faith from before had shown its power in the Boundary Monument Sea, but it had quickly exhausted the power of faith that had been condensed. Gu Chang'e was now in the Tao attainment realm. If he condensed another Dharma body of faith, he should be able to unleash the power of an Tao attainment realm. The upper realm was so vast. As long as someone sincerely mentioned his existence, the Dharma body of faith could easily descend and harvest a lot of fate and power of faith. Since ancient times, many ancient existences had the habit of building temples 697. Their purpose was naturally to collect faith from various places. The power of faith was extremely mysterious. There was even a saying that even if a cultivator died, his Tao vanished, and his soul dispersed, the power of faith would still remain. As long as there were still people in the world who remembered him and spoke his true name, he would reconstruct his body from the endless darkness and return to the world. Of course, the prerequisite was that one's faith had to be firm enough. Taba Xiaoyao, hand over the heaven-wielding sword and I will spare your life. Tuoba Xiaoyao, your death is near. If you know what's good for you, hand over the heaven-wielding sword. This kind of immortal item is not worthy of you. In your hands, it would be a complete waste. If you don't want the family behind you to be implicated, you'd better hand it over obediently. Maybe young Master Chang'e is magnanimous enough to spare your life and leave you a complete corpse. Only people like young Master Chang'e have the right to control such an immortal item like the heaven-wielding sword. Who do you think you are? At the top of the Death Soul Cliff, the cold wind was bone-piercing, the miasma was soaring, and the sound was incomparably noisy. A young man in ragged clothes covered in blood fled all the way here. Although he was facing such a hopeless situation, his eyes were still cold, and there was a hint of mockery at the corner of his mouth. He stood there like a spear that could pierce through the heavens. Enemies were chasing after them from all directions. Black clouds filled the sky, covering the earth and the sky. Everyone's cultivation was monstrous as they stood in the sky. Their auras were terrifying, their eyes were extremely cold, and their words were cold without the slightest trace of emotion. You really think highly of me. You sent so many experts to chase me, and even used my family to threaten me. As Guchang's dogs, you really work hard. The young man sneered, and then began to laugh at the sky, as if he was extremely disdainful. The heaven-wielding sword is in my hands. If you want it, then come and take it. Let's see who dares to come and die in front of me. Even in the face of such a difficult situation of certain death, the young man had an invincible aura. As he spoke, a divine sword that seemed to be forged from the divine gold of the great all-embracing heaven appeared in his hand. The sword light was dazzling, and there were many strange phenomena of rising clouds. As the sword blade trembled, it was as if a peerless sword immortal was reviving. His aura swallowed mountains and rivers, and his blood was like Wang Yang, causing heaven and earth to tremble. You don't know what's good for you. You're still resisting stubbornly at this time. Young Master Chang'e is virtuous. For the sake of Princess Fia, I'll spare your life. But since you want to die, then don't blame us. A black-robed old man said with a cold smile. He stared at the young man in front of him, as if he was staring at a dead man. As his words fell, all the people behind him rushed forward, wanting to kill the person in front of them. An unimaginably terrifying battle broke out here. The young man was covered in blood and was seriously injured, but he was still like a peerless sword immortal, looking disdainfully in all directions. He slashed out thousands of sword lights, covering the sky and earth, and swept out, causing heaven and earth to lose their color. Fia, that bitch, I treated her so sincerely and regarded her as my true love. But she leaked the news that I have the divine sword, causing Gu Chang'e to covet it. She caused me to be in such a situation. If there is a next life, I will not spare her. Hearing the black-robed old man mention Princess Fia, the young man's eyes turned red. Like a ferocious beast, he let out an angry roar from the depths of his throat. At this time, anyone could feel the despair and anger in his heart, as well as the deep unwillingness and hatred of being betrayed by his true love. However, the many enemies around him seemed not to hear him, and they were still charging toward him. The battle broke out again. Blood splattered everywhere, and broken limbs and blood were everywhere. Killing intent was everywhere. Even if he was 100 times stronger, he would not be able to escape. Today was a dead end, and there was no way to survive. Boom! However, at this moment, heaven and earth suddenly trembled, and a terrifying aura like the sea descended, suppressing everyone here. They were suffocating, and their skin was cracking, and they were about to collapse on the ground. The young man who was fighting with many enemies suddenly felt a chill all over his body. He turned his eyes and stared at the sky ferociously. There was a figure in a black robe descending. He was slender, and his eyes were cold. His whole body was exuding nobility and mystery. Behind him, there was also a noble and elegant woman of unparalleled beauty. Gu Chang'e Yufia. Seeing the two people descending here, the young man's eyes were filled with unconcealable hatred, and he roared, "Greetings to young Master Chang'e, Princess Fia." Everyone present also stopped what they were doing, and respectfully greeted the two people in the air. "Gu Chang'e, even if I become a ghost, I will not let you go." The young man looked at the black-robed man, who sent people to kill him, and tried to seize the divine sword in his hand. He wished he could cut him into pieces and crush him. "Do you think you have the chance to become a ghost? Hand over the divine sword, and I will let you die in one piece." The black-robed man's expression was cold, and he did not change his expression at all because of Tuoba Xiaoyao's words. His face was like an iceberg that had not melted for thousands of years. "Don't even think about it. Even if I destroy the divine sword, I will not let you have it." Tuoba Xiaoyao laughed. However, his injury was aggravated, and he could not help but cough up blood. Then he stared at the beautiful woman behind the black-robed man, and his voice was filled with hatred. "Yufia, you treated me so sincerely. I couldn't wait to dig out my heart and give you all the good things. But in the end, you flattered me and told Gu Chang'e that I have the heaven-wielding sword. You ruined my family and reduced me to this state. I wonder if you feel the slightest bit of guilt in your heart? Xiaoyao, you have to believe me. I have never harmed you. I am not like what you think. I have never told anyone that you have the divine sword. None of this has anything to do with me. It was my father who asked me to." At this moment, when the elegant woman heard what Tuoba Xiaoyao said, pain appeared on her face. She shook her head and said. However, Tuoba Xiaoyao was not in the mood to listen to her explanation. He roared and his body started to burn. The divine sword in his hand gave off a dazzling light, as if thousands of divine swords were awakening. They clanged and slashed toward the black-robed man in the sky. This was his last attack, and it was also a desperate attack. "You are like a mantis trying to stop a chariot." However, the black-robed man's expression did not change as he faced Tuoba Xiaoyao's attack. The black-robed man's palm covered the sky and the sun. It was as if a star had fallen from the universe. It was extremely terrifying. Such a huge gap was like an insurmountable gap. Despair appeared in Tuoba Xiaoyao's eyes, and his body started to crack under this aura. Although he did not touch the palm, he felt as if thousands of mountains were crushing him, and his body and soul were about to be destroyed. Xiaorao! However, at this moment, a figure in a phoenix robe suddenly appeared in front of him, and blocked the palm that was falling from the sky. Poof! Bloodlight shot up into the sky and became extremely red and dazzling. It then exploded. "What? Fia, you?" Tuoba Xiaoyao was stunned. He could not believe what he was seeing. At this critical moment, Yufia actually appeared and blocked the palm for him? His mind buzzed and went blank. It was as if his entire body was stupefied. How is this possible? I have never harmed you. You have to believe me. The last thing he saw was the smile on the woman's face. It seemed like she was going to die to prove her sincerity. "Since you want to die, you can accompany him." The black-robed man frowned. He did not expect the woman in the phoenix robe to block the palm for Tuoba Xiaoyao. However, his expression did not change, and he continued to attack. Boom! In the next moment, the blood mist exploded, and only a piece of cloth fell from the sky. It was stained with blood. Tuoba Xiaoyao looked at this scene, and let out a heart-wrenching cry. Fia, poof! However, the answer to his question was the palm that fell from the sky. It was simple and direct. It instantly covered him. The world became dark, and all colors disappeared. Huff! 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 Great Yu Celestial Dynasty, General's Mansion. In the room, a young man with a tall and straight figure suddenly woke up from his dream, and his face was ghastly pale. He looked like he had just been saved from drowning. He gasped for breath, and his body was drenched in cold sweat. After a long time, he seemed to come back to his senses. He clenched his fists and made cracking sounds. It has been 10 years. It has been 10 years, but I still can't forget. In this life, I will protect you, Fia. I won't let anyone hurt you, including Gu Chang'e. He swore in his heart. There was an unconcealable hatred in his eyes. He was Tuoba Xiaoyao. He had two deep secrets in his heart that he had never told anyone. Each of the secrets was related to his origin. He was not from this world. He came from another world. To be more precise, he came from an extremely ancient world where the way of the sword was at its peak. In that world, he was observing the heavenly tribulation of his sect's ancestral master. However, he was accidentally struck by lightning and was reincarnated into this world. When he was 13 years old, he suddenly awakened the memory of his previous life. It was what he had just experienced in the dream. Chapter 590. In Tuoba Xiaoyao's original world, the way of the sword had multiplied to the extreme. Almost everyone in the world cultivated the way of the sword, and those with great talents would even be born with a spirit sword. And because of this, he was able to enter the Shu sect, one of the strongest sects in that world. Unfortunately, he was accidentally struck by lightning when he was observing the heavenly tribulation. A trace of his remnant soul was not destroyed, and it drifted into this world and was reborn in the body of a man with the same name as him. Tuoba Xiaoyao, the third son of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty's general residence. Their father, Tuoba Zhan, was the great general of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty. He was powerful and ruled over a region. He had great power and was highly valued by the current Emperor Yu. Tuoba Xiaoyao had an elder sister, an elder brother, and a younger sister. The elder brother was currently in the army and was a commander. He was a famous young talent in the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty and had a bright future ahead of him. The elder sister was a lecturer in the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty's Dao Academy. She was extremely beautiful and had terrifying talents. She had many admirers and pursuers. Even though she was his younger sister, she was also an extremely famous genius in the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty. She was very powerful and could not find an opponent in the same generation. Compared to his brothers and sisters, only Tuoba Xiaoyao was extremely mediocre. He even gave people a feeling that he was not good with words. As time passed, even his father was disappointed in him. In the imperial capital, there were many rumors and discussions about a tiger father and a dog son, which made people not know whether to laugh or cry. However, Tuoba Xiaoyao did not care about these rumors and did not care at all. As a person of several lifetimes, he knew the principle of keeping a low profile and pretending to be weak. In his previous life, because he was too high profile, he showed off his abilities at a young age. Everyone in the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty knew about this, which attracted Gu Chang'e's attention and brought about a disaster. Therefore, when he was 13 years old and regained his memories of his previous life, Tuoba Xiaoyao kept a low profile. He cultivated the way of the sword every day and waited for the day when he would be able to show off his strength. When he was still a sword cultivator in the Shu sect, he had learned many of the sword techniques that were regarded as divine level in his world. After coming to this world, Tuoba Xiaoyao had cultivated since young and did not dare to neglect. His current sword Dao cultivation had long surpassed that of when he was in his original world. After all, he had the memories of 3 lifetimes. It was also because of this that many people felt that Tuoba Xiaoyao was somewhat foolish. Instead of cultivating the powerful techniques and divine arts of the Tuoba family, he practiced the sword day and night. It made people feel that there was something wrong with his brain. Even Tuoba Xiaoyao's brothers and sisters found it hard to understand his behavior. According to the memories of my previous life, the reason why Gu Chang'e wanted to snatch the sky-wielding sword was because he wanted to find the 7 artifacts of heaven wielding and open the secret of the celestial palace. Now I've fused the heavenly palm sword and my primordial spirit with the supreme sword mantra of the Shu sect. I've cultivated the chaos heavenly palm sword embryo. If the sword exists, the person exists. If the sword dies, the person dies. There is absolutely no way to break this in this world. If Gu Chang'e wants the heaven-wielding sword, he can't kill me. In an antique room, Tuoba Xiaoyao's eyes sparkled as he murmured. He didn't dare to underestimate Gu Chang'e, his future enemy. Even though there were many things that happened in this life that were different from what he remembered in his previous life. It couldn't hide how terrifying Guchanga was. To Taba Xiaoyao, Guchanga in this life was much scarier than in his previous life. His strength was unfathomable and unimaginable. Even though he had been staying in the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty and hadn't left for other places, he had been paying attention to the news and rumors about Guchanga. He was seriously analyzing Guchanga's various methods so that he could come up with a countermeasure when the time came. Taba Xiaoyao knew that when Guchanga gathered the other 6 artifacts of heaven-wielding sword, he would start to investigate the whereabouts of the sky-wielding sword. At that time, he would have to hide this news. Otherwise, he would definitely be killed like in his previous life. In my previous life, I blamed Feiya wrongly. I thought that she was the one who exposed the fact that I had the sky-wielding sword to Guchanga. Later on, she took a hit for me and was brutally killed by Guchanga. It seems that she wasn't the one who leaked the news. Then how did Guchanga know that I have the sky-wielding sword? Taba Xiaoyao was deep in thought. This was what he couldn't figure out. Very few people knew that he had the sky-wielding sword. Even my father didn't know that the sky-wielding sword was my lifetime spiritual sword. Could it be that Guchanga found out through the connection between the sky-wielding artifacts? Luckily, I've cultivated the sky-wielding sword into the sky-wielding sword embryo in this life, and cut off all connections. However, I still have to be careful. Thinking of this, Taba Xiaoyao couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. According to the memory of his previous life, he wouldn't encounter Guchanga yet. He could cultivate in peace for a while more. Now that I'm at the half-step Great Saint realm, I can even fight a quasi-supreme master if I use my full strength. However, I still don't have much chance of winning against Guchanga. His eyes shone brightly, and then gradually returned to silence. According to the memory, the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty's traditional hunting meet was in a few days. The geniuses of the various forces in the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty would participate, and in order to seize the first place, they would win a generous reward. At that time, there would be people from other imperishable sects who would come to watch. If Taba Xiaoyao remembered correctly, there would be a big change in this hunting meet. A prince of the imperial court of Juyin appeared and tried to marry the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty. The marriage partner was Wuxia. This time, he had to stop the scheme of the imperial court of Juyin. According to the memory of his previous life, the imperial court of Juyin and Guchanga were inextricably linked. The sky was pure and blue, as if a huge crystal was inlaid there. There was no trace of other colors within 1,000,000 miles. Flying boats flew past quickly like rainbows, and in the blink of an eye, they were thousands of miles away. The heavenly domain was located in the central region of the upper world, and its territory was endless. Even those with great cultivation couldn't cover its borders. Adjacent to the east of the heavenly domain was the Shiyaotian, which was the territory of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty. Zijin hasn't returned since she left the human ancestors' hall. According to her maid, Xiao she seems to be going to the ancestral land of the Longevity Wang family. I don't know what she's going to do. After that, I haven't heard anything about her. At this moment, on the flying boat that was rushing to the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty, Jiang Chuchu shook her head gently and replied when she heard Guchanga ask about Wang Zijin's whereabouts. She was different from Wang Zijin after all. Wang Zijin had the Longevity Wang family behind her. When she went to the human ancestors' hall to cultivate, it was only in the name of being a disciple, and she could return to her family at any time. However, she had no parents and grew up in the human ancestors' hall. The human ancestors' hall was her home, and she couldn't leave easily. Now that there was a disaster in the inextinguishing heaven, she couldn't leave and had to take charge of the overall situation. So she returned to her family. Guchanga nodded and didn't ask much. This time, when he came to the human ancestors' hall, he didn't see his fellow transmigrator, which surprised him, so he asked. In fact, he didn't care about what Wang Zijin did. This time, although the purpose of going to the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty was to investigate the recent disaster in the inextinguishing heaven, Chang'e was actually paying attention to the ancient world that had not been opened yet. He had a premonition that before the era Dao fruit matured, there would be great changes in the upper world. These ancient worlds that bordered the upper world might not have existed as long as the upper world. In Chang'e's opinion, those ancient worlds might contain other opportunities to become immortals. Now that the upper world seemed to be peaceful, there were actually turbulent undercurrents. Many forces and orthodoxies were still looking for opportunities to become immortals in the 8 wilderness 10 regions, and they were persevering. Therefore, Chang'e had to think of a suitable reason to set up the bait and the big net. On the other hand, news about the Immortal Palace's secret treasure was also spreading among the orthodoxies. Many people put their last hope of becoming immortals on it. Chang'e had a few heaven-wielding weapons. This was a well-known fact in the upper world. Now his every move was being watched by many people. Since he was using the human ancestor's name to do things, it was naturally much more convenient. Soon, half a month passed in the blink of an eye. The flying ship traversed through the void, crossing endless territories, and finally arrived near the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty. The Great Yu Celestial Dynasty occupied an area of tens of thousands of miles. It was grand and majestic, dazzling and resplendent, surrounded by immortal fog. When looked at from afar, various phenomena shook the heavens and formed a myriad of scenes. Divine islands floated in the sky. Immortal mountains sat on the ground. Numerous palaces and pavilions stood towering. And it was like an ancient immortal city that had crashed into the mortal world. Silver waterfalls fell. Immortal springs surrounded it. And the surroundings were even formed by the stars of the heavens. No matter if it was day or night, a myriad of starlight could be seen descending, and it paved into a vast river of stars. This was a magnificent scene, and any cultivator that came to the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty for the first time would be shocked and palpitated by it. She begged for fresh flowers. This is the foundation of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty that hasn't fallen after countless years. The heavenly baleful star formation. It draws upon the energy of the stars in the heavens, and it's endless and can withstand the attacks of those that have attained the Tao. There's even rumors that if the formation is fully operated, only existences at the immortal realm can break through it. It's not without reason that the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty was able to stand towering for so many eras. This shows how terrifying the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty's foundation is, and there are probably not many powers in the upper world that can compare to it. At this moment, on a warship coiled by clouds and mist outside the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty, a group of young men and women were covered in the glow of treasures, and they were sizing up the scene before them with curiosity and longing. All of them wore uniform clothes, and there were special patterns on their sleeves that displayed their identities as being from the same sect. All of you have to work hard. If you're able to enter the top 10,000 this time, you can be considered to have brought honor to the sect. If you're able to enter the top 5,000 by luck, then you'll even be able to obtain generous rewards when you return to the sect. As for the top 1,000, all of us don't have extravagant hopes. Since the records of my sect exist, the best result was merely a little over 3,000, and that person was your Grand Supreme Ancestor, and he's about to step into the Exalt realm now. Before them were many elders and other figures of the sect that led them, and they sighed with emotion. It wasn't that they were too demoralizing, but it was because there were a myriad of powers participating in the hunting meet this time, and there were numerous monstrous geniuses that were innumerable. There were many powers like them now, and all of them were attached to the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty. Now, they'd rushed over from all over the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty to participate in the hunting meet this time. As a tradition of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty, the hunting meet was held once every 100 years. All the powers in the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty could send their disciples to participate. To the various powers, this was a chance for them to achieve meteoric success. Everyone would grab onto it tightly and wouldn't give up. For example, the young men and women who came here were the best of the various powers. They were carefully nurtured and specially prepared for this hunting meet. The ranking of the hunting meat not only determined the future status of the power behind them, but also attracted the attention of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty and bestowed cultivation techniques, resources, divine weapons, and elixirs. However, I heard that the location of this hunting meat seems to be very special, and there are rumors that it's related to the calamity of the Yin extinction heaven. I don't know if it's true or not, someone muttered softly. And when he mentioned the calamity of the Yin extinction heaven, he couldn't hide his uneasiness. It wasn't a secret that the calamity of the Yin extinction heaven broke out in the territory of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty. Now, the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty had already sent many powerhouses to investigate. There's someone in the imperial city. Why does it look like someone from the royal family? Suddenly, someone exclaimed softly and looked in the direction of the imperial city of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty with an extremely shocked expression. When the others heard that, they also looked over and were also very shocked. The city walls were lofty like mountains, and terrifying divine chains of order hung down from them. The brilliance was incomparably dazzling. However, there were many people standing there now. They stood on top of the clouds and rode the clouds under their feet, as if they were waiting for someone. The person in the lead was very tall and sturdy. He wore a dragon robe and a purple gold crown on his head. He had an indescribable domineering pressure, and he looked like a superior. When his eyes opened and closed, a terrifying aura appeared. This was an imperial ancestor, and his status was extremely terrifying. Behind this imperial uncle, there were many people standing in order. They all had the aura of a high position, and were dignified without being angry. Behind them were some princes and princesses. This scene shocked the elders and disciples of the various powers who had rushed here. They wouldn't have known if they didn't see it, but when they saw it they were shocked. No matter who the people there were, their status was extremely terrifying. Just a stomp of their feet would cause an earthquake in the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty. Normally, it was impossible for them to see them even once. Now they actually appeared together outside the city and seemed to be waiting for someone. Many young men and women recognized a few of the princes and princesses. They were all famous young supreme beings of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty who were respected by their peers. Even in the upper world, they had a great reputation. Could it be that they are waiting for the people from the other imperishable sects and supreme Taoist orthodoxies who came to watch the ceremony? Even so, there's no need for such a big show, right? If I'm not wrong, that imperial ancestor is a person who has attained the Tao. Who is this person that the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty values so much? This caused a commotion and shock. Many of the powers who came to participate in the hunting meet were in disbelief, followed by a strong sense of curiosity. Fan. Chapter 591. There were too many cultivators and living beings gathered outside the walls of the Great Yu Imperial capital. It was a hubbub of voices. Some people heard the news and rushed out of the imperial capital. Most of them were young people. They were all looking up at the sky in the distance. They were very curious about who was so important to the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty. Almost all the princes and princesses were waiting there. There was even a Tao attainment old emperor, not to mention the rest of the royal family of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty. Every one of them was an influential figure in the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty. They could cause a huge earthquake with a stomp of their feet. Clouds and mist lingered in the sky, making it look like a fairyland. Numerous experts with powerful auras were waiting solemnly and respectfully. The Great Yu Celestial Dynasty's eldest princess, Wuxia, and her brother, Yu Ming, were among them. At this moment, Yu Ming looked into the distance with a smile and whispered to his sister, "Sister, Gu Chang'e is coming to the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty all of a sudden. Maybe this is your chance. You have to seize it. Last time in Kunwa City, I heard that you went to visit him, but he refused to let you in. This time, he must have something important to discuss with you when he comes to Great Yu." The Great Yu Celestial Dynasty had received the news that Gu Chang'e and the saintess of the human ancestor hall, would come to the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty to investigate the outbreak of the disaster in the Een heaven. That was why they were waiting here so early. They were afraid that they would be rude. Logically speaking, Gu Chang's current status was in no way lower than that of the Gu clan's patriarch. If it wasn't for the fact that Emperor Yu had many important matters to attend to and couldn't leave, he would have personally come here to wait. Yu Ming was not discouraged when he saw that his sister was ignoring him. He continued, "I know that my sister is proud and arrogant, but you have to think about it. In a few years' time, my father will definitely arrange a marriage for you. When that time comes, which genius will be able to catch your eye?" In his heart, his sister was not young anymore. According to the customs of the royal family, she might be arranged a marriage one day. Since ancient times, the royal family had been heartless. Even if his sister was talented, her future achievements were unimaginable. However, Emperor Yu was at his peak now. In his eyes, Euphia and the others had not grown up yet. They could not escape the fate of the other princesses. Therefore, compared to the other young supremes, Yu Ming was more inclined towards Gu Chang'e. Euphia remained silent and didn't pay attention to her younger brother's words. She had visited Gu Chang'e just to ask about the wordless heavenly book. However, since Gu Chang'e didn't meet her, she could only give up. After that, she brought her clansmen back to the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty and didn't head to Kuan Mountain. In her opinion, what Yu Ming said was unrealistic. Firstly, she did not have a good impression of Gu Chang'e, nor did she have a bad impression of him. The two of them were not familiar with each other. Secondly, Gu Chang'e had an engagement. The foundation of the unparalleled immortal dynasty would only surpass that of the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty. As the eldest princess of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty, if her intentions towards Gu Chang'e were too obvious, what would that person from the Wushuang Celestial Dynasty think? In the end, it might even cause enmity between the two immortal dynasties. Yu Ming, don't say such things anymore. It's okay to befriend him, but don't have any other thoughts. Gu Chang'e already has an engagement. How can the pearl of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty be his concubine? The old emperor, who had been silent all this while, couldn't help but open his eyes when he heard Yu Ming's words. Yu Ming knew that this old emperor doted on his sister very much, so he naturally wouldn't allow her to suffer any grievances. Not to mention something as important as marriage. He laughed dryly and didn't continue to mention this matter. Just as the people of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty were talking in low voices. In the distant sky, there were several flying boats that were overflowing with flowing lights and surrounded by immortal fog. In the blink of an eye, they traversed thousands of miles and crossed the sky. On these flying boats, the flags of the human ancestor hall were swaying, exuding an ancient aura. When the people of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty saw this, they didn't dare to delay and went forward one after another. These are the flying boats of the human ancestor hall. Could it be that there will be experts from the human ancestor hall coming to watch the hunting meet this time? But it shouldn't be. In the past, the human ancestor hall was aloof and definitely wouldn't be interested in such things. Outside the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty, many young cultivators were extremely shocked and found it hard to believe. But then, when they saw the figure walking out of the flying boat, they all understood. Immediately after, there was a huge commotion. The forces from all over the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty fell into extreme surprise and excitement. Many people even felt that if Gu Chang'e was present at this hunting meet, their disciples would definitely be able to obtain good results. If their disciples performed well, they might be able to catch Gu Chang'e's eye. From then on, they would have a meteoric rise in their careers. No wonder the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty values it so much. But I didn't expect young Master Chang'e to come here personally at this time. Who knows? He might also attend the hunting meet this time. That's a good opportunity for us. The elders of the various forces whispered with excitement in their eyes. For many young elites, Gu Chang'e was definitely the well-deserved leader of the same generation in the upper realm. His cultivation overshadowed those of the same generation, and no one could compare to him. Now that he had appeared in the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty, it really made many young elites who respected him extremely excited. Many talented girls' eyes were even filled with splendor as they stared at the extraordinary figure on the flying boat without blinking. It had to be said that seeing Guchanga's true appearance with their own eyes, for many young cultivators, it was comparable to seeing an immortal scripture, and they were very excited. According to their status, they usually wouldn't be able to come into contact with Guchanga, let alone see him in person at such a close distance. Soon, the news of Guchanga's appearance here spread, and it caused a huge discussion. However, he only appeared for a while before he was welcomed in by the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty's royal family experts. Many cultivators who came after hearing the news could only sigh, regretting that they couldn't see him in person. Of course, Guchanga came with the Human Ancestor Palace, and many people guessed that his purpose of coming here should be related to the disaster of Inju Heaven. In the Human Ancestor Palace's flying boat, many people also saw the Human Ancestor Palace's Saintess, so they guessed. Guchanga, why would he come to the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty? Logically speaking, it shouldn't be. Tuoba Xiaoyao also received the news, and his expression became gloomy at that moment. He walked around in the general's mansion, looking extremely uneasy. According to his original memory, Guchanga wouldn't come to the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty at this time. Instead, it should be a prince of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty who appeared and tried to propose marriage to the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty. However, Guchanga came before that prince of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty appeared, which made Tuoba Xiaoyao feel slightly uneasy. As the third son of the general's mansion, he naturally had to participate in this hunting meet. Therefore, it was very likely that he would meet Guchanga at that time in this life. Tuoba Xiaoyao wasn't sure if Guchanga could see that the heaven-wielding sword was on him. Although he had already cultivated the heaven-wielding sword into the chaos heaven-wielding sword embryo, it could isolate many senses and auras. However, he was still worried. Third brother, Emperor Yu invited all the officials to meet young Master Chang'e. Father received the order and asked me to call you. All the officials of Great Yu have to bring their families along. Prepare yourself, the carriage is already prepared outside the mansion. While Tuoba Xiaoyao was feeling uneasy, a tall and slender woman walked in from outside the courtyard. She was graceful and beautiful, and her facial features were picturesque. She had a heroic and cold aura. She said to Tuoba Xiaoyao, as if she was afraid that he wouldn't go, and deliberately stared at him a few times. The person who came was Tuoba Xiaoyao's second sister, Tuoba Lingqiong. She was now a lecturer in the Dao Academy, and her talent was outstanding, and there were many suitors in the Great Yu Imperial capital. Emperor Yu invited all the officials to a banquet? I have to go too. Tuoba Xiaoyao was stunned when he heard this. Then he felt even more uneasy, and his heart was filled with resistance. Tuoba Lingqiong nodded and said, Big brother is not in the imperial capital now. If you don't go, there will be no men in the general's residence other than father. Tuoba Xiaoyao fell silent. If he didn't go, his father might be blamed by Emperor Yu and lose face in front of all the officials. Disobeying the decree at this time was disrespectful to Emperor Yu and disrespectful to Guchanga. In the vast upper world, no one dared to treat Guchanga like this, let alone in Great Yu. I know you don't like this kind of occasion, but I have no choice. For this matter, I also rejected the matters in the Dao Academy. Tuoba Lingqiong sighed. In fact, she didn't like this kind of occasion either. However, the person who came was Guchanga, and Emperor Yu attached great importance to him. If it weren't for the fact that he was carrying Emperor Yu, he would have gone outside the city to welcome him personally. As officials, how could they refuse? I understand. Tuoba Xiaoyao nodded and comforted himself in his heart. As long as he was careful, he was sure that Guchanga wouldn't find out that the sky-wielding sword was on him. Young Master Chang'e, it's Great Yu's honor to come all the way here. In the sky, several divine rainbows swept past, and clouds appeared under their feet. The Great Yu's Grand Emperor spoke with a smile on his face as he conversed with Guchanga beside him. The rest of the members of the royal family fell behind and didn't have the right to stand with the two of them. Yu Fiya, Yu Ming, and the rest of the younger generation stood at the back as if they were juniors. Although Gu Chang'e was about the same age as them, he was now on the same level as their Grand Emperor. This made many proud princes feel indignant, but they couldn't do anything about it. Senior, you flatter me. Chang'e came here to investigate the disaster of Ultimate Heaven. This matter endangers all lives in the world. As the current human ancestor, how can I stand by and do nothing? Gu Chang'e, who was dressed in white, also said with a smile. There seemed to be a blurry and hazy brilliance surging on his body, and it also seemed like there were 3,000 ancient worlds rising and falling. The terrifying and boundless aura caused the imperial family members following behind him to feel a burst of fear. They felt as if their hearts were palpitating, and they were suffocating. Young Master Chang'e, you have a broad Tao heart which I admire. Regarding the disaster of Ultimate Heaven this time, Great Yu has sent people to investigate, but until now, they haven't found anything wrong. The Great Yu's Grand Emperor had a look of praise on his face, and then he sighed. Gu Chang'e nodded and then continued. However, I heard that a living being from the royal court of Ultimate Heaven has appeared. This matter is very serious, and we need to treat it seriously. Hearing this, the Great Yu's Grand Emperor also said with a solemn expression, Young Master Chang'e is right. If the royal court of Ultimate Heaven appears, it will definitely be an ominous sign. As they spoke, the clouds crossed thousands of miles and went into the depths of the imperial city. Many cultivators and living beings below looked up at this scene with respectful expressions. When Gu Chang'e arrived at Great Yu's imperial city, Emperor Yu had already issued a decree to invite all the officials, so the news had already spread throughout the imperial city. As far as the eye could see, Great Yu's imperial city was extremely magnificent and was completely different from the outside world. In the sky, there were many divine mountains and immortal islands, scattered like stars in the sky and chess pieces on a chessboard. There were countless of them, like a piece of pure land. In the depths of the imperial city, there were many palaces, which were richly ornamented and lined up in rows. Colorful mist lingered and auspicious clouds shrouded the place, making it a scene of immortals. All kinds of ancient pavilions were like divine mountains from ancient times. They were grand and majestic and tall. Many soldiers rushed out and patrolled the place. Soon, they passed through all the way, crossing nearly 1,000,000 miles, and arrived at Great Yu's imperial palace. Here, splendor rushed into the sky, and many large stars floated in the sky, with chaotic chi surging, showing the pressure and imposing manner of an immortal dynasty. At the entrance of the imperial palace, there were two primordial ferocious beasts guarding. Their auras had already reached the quasi-emperor realm, and were extremely powerful. There was another world in the imperial palace, like a small world, surrounded by clouds and mist, richly ornamented and golden, and filled with the majesty of the imperial Tao. There was already a banquet, and many beautiful maids came and went, singing and dancing as they served wine and spiritual food. Many officials of Great Yu Celestial Dynasty had already arrived with their families, and they were all waiting in silence. Tuoba Xiaoyao lowered his head and stood behind his father and sister. He only raised his head occasionally to look at the enemy of his previous life, and did not dare to show the slightest difference. At the head of the table was the current Emperor Yu of Great Yu. He was wearing a dragon robe, his face was blurry, and his aura was ethereal and deep. He was sitting there with a group of concubines standing behind him. At this moment, he had a smile on his face when he saw Gu Chang'e enter the imperial palace, so he stood up to welcome him. Young Master Chang'e has come from afar and is travel-worn. I have already prepared a banquet to welcome young Master Chang'e. Emperor Yu said with a smile on his face. Chang'e greets Your Majesty Emperor Yu. Gu Chang'e smiled and returned the greeting. Your Majesty is too polite. I hope Your Majesty will not take offense to the many things I have to say on this trip. Young Master Chang'e, what are you saying? Emperor Yu laughed heartily and waved his hand. Then, the two exchanged some pleasantries before they sat down. When the various ministers saw this, they all opened their mouths. Regardless of whether they were sincere or not, they all bowed to Wuxia. As the successor of an everlasting family and an immortal sect, Wuxia's current status was enough to be on equal footing with Emperor Yu. They naturally did not dare to show the slightest disrespect. The banquet soon began, and Wuxia and Emperor Yu sat together. Jiang Chuchu beside him wore a white veil, and her expression was cold and calm, as if she was in another world. She did not seem to care about what was happening in the imperial palace. However, this also caused many princesses who wanted to propose a toast to Wuxia to shrink back a little. Seeing this, Emperor Yu could not help but laugh, and his gaze fell on the eldest princess, Wuxia, whom he valued the most. Chapter 592. Fia, you and young Master Chang'e are about the same age, but the difference in strength between the two of you is like heaven and earth. After returning from Kunwa City, I saw that you couldn't forget about young Master Chang'e. Today he's here, so why are you so shy? Emperor Yu laughed. Seeing that his many daughters were a little shy and didn't dare to take the initiative to propose a toast to Wuxia, he looked at eldest princess Wuxia, who was most valued by him. Wuxia was wearing a plain phoenix robe with a touch of red sand between her eyebrows. Her eyebrows were like black, her nose was straight, and she was graceful. As she walked, she was like a fairy swaying, exuding a noble and elegant aura. At this moment, hearing this, she was slightly stunned. She didn't expect Emperor Yu to take the initiative to say this. However, she quickly understood that this was Emperor Yu's euphemism for her to propose a toast. She immediately stood up and walked towards Wuxia with her cup raised, appearing natural and unrestrained. Father is right. Young Master Chang'e came from afar. Fia proposes a toast to you, she said with a smile. Seeing this, the minister's gazes were a little strange. What was Emperor Yu's attitude saying? Did he intend to let eldest princess and Wuxia interact? Or was he expressing goodwill to Wuxia? It was difficult to guess the emperor's thoughts. They only thought casually in their hearts, and didn't dare to speak carelessly. Not to mention that Wuxia had an engagement. Although the peerless Celestial Dynasty and Great Yu Celestial Dynasty were far apart, their relationship wasn't very friendly. Secondly, eldest Princess Wuxia was deeply doted on by the few ancestors of the imperial family. Such a big event like an engagement wasn't something that Emperor Yu could decide with just a sentence. Back in Kunwa City, because I was busy entering Kunwa Mountain, I didn't have time to respond to Princess Fia's visit. Today, I'll punish myself with a toast. Hearing this, Wuxia also smiled slightly and raised his cup. Young Master Chang'e, please. Waves of fragrance came in front of Wuxia. Fia's face was fair. Her facial features were exquisite, and her bright eyes were gentle. She raised her cup with a pair of white hands. She moved it in front of Wuxia. Seeing this, Jiang Chuchu raised his eyes and glanced at Wuxia with a calm expression. Even though she was before the saintess of the human ancestor hall, Wuxia appeared very calm and collected. Her calm and collected attitude was definitely not something that ordinary women could compare to. If Fei can be 1/10 as good as young Master Chang'e, this emperor will not worry about her. Seeing this, Emperor Yu smiled, seemingly somewhat rueful. I've heard that Princess Fei has a mysterious physique. When she was born, she was bestowed with the Great Yu Immortal Scripture. However, there is very little news of 12 fighting with others in the outside world. Even among the same generation, it is difficult to see the depth. Hearing this, Wuxia faintly smiled and said, Your Majesty, Emperor Yu's words, this one cannot agree. He knew Emperor Yu's thoughts like the back of his hand. He simply wanted to use Wuxia to test his attitude towards the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty. During this period of time, besides the outbreak of the Ein Ultimate Heaven, the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty also discovered an ancient world that had never been opened before. and this ancient world did not have any other forces that knew of its existence. In order to conceal this news, the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty naturally had some frightened birds that were worried that Gu Chang'e's purpose of coming was related to this matter. Emperor Yu said this to express goodwill, and also to speculate the purpose of Gu Chang'e's visit. He did not believe that Gu Chang'e came just for the ultimate heavens disaster. Haha Fia, if you have the chance, you should interact more with young Master Chang'e. You are about the same age, so you should have many topics to talk about. Hearing this, Emperor Yu laughed, intending to let Yufia and Gu Chang'e get closer. Although Yufia felt that her emperor father's words were strange, she still smiled. However, she still put on a decent smile and replied, "Rest assured, Imperial Father. Fia will." In the previous life, it was Emperor Yu who forced Fia to interact with Gu Chang'e. In this life he is still doing the same. Seeing this scene, Tuoba Xiaoyao could not help but feel depressed. He lowered his head and drank wine. His father, as an official, did not dare to say anything to Emperor Yu, let alone the current him. In this life, because of his rebirth, he understood Yufia better. He knew that her character was indifferent. If Emperor Yu did not force her, she would definitely not get too close to Gu Chang'e. 3 days later, it would be the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty's tradition, the Great Hunting Meet. At that time, according to normal circumstances, the living beings of the ultimate imperial family would appear, and one of the princes would even propose marriage. In his previous life, Emperor Yu considered for a long time, but in the end, he agreed to the marriage request. Later on, Gu Chang'e came to visit the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty. Emperor Yu's attitude towards this marriage was a bit loose, and he wanted Yufia to get closer to Gu Chang'e. In this life, Gu Chang'e came to the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty early, and many things were going wrong. However, Tuoba Xiaoyao was sure that in the Great Hunting Meet 3 days later, there would be a shocking change. The imperial uncle who lost the fight for the throne with Emperor Yu would send someone to assassinate the second prince. The second prince was being nurtured by Emperor Yu as his future successor, and there could not be any mistakes. This shocking change also caused Emperor Yu to be enraged, and many disasters occurred in the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty. In his previous life, Tuoba Xiaoyao only found out later on that the imperial uncle in that shocking change actually had Gu Chang'e's shadow behind him. It was even possible that Gu Chang'e instigated it from afar. Gu Chang'e not only wanted to control the Heaven Sword, but he also wanted to annex the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty. I need to tell Fia to be careful and not let Gu Chang'e succeed, Tuoba Xiaoyao muttered in his heart. He planned to find Yufia after the Great Hunting Meet ended. Because he was the third son of the great general, he had been cultivating with Yufia and the others in the Dao Academy since young. The two of them got to know each other there, even though he did not show off in this life and kept a low profile. But he still kept in touch with Yufia and discussed some cultivation problems. Yufia was also one of the few people who knew that he was hiding his strength. The Great Yu Celestial Dynasty's palace was full of jewels and treasures. Celestial mist floated in from afar, accompanied by the melodious voices of singers. It was like a holy land of immortals. Meat with soaring spiritual energy was served at every banquet, and spiritual fruits were sparkling, surrounded by light, and accompanied by a fragrance. They were all more than 1,000,000 years old. The officials were enjoying themselves, toasting each other and whispering from time to time. They looked at Emperor Yu and Gu Chang'e, who were sitting at the head of the table, with respect in their eyes. Tuoba Xiaoyao lowered his head and sat behind his father, silently drinking wine and eating food, and occasionally talking to his elder sister and younger sister. His father, Tuoba Yuntian, was an important official of Emperor Yu. Although he looked very scholarly, his strength was not to be underestimated. He had already broken through to the quasi-emperor realm many years ago. Otherwise he would not be qualified to be in charge of a region. As for his younger sister, she was called Tuoba Qingyu. Although she was only 13 years old, she had already grown into a slender and graceful woman. However, she had a cold and proud personality, and was a person of few words. She was determined to surpass her father and become a quasi-emperor existence. I heard that young Master Chang'e is only in his 20s, but his current strength has already surpassed that of an ordinary person who has achieved the Tao. He has created a precedent that no one has ever done before. How did he cultivate? At this moment, Tuoba Qingyu raised her head and looked at the white-clothed man who was chatting with Emperor Yu. Her gaze was filled with curiosity and doubt. This was the first time she saw Gu Chang'e in person. She had only heard of him in rumors before. Just from appearance alone, it was indeed difficult to find any flaws. He was gentle and elegant, as handsome as jade. Even his hair seemed to be shining when he smiled, making it hard for others to look away. However, she was not a vulgar love-struck fool who judged people by appearance. She was just curious about how Gu Chang'e could achieve such achievements at such a young age. Just from talent alone, it was difficult to explain. The most common rumor she had heard was that Gu Chang'e was actually the reincarnation of a supreme existence from ancient times. Only by possessing the Tao fruit of his previous life could he reach the peak in the shortest amount of time. That was why many cultivators in the outside world felt that Gu Chang'e was the reincarnation of the human ancestor. Tuoba Qingyu was very knowledgeable about cultivation. Therefore, she understood that even if he was the reincarnation of the human ancestor, it was impossible for him to reach such a level in such a short time. If there is a chance, I will definitely ask him for guidance. Tuoba Qingyu said in her heart. She didn't notice the slight change in expression of her third brother, Tuoba Xiaoyao. Qingyu, don't hold such thoughts. What kind of person is he and what kind of person are you? How could he explain cultivation to you? Tuoba Xiaoyao naturally heard his sister's muttering and could not help but speak in a low voice. This made him recall Tuoba Qingyu's tragic experience in his previous life. A layer of haze appeared in his heart. In his previous life, Tuoba Qingyu tried to get close to Gu Chang'e like this. That was why she was captured and used to threaten him to hand over the heaven-wielding sword. Later on, her father was alerted and rushed to the meeting place to ask for her. However, she was assassinated outside the royal capital and was heavily injured. After escaping back to her residence, her cultivation was greatly damaged, and she almost lost her source energy. Third brother, why are you suddenly talking about this? Aren't you usually not interested in these topics? Tuoba Qingyu was a bit confused. Why would her somewhat dull third brother suddenly say this to her? Tuoba Xiaoyao maintained his usual dull expression and said, I'm just a bit worried about you. Tuoba Qingyu did not care about his words and shook her head. Third brother, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Seeing this, Tuoba Xiaoyao sighed in his heart. He did not have much prestige in the Tuoba family. If it was her father or elder brother who said this, Tuoba Qingyu would definitely listen to them. Just as Tuoba Xiaoyao was thinking about how to make Tuoba Qingyu wary of Gu Chang'e, Emperor Yu, who was sitting on the main seat, suddenly chuckled and spoke. It's rare for young Master Chang'e to come to our Great Yu. Coincidentally, in 3 days, it will be our Great Yu's traditional hunting meet. When the time comes, we can invite young Master Chang'e to come and watch the meet. All of you can show off the talents of your children. If there are no outstanding young talents, it will make young Master Chang'e a laughingstock. He was not only talking to Gu Chang'e, but also to the ministers in the hall. During the hunting meet, all the factions in Great Yu would send their disciples to participate. This was the tradition of the Great Yu celestial dynasty. Many of the officials in the hall would also send their young disciples to participate. This was not only a chance to make a name for themselves, but if they performed well, they could also be recognized by Emperor Yu and be bestowed with techniques and abilities. They could even be promoted. If Gu Chang'e attended the hunting meet this time, of course, it would have a totally different meaning. Many of the officials were tempted. Maybe this was a chance for them. In their eyes, being recognized by Gu Chang'e was more important than being recognized by Emperor Yu. Your Majesty, Emperor Yu has sincerely invited me. How can I refuse? Gu Chang'e said with a smile. He was going to stay in the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty for a while and ask someone to look into that ancient world. The big hunting meet this time was also an opportunity for him. He looked down as he spoke. His gaze stopped on Tuoba Xiaorao for a second. Even without the system's reminder, he knew this guy was a new son of luck. Furthermore, with a thick purple aura of providence, that was no ordinary son of providence. However, the system did not mention what kind of son of luck this guy belonged to, nor did it give any other hints. Gu Chang'e decided to keep an eye on it for the time being. After getting rid of Jiang Chen, the system had not mentioned sons of luck for a long time. But generally speaking, this kind of son of luck should have some kind of connection with him. Thinking about it, Gu Chang'e still could not think of anyone who had a grudge against him at the moment. There is a faintly discernible sword intent lingering around his body. Could it be related to the owner of the heaven-reaching sword? Gu Chang'e had some guesses. He was actually still waiting for Yu Mingkong's news about the whereabouts of the heaven-reaching sword. If the owner of the heaven-reaching sword was in the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty, Yu Mingkong should have sent him a message. Or was there something wrong with Yu Mingkong's memory of her rebirth? Or was it something else? Gu Chang'e was going to ask someone to look into Tuoba Xiaoyao's whereabouts. If it was really related to the heaven-reaching sword, it would save him a lot of effort. Then the welcoming banquet ended. Many of the officials got up and left. They did not stay in the palace any longer. Emperor Yu had arranged for Gu Chang'e, Jiang Chuchu, and the others to stay in the palace. There were special servants to take them there. After Gu Chang'e and others had left, Emperor Yu's expression changed slightly. He asked the old eunuch behind him, "Did Master Zhu see Gu Chang'e's cultivation level clearly?" The old eunuch, who had been standing behind him, shook his head and said, "Your Majesty, I have poor eyesight. I couldn't see his cultivation level clearly, but if it had been a fight to the death, I guess I wouldn't have been able to survive." Emperor Yu fell silent. He could not hide the fear in his eyes. 700 The old eunuch behind him had been a follower of several previous emperors. When he was still a little prince, the old eunuch had already achieved the doctrine. Even he could say that. It was obvious how terrifying Gu Chang'e's strength was. It was hard to believe that he was only a young man in his 20s. It seems that there is a need for Fia to get closer to him. Whether it is now or in the future, it will be good for our great Yu. After muttering to himself for a moment, Emperor Yu said with a pondering gaze, "It was not unreasonable for the upper realm to be afraid of Gu Chang'e." On the other side, after the banquet ended, Yu Fia planned to return to her palace. However, she saw a figure outside the palace walls that surprised her. Tuoba Xiaorao did not return with his father. Instead, he was waiting for Yu Fia. "Are you waiting for me here?" Yu Fia walked over. Accompanied by the fragrance, she asked with a smile. Tuoba Xiaoyao's face was no longer stiff. His eyes flickered with light. He had an imposing appearance and a confident and high-spirited temperament. He nodded and said, "I have something to tell you." "What is it?" Yu Fia was curious. It was the first time she saw Tuoba Xiaoyao so serious. She knew Tuoba Xiaoyao very well. She knew that there was a big difference between his real self and how others saw him. It was just that he was too low-key. In terms of real strength, she was not confident that she could defeat Tuoba Xiaoyao. "You have to be careful of Gu Chang'e. He is not a good person. Who knows what will happen in the hunting meet in 3 days? I heard some rumors by chance. If there is a shocking change in 3 days, then Gu Chang'e is the mastermind behind it." Tuoba Xiaoyao looked around and said in a low voice when he saw that there was no one around. Of course, he had no evidence to back up his words. He was merely basing his words on the memories of his previous life. However, to make Yu Fia wary of Gu Chang'e, he could only say that. He did not care even if he wronged Gu Chang'e. Yu Fia's expression turned serious. If someone else said that, she would think that person was crazy. However, it was Tuoba Xiaoyao who said that. Based on her understanding of Tuoba Xiaoyao all these years, he was not the kind of person who would speak nonsense. There will be a change in 3 days? Gu Chang'e is the mastermind? What is his motive? She frowned and considered if she should tell Emperor Yu about this. Tuoba Xiaoyao seemed to have seen through her worries and continued, "You can inform His Majesty Emperor Yu in advance, and let him make more preparations to ensure the safety of His Highness the Second Prince. I'm guessing that someone will attempt to harm His Highness the Second Prince during the Great Hunt." He had already revealed so much information. If he could stop it in time, he would have made a great contribution. In addition, Gu Chang'e would anger Emperor Yu because he tried to harm the Second Prince. This way, Gu Chang'e would be on the opposite side of the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty. At that time, even if the fact that he had the heaven-wielding sword was exposed, he had the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty to rely on. After all, he had the memories of his past life. This was his biggest advantage in front of Gu Chang'e. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.